You know, it's yeah, it's like you just think about it logically. And if they have wanted to prove it, it's very easy to prove. If they want to prove everyone wrong, that and follow the narrative, they would have just taken the camera, pointed in the window, and just shown us. And do like a live video where you zoom in, have like a massive zoom lens, you zoom in on the planet, and you would be able to
Yeah,
see
right.
planes coming and going, with a massive zoom lens. In the
Exactly.
beginning, you would be able to see that. So it would be so
Yep.
easy to just show that. It's literally a brainer, but apparently not. So yeah, and it's a soft tissue also when with all the massive forces. Yeah, there's no way soft tissue would survive that. Both like entry and also going out the liftoff. Splash to a pulp. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 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 I agree. So the math and the science doesn't add up. So what about you guys? What's the topic here? Apart from the elephant in the room.
The event topic was, does the Earth spin? But yeah, there wasn't much going on really. Usually
I
it
see.
picks up when it's when the America wakes up kind of thing. A bunch more people seem to pop in.
Yeah,
S-
yeah. Sometimes it's also schizo hours. I call it schizo hours. But yeah, I don't know. Something is. But either way, I mean, even if whatever it is, we are still enslaved, and that should be our main concern. That we are still enslaved, right?
Yeah, I think people need to wake up. People need to start questioning things and thinking critically, not just believing everything they get told.
But
It's
yeah,
dangerous.
yeah. But that's the thing. They think they are being critical by posting some lame ass sources from the government. Crazy, right? They think they are being critical. It's pretty funny.
But they're it's kind of like Stockholm syndrome, right? Where they're protecting their captors in a sense. They're defending the people that are indoctrinating them, and they're not being critical towards them, right? They're being critical towards the people that are questioning the mainstream rather than
Yeah,
being critical towards the mainstream. They think it's a bad
exactly.
thing, right? To the point where some people this week have been saying that flat earthers should be given the death sentence,
Oh God,
and then wondering why they get banned, complaining for being banned.
so
Because
much
they think we
hate.
should be dead. We should be dead for going out and testing for the curvature. We should be killed for that. Like, that's some crazy, dangerous logic.
It really is.
Illogic.
So what do they say to
Illogical
all the
thinking.
people that did 9/11 and stage everything? Should they also be dead or what?
Who knows, man? I don't know. It's
Crazy.
just ridiculous.
Yeah, it
It's
sure
not our
is.
fault that when we go and test for the curvature, there isn't any. It's not our fault.
Exactly. Exactly.
Don't shoot the messengers.
I agree. I completely agree. It just gets crazier and crazier.
Okay, I'm sorry everyone, but does the Earth spin? That's a pretty obvious question. No?
It's a pretty obvious answer.
Yeah?
No, no,
What do you mean no?
it's obvious. The Earth
Yeah.
doesn't move. Yeah, the Earth doesn't move.
What do you
Obvious,
mean it
right?
doesn't move?
Doesn't
What do you
move.
mean?
It, what do you mean? What do I mean? It doesn't
Oh,
move. The
yeah.
Earth is
Yeah, yeah,
stationary.
it doesn't move. I understood it in a different way. Yeah. It doesn't move. It spins, yeah.
No, it doesn't spin.
But yeah.
Do you think the Earth moves?
No, no, yeah, no, not the Earth.
Oh.
Uh, fuck, I forgot. But I think that's a pretty obvious question.
Mm.
Yeah,
No,
you're
it's
being told it's moving, but you don't experience any motion, and you don't have any evidence that it's moving at all, but you think it's obvious. What's obvious about it when you don't experience it and you don't have any evidence of it? What do you think
so the,
obvious means?
we actually have evidence related to other things. For example, the moon. You know, like
Yeah, you see the moon
does
moving.
the
You
moon
see the
move? Does the moon
Yeah, we
move or
see
the
the moon
Earth?
moving. We see
Yeah,
the moon moving above the Earth that we don't experience moving. So we see the moon moving in the sky. Okay, so does the moon move? Yes, we see the moon moving.
yeah.
But does the Earth spin? You don't have any evidence of that at all. You experience zero motion of the Earth.
That's a good
It's
answer.
it's like they've replaced people's common sense with absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, to think about that, that's correct, because the sun and the moon together is like tricking you into thinking the Earth is moving, but it's actually not. That's a good
Yeah, we
answer.
see. We experience the sun. It looks like it moves across the sky during the day. Same with
Mm.
the moon. Same with the stars. And we don't have any evidence that the Earth is in motion.
Mm.
Well, there we go. Concession.
He left.
Yeah.
He was confused, and it is what it is. But like I said, it really doesn't matter. None of that matters because we are still enslaved, and that's something we should do something about first before we talk about the earth and this and that, because we are enslaved.
Well, this
That's what a
is
lot of people don't get.
well, people that are people that think they're living in this heliocentric, enslaved world. They wake up when they wake up to that they're being treated like slaves, right? That they're being indoctrinated. This is like step one, realizing that what you get taught by these people isn't necessarily correct, right? So
Yeah, but
learning that
in
you're
my
enslaved. This
opinion,
is how
in
are you
my
going to
opinion,
how are you going to
it's
teach people
getting
that they're
worse.
enslaved?
I get you, but in my opinion, it's just getting worse.
Hmm?
I said, in my opinion, it's gotten worse.
What's gotten worse?
The control that these entities have, it just gotten worse. The people are getting dumber and dumber, and they are
Right.
getting indoctrinated younger and younger with the
Yeah, but we're not.
gadget.
Flat earthers aren't. Flat earthers are well aware that this is going on, and that we're trying to wake people up to this. Flat earthers aren't falling for any of their bullshit for the most part. Right? No one fell for their bullshit in 2020 from the flat earth community. It's like you know, waking up to this is like breaking out of some hypnosis state. Right? And then you're able to think clearly again and say, hey, right, how do we know that what they're telling us is correct? What's the evidence? So I think this is one of the best way to wake up to the fact that people's minds are being controlled by the education system, by the media.
Mm.
So unless you can think of a better way, then I think flat Earth is a pretty good way to teach people to think critically, because that's pretty much what the problem is, right? People have been trained throughout their life to not to think critically and just to believe everything they get told, and that if you go
No.
against
They will have a version of thinking critically, but they just source the government sources.
right, well, that's not
That's the
thinking
problem.
critically. That's just
Yeah, but in their head they are, because that's what the government is telling them.
well, yeah, but that's not actually thinking critically. That's just being a government cock, really.
But they
You know,
don't
that's
care
being
because
that's
they only see the government sources or the big corporation sources as valid. Any independent sources they see as whack, and they don't follow it.
exactly
Or
that's
don't want to follow.
the indoctrination. That's the brainwashing.
Yeah. So that there you have your problem. They are very they have done this perfect indoctrination plan. It's like a circle. It goes round and round. And it's genius. It's really genius what they have done. And
It is,
yeah.
yeah, no, I agree.
And to
It
be
is,
honest,
yeah.
maybe people don't deserve to wake up. I mean, look what's happening. Look, there are some people that are so dumb, and maybe they don't deserve to procreate and wake up. I've come to that conclusion, Sally, and I think it's just better for them to stay the way they are. So yeah, it's sad but true.
Yeah, but there are also a lot of good people, right? There's
They
always going to
are.
be a lot of there's always going to be a lot of idiots, that's for sure. Right? Maybe some of the really arrogant dumbass people, right? They can just stay in their delusion, and they're probably not
Yeah,
going
I
to
mean,
even
look at
understand
the
technical
yeah,
arguments
but
anyway.
exactly. You had a really good thing with COVID. COVID was an eye opener. I mean, look what happened during COVID, right? So all these dumb people that are indoctrinated, they just followed the program and they got vaccinated. So yeah, because some of them wanted to travel, some of them wanted to do other things. So you shouldn't have any sympathy for those people that will
You see
get those
that some of
side
them
effects.
some of them got it so they could get a free burger and fries.
Yeah, it just tells you what you want to know, honestly. Like, if you do that for burgers and fucking fries, then you deserve what's coming to you, honestly.
Yeah, we shouldn't talk about that topic though, really, in here, because it's like
Why is it taboo?
borderline.
Tell me
Well, it's
why
not
it's
taboo. It's
taboo.
people can get their
Offended?
YouTube channels get shut down if you talk about certain things,
No,
certain
but not
topics.
anymore. Not anymore, though.
Yeah, probably not. It has changed a bit, but we still can't take that risk because we got people that hate flat Earth so much that they'll get together and they'll take a clip, and then they'll say, "All right, everybody report it," right? And they'll get 20 people together and they'll all report it at the same time, and then there might be some other moron, right, that we're at the reporting station there's also some cucked soy boy that will execute the report and
Yeah,
say, "Oh
don't get
yeah,
me started, brother. Don't get me started. These cucks is another level of thing. These fucking cucks, bro. That's also another
yeah,
thing that's wrong with everything that did because of these fucking cucks.
yeah." But
Yeah,
yeah, we
it's
it,
fucking
it
sad.
really, a lot of flat earthers will tell you that when they found out about flat Earth, like, and they'll usually use the terminology "when I woke up." Right? It does feel like you come out of some sort of mass psychosis state,
Like the
right?
Matrix.
Yeah, basically. It's like you took the red pill all of a sudden, and it's like, oh shit, what the
But
hell?
to
How
be
did I
honest,
believe
though,
all of this crazy
to be
stuff?
honest, I don't know if it's just such a good thing to take the red pill. Maybe it's better to just take the blue pill and just eat that steak like that guy in the Matrix wanted to do, you know? It's just maybe it's just better to take the blue pill, enjoy your steak, and just live in the lie till you die. That even rhymes.
No,
Wow.
I don't think so. I mean, it's not good. It might be good for you personally or something like that, but it's not good
No,
for
it's
humanity.
not. It doesn't have any benefit for me because the way things are going. I mean, look how things are going, right? AI is gonna take over. Most of the jobs are gonna be meaningless, and then you're gonna have some sort of citizen pay, um, and then you have to comply with the system, or else you don't get your money, or it's not even money; it's some programmable currency type of system. Matter. Nothing. Even if you know what's going on or not, you can't start with this, can you? So you're gonna comply, and you're gonna get those shots and the booster shots, and that's it.
Well, not really, because 30% of people didn't do that. We can increase that percentage.
Yeah. I don't know, to be honest with you. It's just all a big fuck up. But it is what it is. What can you do? What can you do?
Well, look at this, right? 2020, they did a survey in Brazil. 7% of people are flat earthers in Brazil back in 2020. Now, in 2026, now they did another survey. Now it's 22%. It's a
Doesn't
huge
matter.
amount
It's
of
too.
people. A huge amount of people have woken up to their heliocentric bullshit, right? And that's just in one country. Okay, if you add up the percentages of people in each country that know about this, that are critical thinkers, right, that have woken up to their bullshit, that's a lot of people. And that's that can increase at a rapid rate because, like you said before, the censorship's changing, right? Flat Earth was one of the most censored topics between 2016 and 2025, right? It was shadow banned, and now all of a sudden, Flat Earth is going viral on TikTok, on Facebook, on Instagram, on all of these platforms, on X. Flat Earth videos are getting millions of views, hundreds of thousands of views, and now it's it's becoming much more well known. The information's getting out there, and I think over the next couple of years, it's going to make a huge change. Right, those numbers are going to be increasing at a rapid pace. So I think people need to get out there. People need to start making content, posting content, and putting out good arguments, good information. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of like what you said, right? This enslavement.
We already enslaved, though. This enslavement is always gonna
Yeah, but it could
continue.
get much worse, my friend. Much worse.
It is gonna get much worse.
Well, with that attitude, maybe, but
It is
Yeah.
already getting much worse with AI. We will own nothing and be happy. Haven't you heard? Haven't you gotten the memo?
Yeah,
We
but this
will.
is
Yeah.
the thing. People treat these elite scum like they're some kind of gods, right? And think that
Yeah,
they
they're
can do all
not.
of
The
these
the people
amazing
always have
things.
the power, but the people are
Well, that's what you're
God.
talking like. You're saying that we are going to be enslaved, right? These people are going to somehow convince people that they can own nothing and be happy, right? I call bullshit on all of that.
But you have. I
Right?
also called bullshit and all that until I saw how people acted during COVID and how they got those shots for a fucking burger and fries with that and a shake.
And fries, gotta throw in the fries.
Yeah, they got a fries as well. Don't forget the fries. You can't forget the fries. So
Yeah, it
that's
was
how
shocking. It was
bullshit that.
shocking. Yep. Maybe it was a wake up call though.
I don't know.
You gonna say something, Jedi?
Jedi Master, use the
Yeah, a little bit
Force.
of background noise. I'll jump in a minute, guys. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, I got the clip. I got a funny clip. Here it is. This is the most cringe clip ever from the 2020 situation.
Is that the guy with the burger? I thought it was a. I didn't know it was real in the big. The first time I saw it, I thought it was like a parody or some comedy shit. I didn't know it was real.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it. I'll play it through the bot.
That guy is a fucking sellout. Whoever that guy is should be tracked down and should be shamed. He should be fucking shamed for selling his soul.
Net.
Mm,
No.
I don't think-
DJ, when we get a second, remind me later that I want to talk to you about witches,
Okay.
specifically witches.
All right. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Are you DJ? Are you a real DJ? I'm a real DJ. Are you a real DJ?
No, it's nothing to
No,
do
you
with
just
that.
want to be
It's
called
it's
DJ.
not what DJ stands for in my name.
Ah, I see. I got you. DJ. I got you.
This is not playing.
I got vaccinated.
What's that? Someone say something?
No, not
Are
that.
people here really gonna discuss if Earth spins around or not?
They're not
Yeah.
going to
What?
prove it. No.
What did he say? Spring?
People don't even know why the globe spins. If the globe was spinning, why does it spin? They don't even know that. They can't even
It's
answer
what
that
we have been
question.
told in the book.
Yeah, I know, but like if they believe it spins, they don't even know how or why. How does it spin? How did it start spinning? Why did it start spinning the direction
See,
it's spinning?
many planets have collided with Earth back then, and that created a momentum which still continues today.
That's not
Did you
even
see it?
see.
Did
That's
you?
what I mean. That's not even the correct answer. It's completely just
Then tell
butchered it.
me, why does the planet Venus spin the opposite way?
It doesn't.
That's
Earth
cool.
doesn't spin, and that's not how they claim that the Earth started spinning.
Now, then tell me, why does the planet Venus spin the way around? Not
It's
like
probably
Earth,
Earth is
but the opposite way.
Earth does not spin at all. Earth is stationary, right? You just believe it spins because that's what you got told, and you don't have any evidence
See,
for it spinning.
if
Now,
Earth
it
does
wasn't
not
because
spin,
another planet, it wasn't even in the globe model, right? It's not because another planet bumped into the Earth, right? So do you think that the Earth used to be not spinning, and then another planet ran into it and started it spinning? Is that what you're claiming?
That is what he's
yeah, 'cause
claiming.
that's what
Yeah.
happens with every planet out there.
Oh, really? So the Earth was a planet, but it wasn't spinning, and then another planet ran into it, bounced off it and started, and then that started
Yes.
the Earth spinning.
Ding ding
What,
ding ding ding.
did you just make that up?
Because Earth did not have any atmosphere back then. It was just like a rock ball.
Where did you get that story from that you just made up, though?
Called it out the Ganges.
Yeah, dude, that's not even the story, right? They claimed it started with dust, right? Dust was spinning a certain direction, and then eventually it turned into the Earth somehow, right? And that's why the Earth's spinning, right? They don't say that some other planet it wasn't spinning and then another planet bumped into it and that started it spinning. Like it's like you just made that shit up. What the hell?
Then tell me, why does the planet Venus spin the opposite way?
The opposite way
DJ,
to what?
The opposite way. Venus. It spins
the Earth,
the other way.
the other way to what? The Earth doesn't spin. There's no opposite way that it's spinning. The Earth is not a planet and it's not spinning.
Earth is not a planet?
Correct.
What?
I love that surprise. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Then what is it? What is Earth?
The Earth
Tell me, what is it? What is Earth?
It's a flat topographical plane that you can think of like the foundation of the system that we live in. It measures flat and there's no curvature. So it can't be a planet.
So
Kumbaya, brother.
ask you-
Kumbaya.
can I
Just
ask
say
you-
kumbaya. Just say kumbaya, brother. Just say kumbaya.
What
Just sing some
can I
kumbaya.
ask you,
Sing kumbaya.
Mr. DJ?
Just sing some kumbaya, brother. We need to start
Let me
singing
finish.
kumbaya again, brother. I swear, we need to start singing kumbaya.
All right, so just to point out that you don't know what you're talking about within your own model, okay, so how did the Earth start spinning? The Earth originally started spinning 4.6 billion years ago to the conservation of angular momentum as the solar system collapsed from a massive, slowly rotating cloud of gas and dust. As gravity pulled this material together to form the sun and planets, the shrinking spinning cloud began to rotate faster, similar to a figure skater pulling in their arms, transferring that spin to the forming Earth, right? So not what you said, okay? Isn't it funny that you guys just make up stories and you don't even know your own model? And the flat earthers have to teach you your own model. That's crazy.
What does the flat Earth model say? Tell me.
Huh? Say that again?
What does the flat Earth model of yours say? Can you tell me?
Say what does it say about what?
What is flat Earth according to you? Tell me.
Flat. Okay, flat's not a shape, right? Flat's the description of the surface of the Earth not curving over distance, specifically over the surface of the water, which covers most of the known area of the Earth. Right? So it means that
Earth has an edge. Earth has an edge, according to you.
No. Flat is not a shape. Okay, we're not claiming to know the
It's
shape.
not a shape. I know. It's not a shape. I know. It's like the surface. How we sorry, my English
The
is not
surface
very,
description. Yeah, so if the
what should I
surface of something is flat, it doesn't really matter what the shape is, or it's not going to make the surface, right, not be flat
Yeah, so
anymore.
if Earth is flat, it must have an end, right?
Maybe. I don't
must have
claim
an
to
edge
know.
or a
Maybe.
corner.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe. Yep. I can agree with that logic.
So
inconsequential. So
And
can you tell me how many people have fallen off that edge?
1, 2,
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5, 6. That's a ridiculous question,
I don't get
dude.
it with these low IQ questions.
If Earth has an edge, why don't
Has your room got an
See-
end? Your room, has it got an end? In your room, in your house, does your house have an end?
Yes, my house has an end.
Okay, what happens when you reach the end of your house? Do you fall off?
Bro, I'm not saying that.
No, I'm
Like,
asking you, dude. What happens when you reach the edge of your house? Do you fall off?
Sir?
well, no, there's a
There's a
really big
wall.
wall.
Oh, okay, cool, good. Now we've reached something here. We've got a few situations. What happens at the limit of a system? You could fall off. You could hit a wall. Until we go there, we don't know, though, do we? It's a question for
So,
you.
no personal
If we
history has
don't,
even got there.
no, hold on. I want you to answer the question. If we don't go to the limit, we don't know what's going to happen at the limit, do we?
No, we don't.
Okay, cool. So I'll grant you, if we're inside a system, then logically there must be an end to the system. But I don't know where the end of the system is or what happens when you get there.
Sorry?
I don't know what happens at the end of the system when you get there.
Okay.
Next question.
Wait, I have to think. It's not like I have a list of questions. I have
That's
to think.
fine. No problem. I appreciate you
Where are you
thinking.
from? Where are you from?
Who?
You.
Before telling that, my opinion is Earth is a globe. Okay, and I'm from India.
Yes. Okay, that explains a lot.
Yeah, that explains it.
How do you think that explains it?
Does.
Because you
What
guys
is
think
my nationality?
you live on a
What is
ball and you got magic green colored rocket ships that land on the moon and they tip over.
How do we
Do you
think
think?
airplanes come back?
Hey, do you think moon is round?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, sure, it's
Yeah,
around.
but
It looks round to me.
moon is a part. Moon is a part of planet Earth.
No, it's
No, it's
not.
not. What did
Okay,
you do
so
to these
tell me
guys?
how was moon formed?
Did you know that the moon is in the sky?
I think he
It's
thought he
beyond
joined
the
the moon
sky.
channel.
It's in the space, not in the sky. It's beyond
No,
the
it's
sky.
I can only see it in the sky, so I don't know where it is for you. Anyway, did you know that the Earth is what you're standing on?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. So they're not the same thing. So you see how I figured that out?
No, not the
What
same
do you
thing?
mean? I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Can you
We
You
explain?
don't
don't get it? Okay, I don't know what else to tell you.
He doesn't get it.
Yeah, let me explain it really quickly, okay? So, we don't think that the Earth is a planet floating around in outer space, like we were all
In an
brought up to
orbit,
believe.
in a specific orbit around the sun.
No, that's the globe model, okay? We don't believe that the globe model is correct, okay? So don't try to put the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? The Earth doesn't
Okay,
have any
so
character. Listen. The Earth,
yeah.
the Earth is not like the things that you see in the sky. It's different. Doesn't have any of the characteristics of the things that you see in the sky. Right? The Earth,
Then
if we
what?
go out and test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature. So it can't be a planet, can't be a curved surface if there's no curvature.
Oh, okay. So what was I gonna ask? Wait. Why does Earth have like many seasons? Summer, winter. Tell me that.
It's due to the way that the sun moves. the path of the sun. All right, it creates daytime, nighttime, seasons. Okay, that's also responsible for the pressure systems that we have
That's
as well.
because Earth moves around the sun.
No, the sun moves over the sky, right? You see the sun moving. The Earth doesn't move. The sun moves. The moon moves.
Yeah,
That's what we
because
experience.
the sun moves because Earth spins around.
Well, you don't have any
Okay?
evidence of that, right? What you have evidence of is that the Earth doesn't move and that the sun is moving in the sky. That's what you have evidence of. Okay, you've been
Let
taught
me answer.
you've
No,
been
no,
taught
no.
the opposite. You've been taught the
DJ,
opposite and you
DJ.
just believe it.
There is a much simpler thing. So,
Oh, I
can you
know.
still hear me? Okay, yeah. There's a much simpler thing. So so what I was gonna ask him, how many flu shots or COVID vaccinations have you
No, we're
taken?
not going to talk about that, Dylan. We can't do it.
No,
We can't take the
I would
risks.
just want a yes or no. I just want a number, please. Just
No,
a number.
no.
Second
Stop.
time you talk about that. Stop, dude.
Why does that's a weird place to go to.
It's not
No,
because
it's not weird.
depending on how many he has taken,
We know what you're trying to
it
do,
tells
Dylan,
me
dude. You're not tricking
I'm not
anybody.
trying to do anything, brother.
Then stop talking about it.
The number correlates to how brainwashed
So you're
it
not
is.
gonna. So I have to put you on mute because you're gonna be a fucking dumb fuck. Stop talking about it.
He's trying to get out of it by talking about that, so he gets muted and says, "Look, I won."
No, that was a different guy. Dylan's
Hello?
a skeptic against the
Dylan,
globe.
we're streaming this on YouTube. We can't talk about that. We're not gonna lose our YouTube channels because you feel compelled to blab about it. Go start your own shit and blab about it there.
Hello?
Right. Niha.
Do you know about Coriolis force? I learned that in my 9th grade in geography class.
Okay, that doesn't exist, dude. There is no Earth-based Coriolis.
What's the YouTube channel name? Can I know it?
Because that's how clouds move around the Earth because of the Coriolis force.
Okay, what's your evidence for that? I mean, let's just get this simple. We listen. We know all the stories that you're telling us. There's no evidence for those stories. There's no evidence that seasons are caused by the orbit and the tilt of the Earth. There's no evidence for orbits at all. There's no evidence for any of this stuff. It's just a story. What's the evidence that the Earth moves? The actual physical evidence.
Also, Nihar, you just like to point out, dude, cloud moves in all directions. Okay, you
Yeah, I
understand?
know, right?
It's just weird to bring that up. Clouds move in all directions. Don't do that Coriolis thing with them, please.
And how would you know that Coriolis is the reason clouds do anything? Who did that experiment? Who did that test?
He can see what I posted. Clouds are going in more than two directions in that
So
image I
Nyhart,
posted.
Nyhart, you know that all attempts to detect the motion of the Earth have failed, right? Going all the way back to the Michelson-Morley experiment at the end of the 1800s. It's the reason general relativity, Einstein, it's the reason it was invented because they can't detect the motion of the Earth. Did you know that? They don't tell you that in school.
Do you know Foucault's pendulum?
Oh God, you're just
That
reading a list. Yes, I know what a Foucault's pendulum is.
Foucault.
Yes, Foucault. Well, Foucault is the real pronunciation, but
I don't know how to
that
pronounce
doesn't
it.
measure the rotation of the Earth. Listen, just think about it for a second. All you have to do is think about it.
So you don't
The
even
way you would
that's
measure the rotation of the Earth with a Foucault's pendulum is, right? The pendulum is swinging, and the Earth is spinning beneath the pendulum, but the pendulum is in a different frame of reference, right? Swinging back and forth straight, and then the Earth is spinning underneath it, and because you're on the Earth, the pendulum looks like it's moving, rotating, right?
There is no force pushing the pendulum, okay?
Okay.
The
The
shift
pendulum's
happens because
attached to
the
the Earth.
Earth.
The pendulum is in the rotating reference frame, dude.
No,
It's
the
not in the
shift.
external reference frame.
Well, it just so happens 3 weeks ago I went to see one, and it's funny that you guys talk about this because in the display, all the pictures are on my wife's phone. I'll try to remember to get them. The display shows the pendulum being set up at the North Pole, like a drawing of it, and then explains that where we are at, they set their contraption up so that it will move to the degrees it's supposed to because it can only work like at the North Pole according to them. So for them to show the example here, I got a picture of the wire it's attached to and it going boing off the sides where it goes back and forth because it's being swung by a magnet, and you can see it. I got pictures of all that. I video of it, and
I
I
bet you
even
can hear
said
it
it
if
in
it's
front.
quiet.
Oh no, you'll see it. You'll see this thing. You're gonna laugh when you see how they set this up. I hope I took a picture of the explanation. If not, I'll drive back down there and take a picture. It's in the entranceway. I don't need a ticket to get in. So yeah, they're motor controlled. So there you go. That's how they work, by motors. That's all you get, dude. Yeah, they're motor controlled.
Do you even
Dude,
understand
what's the YouTube channel name?
what's the YouTube channel?
Yeah,
What?
what is the name of the YouTube channel?
Speak louder,
Guys,
I can't hear you.
that train image, can you see it?
Do you understand the things that you're bringing up? I know you're
Yes, I
just
do.
reading a list on a web page. Do you understand
No.
what you're talking about? Because if you say, "Hey, Foucault's pendulum," and then we give you an answer, and you don't understand from your end, you're not going to understand our answer. So anyone can just read the list. I know you're probably just practicing English, but it's
Yes,
well
I'm
known, and
practicing.
Einstein himself said that you cannot detect the motion of the Earth from the surface of the Earth.
Oh,
Who just called me a
by
liar?
the way, before asking any further
Hold
questions,
on, who called me a
can I ask
liar?
you before?
The guy who
You want to put money on it?
who has a
You want to put
microphone in
money
the
on it?
other room.
Do you want to put money on it?
Nah, you're a liar.
You're not
You
allowed
want
to
to put
bet.
money on it that I'm telling the truth? Do you want to bet?
No, you are a liar.
Of course you don't. No, you're a liar. You're a troll. So I'm going to
Alright, I'm
post
gonna
in the
check.
chat. So Einstein said it at a conference he gave in Kyoto, Japan. We have the transcript. So shut your hole.
That wasn't Niha that was saying that, by the way. That was
I know that. I know who it was.
yeah, Islam, I think it was.
Giving a bad name to Islam.
Your mom is bad. My name is good.
Alright, you're going on mute, bud.
You know, let's get off moms, dude.
Someone muted me.
Yeah, that was a
I did.
mistake.
Yay!
I did for no. I muted. No, I muted him just so I could deal with him for a second.
Oh, what this?
Yeah, I just didn't like when we're moderating somebody. I just tend to mute everybody else that's talking and just moderate that person, so it doesn't end up in a shit show, which is what they want. So I try to eliminate the chaos aspect of it.
Okay, okay, I understand.
Well, because they come in
So
here, they
before
just want to cause chaos. That's their only motivation.
so before asking any further questions, can I ask you
You understand
until
the
which
answers
grade
that you got so
you
far?
study?
Can I ask you a question? Did you understand any of the answers that you got?
You can counter ask me questions if you want. I can answer them.
Okay, I just did ask you a question. Did you understand the answers that we gave you The answer is no.
Well, I cannot accept them as answers actually.
You don't even know the claim. How can you accept the answer? You don't know what they're. How does the Foucault pendulum measure the rotation of the Earth? It's in the reference frame that it's not supposed to be in. It's attached to the Earth, right?
Well, we would
Yeah,
have
but
to. He doesn't know what the reference frame is. We would have to spend an
I
hour
know.
explaining that first. It's ridiculous, really.
He doesn't know.
it must be with the language barrier, maybe.
Yeah, but the Earth, right? The pendulum's supposed to be swinging, and the Earth's supposed to be underneath the pendulum, spinning. And if you're on that Earth, on the spinning ball, from your perspective, you see the pendulum
Oh, okay.
process, but it's actually not
Mhm.
processing. It just looks like it from your point of view. Do you understand? But that's not what we have here.
Mhm.
The
Oh,
pendulum
so
is
it is.
attached to the Earth. It's in the rotating reference frame. But you have no idea
Okay.
what I'm talking about. The point is Foucault's pendulum don't measure the rotation of the Earth.
So it's
There's other
physically
tests.
attached to like a building or a crane, which is attached to the earth.
Do you know the what do they call it? A merry-go-round is?
Ferris wheel?
No, the other horizontal. The
Oh,
other
a
way.
horse.
A
The
merry-go-round. Carousel. Yeah, there we go. I don't know what they call it in other countries. Here, I mean, maybe I can post it. Maybe someone else posted a picture.
Oh, so you mean the pendulum or like a crane building attached to the earth? Okay, that you mean.
Yes, that means it's.
Oh,
It
so
has to be
if you
off the Earth.
start if you start the pendulum swinging toward a specific place or like a star, it will keep swinging towards that object.
Uh-huh.
If you think you live on a globe, the pendulum arm that's mounted to the Earth is supposed to be orbiting or going around the axis of the Earth, dragging the swinging plumb bob with it. So, so it's like why is it they don't move unless you start to swing it yourself? I thought the Earth was moving it.
Yes, the earth moves it.
Right. So the claim is the Earth moves it, but it doesn't detect any rotation around an axis. The claim is, though, you have to start swinging it back and forth in order to detect that motion. But why is that the case?
The English hub. Wait, I'm joining from my phone because my PC is
That's
having some
okay.
problem.
Let me ask you something. You ever see a major construction site in a huge city where they have cranes towering up hundreds and hundreds of feet in the air?
Yes.
When the construction crew goes home for the day and the crane operator leaves, you'll often see the crane has suspended a long cable down from it with a heavy weight on the bottom. Sometimes they'll put flags and stuff on the cables, but that plumb bob doesn't move.
Do you know it takes a lot of time for that to move, and the cranes move by themselves. Like they have to be controlled, right? Like
What he's saying is, why isn't the rotation of the Earth making them move?
Right. It should be pulling the cable, should be pulling the string with the weight at the bottom of it, should be yanking it along in circles all by itself.
Because the crane, the air around it, the ground it stands on are all moving together at the same exact speed.
Then why does it decouple when
That's
you
why
start
they don't.
moving the pendulum? If all the velocities are netting out, why does it change then the velocity of the
What?
freely moving pendulum?
Oh, the reason the two called pendulum, I don't know how to pronounce it, moves while the crane doesn't, because they are attached. Comes down to how they are attached. I have to translate all that in my head. Sorry. In the case of the crane, the cable is usually wound tightly around the drum and held in a place by heavy like machinery or concrete or something. It is locked into the earth's frame of reference. It has to
Did you
follow
just
the
make that up?
crane's rotation. No, it's not made.
Really?
And the pendulum, the oh my god, my father is here. Wait, I have to go.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Hey,
Hi.
sorry. Where did I finish? Can you tell me?
You were trying to make something up about why cranes don't move.
Why they don't move? Okay, so
Oh, wait
they
a
don't.
second. The cranes are attached to the ground with concrete, right? Did you know that the pendulum is attached to the concrete building it's hanging from?
What?
I know, isn't it amazing?
Wait, what? Tell me.
Your pendulum is connected to a beam that's in the concrete building. They got to hang it from something. They got to hang the motor somewhere. So it's attached to the ceiling of the building it's in. So it's attached to the ground just like the building is because it's attached to the building.
Thus, like it is usually it uses special like high precision. How we do say
Attached to the building.
swivel, like a swivel. Do you know
Yeah,
swivel is?
it's attached to the building. Do you know
See,
what a building is?
it says, yeah. Because the pendulum connection is so loose, the building
No, it's
can
not.
rotate
I'll show you
around the
how loose
wire.
it's not. It's a steel cable holding this thing, and it hits the side where it goes boing as it hits the one side. I think it's funny. You can actually see the cable vibrating. So, yeah, that's definitely not precision there. The reason why it works is it's got a little motor turning it so that it can go little bit at a time and knock down little dominoes.
Can you listen to me for 1 second?
1 second.
1 second.
All right, I can go now. All right. That
See,
was awesome.
see. Because the pendulum connection is loose. Oh my god, who's it on the door? Wait.
What the hell is this?
You know what's funny with these guys? I mean, not exactly this guy because he actually has been here. I mean, someone comes in and they're like,
Came home.
"We can
I
repeat
must
back
go.
what they
Otherwise came home. Sorry.
we
My
can
father
repeat
was
back
came home. I have to
what
go.
they told us 2 days ago, but they can't repeat back what we told them 5 seconds ago."
Yo, nice beard.
I hate
You got,
feminism.
you got some guys that are into you.
Or they're just not listening to what you're saying and just waiting to talk. Also, shout out to the beard.
He'll be back, hopefully. He was like, "What was I talking about?" We'll remind you because we actually listen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even understand why he wants to die on the Foucault's hill. It's just a dumb parlor trick. Everybody knows it. Even the Globers are backing away from it. Only the baby Globers keep pushing that shit. It's weird. He might as well gone with toilets in Australia. It's just as dumb. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Swole Dog. That's exactly. I'm not even going to entertain the edge question one more time. As soon as they ask me that next time, I'm going to go into some kind of IQ test with them. They're going to have to repeat back a number, or they're going to have to entertain a hypothetical. Just because I need to know at that point if I'm talking to someone who can, reason, who has some kind of IQ. Because the edge question is that's the worst one for me. Repeat back is a good test. Can you retain information or not? And usually they can't, so it's kind of pointless at that time. I mean, we can torture them, obviously, for the entertainment value, but yeah.
Talking about hypotheticals, Judge, will there be like a requirement of a type of hypotheticals that we can entertain? Like would it have to be like a valid hypothetical? Like the valid hypothesis? But in the hypothetical, would it require certain parameters to be a valid one? Or can someone just make any hypothetical for whatever imaginary thing?
The one they use in psychology is the regular one. Can you imagine what it would be like to not, if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? And usually the dumb people say, "But I did eat breakfast this morning." So
okay, yeah,
just
that
an
will be
example.
for me. That will be a valid one, yeah.
Yeah. But what if you didn't? But I did. And they keep doubling down on it.
People who act like that are usually very easy to psychologically control, manipulate, because already they're thinking that your question is an attack or an accusation.
Right.
So from there, you can manipulate their pride and ego up and down, like a light switch.
You're so smart.
No, I'm not smart. I'm just well read and well studied and practiced on this subject.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't want to talk about India when he's in here, but I got to tell you, man, it's so funny when someone comes in. They talk to you for like a minute or so, and you say, "Hey, I remember that. We talked about this exact thing 3 weeks ago on a Saturday at no, but like oh, that was you 2 days ago." So we can repeat back everything they say to us because we do have the ability to retain information, but they cannot repeat back things we told them a few seconds ago, and I just find it weird. It's very
Just because you're a
entertaining, though.
nerd with hyperthymesia doesn't mean you're super intelligent. But it does kind of give you an advantage that way, doesn't it?
Yep. Yeah, I'm a little jelly there, lads. Swole dog. I can't get to 225 yet, but I'm almost there. Almost there. Give me a few more weeks.
Five more years. 5 more years.
Not a chance. This summer, it'll happen. Problem for me is that I lose it quickly because I have high metabolism, so I got to eat constantly. I got to work out pretty often, and I have been super busy with work the last couple of months. So I've let it slide, and it goes quickly. I mean, you lose on the machine quickly when you have to work it up again.
I've been doing a little bit of research on it, and they say that like when you're benching, if you put weight heavier than you can bench on the bar and then just get under the bar and lift it up and hold it for 30 seconds per set, then it'll train your muscles to lift it. So like if let's say you put up like 255 on the bar and you just hold it there, and then in a week or 2 or 3, you come back and you can probably bench 5 1 rep.
Right. Oh, I forgot about that point, Jager Bruno. Yeah, we should have done that to this guy. Yeah, we'll show you the edge as soon as you show us some upside down people on your edge.
It's a good point, Yaga. Good for you, bro.
I don't recognize that voice. Welcome in, everybody.
All right, I have some time. Let's have some fun with you, Islam. What's your best evidence for you living on a globe in space? Come up to the stand, I'll swear you in. We'll make a judgment. Islam, we're talking to you. You've been unmuted. No? Oh, he got scared. He ran away. All righty. Well, there we go. Maybe someone else is in here. Do you want to talk about Earth? Do you have any evidence for living on a ball in space? Come on up. This is going to be a beautiful day on the flat Earth. Says he Daja left. Okay. Trutix. Who is that? Why do I recognize the name? You flat earther, bro? Or miss, ma'am?
Do you recognize my name?
I think I've seen it. You Glober?
What?
Do
I
you
didn't
think?
hear.
Do you think you live on a ball in space?
I don't know. But you think that Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, it's a knowledge that I have. I actually went outside. I measured it one time. Actually, more than one time. I did one in Sweden, and I've done one over where I live here. Look, it's knowledge. Like you know your height, right? You don't have to tell me, but you probably know how tall you are.
Yes,
Yeah, and how did you figure that out?
by measuring.
Right. So once you measure it, it's not like a belief or anything. You just know it. So same thing with us. You know, do you happen to know the size of Earth? Have anybody told you at some point?
Mm, yes, like I watched that um something in the YouTube and TV.
So you know how big Earth is?
Nope.
They have given us a value. They say that the radius of Earth is 3,959 miles. It's not that big, actually. So because we have that number, we can figure out how much curvature there has to be on Earth. You understand?
Probably not.
All right, let me show you a picture in the chat. It's easier. There you go. Excuse me. So look, they tell us the size of the ball, right? They say it's 3,959 miles. So we can calculate over 10 miles, there has to be 20 meters of curvature. I'm going to do the metric system with you. You know how much 20 meters is? You with me?
I think we might have to ask him to repeat some things just to make sure he's following.
Yeah. Am I coming through clearly?
Oh, you're perfectly clear, man. He seems distracted.
Yeah. Well, we have all the time in the world. We have 24/7. We're here, so I'm not going to stress him. Sometimes people also just need to think a little bit. So, dude, Truthix, you have that picture in the chat. You can look at it, and when you have time, we can continue. I want to ask you a couple of questions about it.
Something tells me he might be doing a little Googling right now.
Yeah. Well, that's a good first step, I suppose. Go ask AI about it. See what it tells you to tell us. We get time. Nobody else is here. Get some other people. Maybe somebody else want to come up to the stand. Do you swear to tell the truth about your globe retardedness, and so help you, your creator? We'll see. See if they want to do that. Mitsumi.
I'd like to play Globe Defender.
You want to be the globe defender?
Yeah, if we're on a roll.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you, your creator?
I swear on the creator.
All right. What's your best globe evidence? Bring it.
Emorori 8. Live stream. A little bit delayed, but it shows the curvature of the Earth from. I'd have to Google how far away it is.
Google it.
Is it a live stream?
I believe it's a 30-second or so delay, right?
No, it's a 10-minute delay. Every 10 minutes, it sends an image. at a live stream.
You know, I wish I had more on this because I recall maybe almost 10 years ago now, people discovered the unopen FTP server. Like they left a port open that you could go visit, and you can see all the back end data and imagery that Himawari 8 was working with. And then you can read what they're actually doing. They pre-render images of clouds to superimpose on bitmaps of a globe. And they match the weather conditions to the pre-rendered clouds. There's
So
like
you're saying these images are renderings?
Yeah. In fact, like I remember thinking, no, there's no way this is true because I thought flat Earth was stupid, and I was hearing this from flat
I'll
earthers, and
post a link to it. I still
yeah,
have it.
I was able to get into that server using like Qt FTP or something back then, and I'm poking around, and then I'm reading like these text files that talk about how they're using like 3D wireframe meshes of a globe and wrapping them with bitmaps and updating the cloud data based off of local weather conditions. It was ridiculous. I'm like, holy shit, this is true. And then I
I had
forgot
a link
about
to
it.
the software even that would wrap the bitmaps to a imaginary sphere.
That's awesome.
All the
Thanks for
clouds are
posting that.
pre-generated, and they had dates that went out like 7 or 8 years pre-generated.
Yeah, that's right.
So you're saying this is past tense? It's no longer available, or what?
I don't know. You can check. I just posted the links.
That's it.
Yeah. Of course, I can't click on the link. I have to I can't even copy.
It's an FTP site. You know what that is?
No, but I can't
File
even copy the
transfer
single
protocol.
file transfer protocol. I can't even copy the single. I have to copy like all three of them at once. Let me do that.
Well, one thing is, I don't think FTP is supported by Google's Chrome anymore. I don't know about Edge. You used to be able to use it in a browser, but I don't know if you can do that anymore.
Yeah, Chrome's trying to load it right now. We'll see what happens. But you flat earthers are saying that the images that you can request from the satellite are renderings and
You
basically
can't
just fake.
request them from the satellite, dude. What are you talking about?
What do you
You
mean? You
can't
can
get
go
them right off of
online.
Himawari. You can't
You
get them
can
right
go
off of
online
Himawari.
and download it, right?
Okay,
You
that's
can hit.
third. Look, bro. We've researched this very thoroughly. Okay, so don't tell me what you can do. I know what you can do. The images that they show you are second order post processed, meaning there's data that they get from the satellite, and then they have a process where they take that data and turn it into something, and then they take it again and run it through another process, another filtering process, and turn it into something, and then you get it. You can't get the raw information. You can't even get the second order raw information. Not
So
even academics can get it.
because you can't verify the information yourself, you're not trusting.
Nobody can verify it.
And you're
Why
saying
should I
that.
trust why should I be trusting anything? What are you talking about?
And you're saying that you can clearly, from these FTP sites, you can see that they altered it and rendered
That they're
the images that they
pre-generated.
provide.
They're pre-generated. They're not photographs, dude. What aren't you understanding?
Well, that's curious. But it is a satellite from space, right?
Is
So
that what you
even
think?
though I'm asking, it's a satellite that are sending images, right?
Is it?
Space.
Yeah, I mean, you can
So they're
request
taking
them
pictures from a
online.
place that can't exist. I mean, that's cute.
What do you mean it can't exist?
Outer space vacuum can't exist.
What are you talking about? We just had Artemis 2
We did.
astronauts from
Can I?
planet Earth
Go ahead.
go into trajectory and slingshot into space, and they
Okay.
provided us all the footage.
Okay.
Really?
Okay. So this is a little bit, and I'll explain why. But please let me go through the analogy. This is like me telling you through a wardrobe, but when I get to the other side of my wardrobe, I'll get to Narnia. And when I get to Narnia, there's a line that I can talk to. That's what that story sounds like. You know that Narnia doesn't exist, right? That's obvious. Now we know that the vacuum of
Wait
space
a minute.
can't exist, and that's kind of obvious too. I'll ask you this question: what's the
People
definition
watched.
of gas pressure?
People watched the
Dude,
rocket
excuse
go
me.
into
Excuse me.
space, sir.
Excuse me. Yeah, people watch me walk into the wardrobe. What's the definition of gas pressure?
No one has seen you walk into your
What's the
own wardrobe.
definition of gas pressure, Amorpheus J? How do I achieve gas pressure?
What do you mean? It's the second law of
It's the
thermodynamics.
pressure that the gases exert on the walls of his container.
Gas pressure is a natural thing. What are you talking about?
No, gas pressure. When you're talking about the laws of thermodynamics, that's gas expansion into a vacuum, an available space, which is what the vacuum is, and our gas would do if that law was to apply, which it does, to stop that expansion of the lovely gas that we breathe into the available space where Artemis 2 is said to have gone. Then we're going to need a container, a physical barrier to stop that expansion. Once that barrier, that physical container, is in place around that fixed volume, by consequence of the containment of that gas is now under pressure. We've got gas pressure. That requires a container. If
You
you're
don't
going to tell
understand.
me that a rocket went to the vacuum of space, then you're going to need a container to achieve our pressure and stop our gas expanding into that vacuum. The
Well,
vacuum
I
of
was
space
told.
is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, dude.
Well, I was told that we have a gradient of pressure, and it just dissipates into the vacuum at such a low rate. But
Yeah,
it
that's
it
just
is
a silly idea, though, dude. That would be the violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You saying it just equally graduates away and disperses into friggin' nothing. No, all of the gas would fuck off, right?
well because we can't scale it to a mass that has gravity that contains such a gradient.
Okay, so you're now going to tell me that gravity stops the gas expansion, right? Right? You're telling me
That's
that gravity violates the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics clearly states gas expansion into a vacuum. You're saying, yeah, but no.
well what we were taught, what scientists know, right?
I'm telling you what scientists know. I'm telling you the law.
Scientists know that the gas pressure is a gradient. We cannot
Yeah. Sorry, what's
reproduce.
the definition of gas pressure again?
We cannot
When you
reproduce.
say gas, let me put it like this, dude, and I don't want to be rude. When you say gas pressure gradient, I'm still going to tell you that you require a container because you said the word gas pressure, right? When you say gas pressure, there's going to be a container, even if it's a graduated system, because I can make a graduated system inside a container. I'll just vary and manipulate the frigging temperature. That's fine. So, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
I don't know.
Okay, so this is the problem, right? You can't have gas pressure without a container. Second law of thermodynamics will dictate gas expansion into a vacuum. So if Artemis 2 has gone into a vacuum, so would a fucking gas, right?
So if you know all about this, then why haven't scientists Why don't we learn about this in school?
Dude, we've got lots of theories and ideas based on a presupposition that the world is a sphere and in place of how it must already bloody be working, right? But right at the base idea, we understand the second law of thermodynamics, and gas expands into a vacuum. The idea that gravity, whatever the fuck that is doing something to the gas would be a violation of that second law. Let's put it like this. It's not observed. You're just making it up. And I don't mean you, I mean the people that are telling you this is happening. You
So
know
the
what happens
scientists
every single time
are just
your
making it
girlfriend
up.
gets annoyed with you and she slashes your tires, right? The gas is going to come out your tires because the container was opened. Law of nature, dude.
So you're saying you're smarter than all of the
No,
scientists?
I'm
Why
not
are you
saying that I'm
straw manning
smarter.
him, dude? That shit
Yeah,
pisses me off.
I'm not saying I'm
I'm
smarter than
trying
all
my
of the
best, gentlemen.
scientists. I'm telling you that this story violates the second law of thermodynamics. You can demonstrate this for yourself. You try to contain gas without a container and watch it fuck off.
If this was so well known, then scientists would know this.
Yeah, Sir Arthur Eddington
Some
knew
do.
this back in like the early 1900s, and he quite clearly said that if your theory was against the second law of thermodynamics, he could offer you nothing but to collapse in the deepest humiliation. Yeah, this has been known about for like centuries, dude. I don't know about people's personal ideas and biases and what makes the universe go around in mathematics and people's heads and shit, but you can't have gas pressure without a container. Sorry.
It doesn't matter what scientists think. It only matters what the evidence says. That's it. Science is dictated by evidence, not the thoughts in the heads of scientists.
This is the part where I crash out.
Is
I get
it?
extreme cognitus and crash out.
Well, science is based upon observation and experiment, right?
Yeah,
That's the foundation,
observations are
right?
experiments.
Can you do science without those things?
You can prove things with math, okay?
Yeah, things about math. You can't prove things about the natural world with math. Because say I come up with a mathematical model about the way the world works. Don't I have to go into the natural world and do some experiment or observation to confirm that my math matches the natural world?
We have satellites in space.
There is no we in this configuration. You're not involved in any of that. You're not a spaceman. Why do you say we, though? Why do you think you're part of that?
We are human, right?
It's a story you heard, and somehow you decided that you're going to, jump into the bandwagon. They didn't invite you. Well, I guess they kind of did. What's the difference between these stories and any other stories that you hear every day? You hear stories about Superman. Why don't you believe those? How are you deciding what's truth in fiction?
I can't handle this. I don't know what to do.
That you don't know
Alright.
how to decide what's truth in fiction? Sorry. Good luck to you. Hopefully you don't end up with a rainbow girlfriend. Or boyfriend, whatever the case may be. Who knows? You won't be able to figure it out.
Transformers,
But hurt.
robots in disguise.
But my globe.
Autobots.
I'm going to break with it and say I liked GoBots better. I'm sorry. I thought the action was better, the characters were better.
It was definitely a better storyline. Transformers was a lame production.
Mm-hmm.
Though the drawings were cooler. I thought GoBots was more kid like. My little brother liked those.
What about Voltron? I got to revisit that. I was just a
Voltron.
little bit too young.
Which one? The car one or the lion one?
That was Thundercats, right?
No, that's something else.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it. I was just too young.
Thundercats.
Does anybody remember Jason the World Warriors?
Doesn't ring a bell.
No, not particularly.
He used to have a load of cars that used to turn into plants and shit, and he was being chased by some bionic spaceship across the universe. It's really weird. I used to love it.
That's trippy. I've never seen that. I wish I did.
Yeah. It's fantastic.
Amphibious, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I was trying to play a role, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah, what's up,
guess.
brother?
Where are you?
Played it really well.
Yeah. So good. I thought you were a Globetrot.
I just might be.
Well, I mean, you're really good at parroting their little debate tactics. So all the scientists were lying.
He was convincing, but on our server, he's valued. So.
Well, I mean, your
I
value
tried.
just went up by faking being a Globetrot. I mean, serious.
I tried to take the stand and defend it. I couldn't. I swore not to lie. So
I give you credit. You didn't straw man the gold position. So when Globers do these fake flat Earth versus they do some debate with a fake flat earther, the flat earther straw mans the flat Earth position, and then the Glober debates that, which is crazy. To even, I mean, they've done this on like modern day debates and all these their own platforms over the years. They've done this quite a few times. So at least you didn't straw man the Globetards.
yeah, I would have brought up, refraction is why we can see farther than we should. But to my understanding, I couldn't lie. So to my understanding, refraction would actually not allow us to see as far as a a clear day.
Their refraction explanation is just full of contradictions. It's just loaded in every which way you look.
But you just don't understand it.
Yeah, obviously. That's why I asked them and have them give me the answers. You guys never account for refraction. So I'll ask them, oh, you're right. I don't know how to do that. Can you tell me how to do that? And they can't. They have no idea. They have no idea how to account for anything. Well, oh, sure. Sorry, I didn't account for refraction. How do I account for that? Can you show us the formulas so I can? Nothing. Just fucking crickets.
Yeah. They just project when they say you don't understand it.
Exactly. Exactly.
I guess that's why guys like Ruhif stopped coming on here because their tactics don't work.
Probably.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we had the arena that we ran a few years back, and they stopped coming to that because they couldn't use any of the nonsense tactics they use, and it wasn't beneficial for them, so they stopped coming because it was a structured debate. and you could, and the main rule was whatever the subject was, say it was gravity, it had to be brought to its logical conclusion. You couldn't gish gallop to something else. So whatever it was they were talking about, they had to stay on that. Glovers don't
Nice.
like that because they want to deflect and go off into something else as soon as they're cornered.
Yeah, that would be very detrimental to their MO.
It was supremely effective.
Well, they think that it's all tied together. The only problem is you can't isolate anything, because if you isolate anything, the globe falls apart.
Yeah, and then they just say, well, everything works, but they can't be specific about it, which is, anyone being honest with themselves and looking into this on the fence would be like, that's a huge issue.
Dude, they can't even define what they mean by when they say it works. Or, oh, show me a working model. What do you mean by working model? Can you tell me exactly what that means so I know what to give you? They can't even do that. It's just rhetoric. There's nothing
Yeah,
to it. It's slogans and rhetoric. It's silly.
when they say it works, they just mean this is what the doctrine says.
Yeah, it works to do what? In what way does it work? Like, tell me what works. Like, what's working?
Well, we can predict eclipses.
Not with a globe.
We can predict the trajectory of all the planets.
That's also not with a globe.
We can
That's
predict
the thing. They
sunrise and
don't know
sunset.
how they don't know how the things that they say work in the first place. And they just imagine that those things only work because in their model there's a globe somewhere. So if I look at the math, I'm gonna find a globe of 3,959 mile radius somewhere in there. And you're not. You're not gonna find anything like that.
We
But
can predict sunrise and sunset.
yeah, how do you explain that on a flat Earth? And GPS has the word globe in it. So, checkmate.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not flat Earth positioning system.
Dude says ships go over the horizon. I tell him like, okay, the horizon's this distance. This is last night. And then he said, you can't use globe math. Like what? No, you're a flat earther. You can't use globe math. Like I'm doing like an internal critique of your claim. I have to use your claim to critique it. Like, what are you talking about?
It's blasphemy if you make mockery of the doctrine.
Yeah, what do you mean you understand the globe model?
They say that
What do you mean you understand what geometry is? What do you mean? You're not supposed to.
then they claim that they understand everything, all these claims that the heliocentric model brings. And if you can't replace it, then for some reason that's not good enough for them. So you have to be wrong because you can't replace their fallacious claims. How do I share this? How do I share this server? Get someone in here to defend the globe.
At the top, if you click on the room, um, if you're in the server, if you're on a computer, I think if you right click on the room, it'll bring up options like unpin channel, remove from channel list, copy link. You copy a link from there. The alternative.
Yeah. If you're on the phone, you just got to go to the outside. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
I figured it out.
and then just long press.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
Hey Yoder, just let you know you're hot, Mike.
Oh man, I'm smacking gum and typing on a keyboard. Thanks.
Just in case. Hey, do you chew that neuro gum by any chance, Yoder?
No, I'm actually chewing. What's this called here? Xylitol gum.
Okay, okay.
join discord.gg/flatearth and enter check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our
Hold on. Hey, Pinky Bandinsky, did you delete those Antarctica South Pole photo ops?
Yeah.
Who said yeah?
Pinky.
Yeah. But when you posted them, did you see that as providing evidence that there's a sphere?
I guess it depends on what model of flat Earth you have. Like, if you believe in that thing where it's like the ring of Antarctica is like this big ring that goes around, you know. If it's that model, then I guess that going to Antarctica would prove that that's not.
Well, apparently when you go south, you know.
No. There is no flat Earth model, and there is no globe Earth model also.
Yeah, we don't have a model. So if you go south from anywhere, you're going to end up at ice. I could guarantee that.
You'll get
with
to
my life.
the same spot because you could have multiple people.
Pardon me?
But that spot, like the ring, quote unquote, of ice that goes around, you could show that it's the same spot. So if you go south from Australia, then south from South America, if you have two people, they should get to the same spot. Or if you, yeah. Or if you,
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, actually, I mean, if you were allowed to go there, then yeah, sure.
Okay, so the thing I posted was a expeditions to fly there or to ski there if you really want to do it.
Cool. Have you got money to go and pay for that?
No, that's what he told us to do. He told us to save up money.
Yeah, I
to
said
go to
you
the
guys
South
should
Pole.
like choose the person you trust the most and then all save up because it's not that expensive, honestly.
You know,
hold on.
So this is something that needs to be addressed, right? So let's say I invited you to my house for a house party, right? But you were only allowed in the lounge. Would you say that then you could go to my entire house, or that you were restricted to only going to my lounge?
Well, I don't know what part you'd be restricted to go in.
Well, but that's the point, isn't it? You can't freely explore it, so you're not actually going wherever you want in Antarctica. You can't just go and check out whatever you want to do and do whatever tests you want to do. You have to collect your own wee and poo and all the rest, which is obviously very difficult. You've got to take supplies of water. It's not just the money, right? There's a lot of red tape. There's a lot of all sorts of governmental restrictions on top of that, right? So there's this kind of argument that, oh yeah, you can go to Antarctica. Yeah, you can go to Antarctica in the same way that you can go to my lounge for a house party. It doesn't mean that you can go to my house.
I don't think anyone's. I mean, first of all, even if there were restrictions of where you're allowed to go, I mean, I don't know who's going to stop you if you're just wandering through Antarctica, to be honest. But
give it a go.
Do you think anybody's just wandering through anywhere they want to go on the oceans, bro?
Yeah, I mean, that's a positive claim for the globe side, right? So why don't you just prove that that's true? Go to Antarctica on your own, in your own boat, and then just freely explore and see how far you get.
Yeah, that's not our claim. So why don't the globe earthers go there? You go there yourself. So why hasn't it been done until this point in 2023? When you're here telling or whatever, flat earthers to go to some place that it can't be gone to.
Wait, well, there is. I mean, I posted. I took it away. I can post it again.
Well, no, the south.
It's a red herring. It's a red herring, a non sequitur, and it doesn't apply when we have dozens and hundreds of shorelines all over the flat plain. We can do local observations and show that the globe Earth doesn't exist. There's no drop over distance ever been seen in reality or used.
Yeah, that's what I was.
So for example, even if they don't allow you to go wherever you want, all you need to do is get to the South Pole. Once you do that from, say, South America, and you can fly there, then you can ask them to fly me to Australia, and then you'll see that.
Get there. Now all it needs to get to you can't just like put on an extra swimsuit and just front crawl there. There's hundreds of
And dude, and you're just presupposing the whole idea that once you're at some location, you're on the bottom of a sphere.
I know exactly. What a doofus.
Well, no,
You know
wherever
what I'm saying?
you,
Let's,
I mean,
the fact that well, you have to start. Listen, in order for there to be a place, a locale as known as the South Pole, not just Antarctica, not some snow island.
Yeah.
You would have to have the sphere. You would have to have the spheroid Earth in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe if the Earth just expands on infinitely in all directions, but there's just a ring that surrounds this ocean place.
No. Listen, we're not talking about. We're talking about the globe model. The globe model has Antarctica as the polar cap of a spheroid.
Yeah. So what you can.
Okay, so would you agree that in order for a place such as the South Pole to exist, the Earth would first have to be spheroid?
Oh, yes, I agree. But what I'm saying,
let's let that sink in.
I know, but what I'm saying is, what you could do is fly from Puerto's area in South America to this one spot. Right now, this is the spot that you've been there before because maybe you can like leave something there, so it's the same spot, and also you'll just see this building's there. It's the South Pole, right? Now you fly back, you go to Australia, and then you can fly from Australia there in a similar amount of time.
Who did
that same spot. If it was that ring model, then you wouldn't be able to go to that same spot in that amount of time.
The spot with the shiny silver ball.
Yes.
Okay,
so basically, according to your model, that should be impossible to get to.
We don't have a model, and so if the planes are flying in level flight, that means they're flying over horizontal oceans, right?
And again, you said according to our model.
Wait, Sasha, I was waiting for him to answer that.
Oh, fine.
If planes are flying in level flight, they're flying over horizontal oceans, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, I mean, according to my model, they'd be flying over the surface of Earth.
According to reality, what do you think?
Yeah, and reality, they're flying in level flight, which means a straight fucking line of flight.
First of all, Sonny, give me 1 minute. Did you say according to your model? What is my model?
Oh, mine's just the regular one.
What is mine? Because you said according to your model. What is my model?
Oh, just the standard globe, Earth, all of that stuff. The standard.
You said my flat Earth model. What's that?
I meant the globe model. Just
you also quoted us.
You said according to your flat model.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say flat model. I didn't mean to say.
Okay, so what is our flat model? You did say it. So what is our flat model?
Yeah, your flat model. I can understand you guys might have different ones, but the one I'm specifically addressing, well, actually, to be honest, anyone that you could come up with.
Listen again very carefully. We don't have any model.
Okay. Well, I mean, you must have some.
No, we don't. No, we have no model. Period. Why do we need a model? We show the Earth is measured flat. Why? We don't need a model.
Okay. Well, I guess that's interesting. I'll try to think about that.
Yeah. What do you think about behaving of water?
Behaving of water?
Yeah, how water behaves in nature.
Yeah, that word in English is behavior, by the way, Sasha.
How it behaves? I don't
know. How what lakes when you have a lake, how lake look like?
Yeah, I'm visualizing in my head.
Think about this. What happens when you have a mirror, right, and it's curved, right? What when you look at that mirror when it's curved, what do you get? You get like when you go to like the fair, right? And you see the image all disconfigured, You've seen that, right?
Yeah.
So when you see these pictures of these lakes that are like huge, I mean, possibly even miles large, right? And you see a perfect reflection of the mountains, okay? That's not possible in a globe Earth.
Oh yeah, that is pretty good. You could probably look at the reflection of mountains and see if you can see I don't know. It might be. I don't know if statistically you'd be able to see it because maybe just even the aberrations on the surface of the water might abstract it, but possibly that could be something to look into. That's very interesting.
There are images of that. Perfectly still waters, reflecting mountains perfectly. Yeah.
And do you know your globe model?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is the radius?
Oh, I don't know it off the top of my head. Actually, but I just thought
Oh, that means that means that you don't know your model.
And you said you know. Now you don't know.
Oh well, just because I don't know this, like down to
just
the exact
just because you say you know, and then you don't have anything to provide proving that you know anything, so you don't know
Well,
anything.
I was just talking about that's the model I believe in, not
I'm not
like
sure it's
that I have.
possible that you could
Okay.
know anything about the globe that you speak of.
Can I just mention
Okay.
that every single flat earther you talk to in this chat will know the radius of the globe. Just I know that for a certain. Like,
Well,
there's not a flat earther in this server who doesn't know the radius of the globe model. So, I mean, what does that tell you?
It tells me you guys think about this stuff quite a lot. I mean,
No,
but of course, I think
hold on. We were Globers. We were Globers from the very beginning. That's the point. We grew up as Globers. Me until I was 58 years old. How about them apples?
But do you guys see that, like, just because if I don't have in my memory the exact radius of the Earth, that doesn't mean that I don't believe in this model.
And you're here in a flat Earth server, and you're trying to provide proof of the globe, and you don't have anything. Yeah, we understand.
Well, actually, I don't really accept that logic, because in terms of the pure, just because you don't know one thing doesn't necessarily mean that you don't know the model. That is true, but it's also missing the bigger point. Like, for instance, if you are having like a high-level genetics discussion, or biology discussion, or whatever, and one of the two guys who claims to be a PhD in biology didn't know what an allele is, for instance, right? You'd call into question whether he actually knows very much at all, because it's such a foundational part of the subject. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, some things are like squirreled away. Like, if you were to say, what's the size or how far is Antares, the star? Fair enough, probably most people won't know that. But we're talking about the Earth itself. What is the size? What is the shape? Now, people who are interested in that subject are going to know the radius. They're going to know, because it's a foundational element of that. Anyway.
Well, sure. I mean, but keep in mind, I mean, I don't claim to be. I mean, I know a lot about the world just because of just living my life and such. But I mean, most people who believe in the round Earth model, like, just seriously pick anyone really from the main street, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people. Like just anyone, like Sam Harris, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, anyone. Like, if you ask, the round Earth model is still the one they believe in, regardless if they know the exact number.
Yeah, but
they only have a belief, though. It's like a religion. They don't have any proof for the globe. If there was, you could show us a test that would show specifically where the geographical location is repeatedly. This dropover distance would have to be there on the surface of Earth, and you can't show us that, or any motion, or that gas pressure can exist without a barrier next to a vacuum. Thank you.
Question: if we have the size and radius, can we check the physicality of the Earth?
Size and radius.
Well, what he's saying is, if you know what the proposed size is, can you test that?
Oh, the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, can you test it? So, for instance, if I was to say to you that all Lamborghinis are blue, can I actually go out and test that? Will you find a yellow Lamborghini and then not all Lamborghinis are blue, right? So you've got a radius, and so it must be that radius, and all tests must conform to that radius. Can that be tested?
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, I'm just realizing you guys are like jumping on me for not knowing the exact radius of my model, but you guys don't even have a model.
We don't have a radius. We don't believe we live in a ball.
But doesn't matter.
I couldn't even ask you, like, what's the latitude, like, what's the distance of going around, like, from south, like, on the latitude of Australia?
So okay, no. So well, let's try and address that then. So how much funding from governments was put in by governments into flat Earth research last year?
Zero.
Zero. How much was put into globe Earth research, rockets, space missions, all this other shit last year?
$10,000 per second.
At least 70 million per day.
Yeah, billions is the answer. So obviously there's going to, if you've got like hundreds of people on full-time salaries to come up with this stuff, then obviously that stuff's going to exist. So I don't really know what your point is.
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Oh, I mean, my main point was, you don't even have a model. But to be honest,
Well, hold
admitting
on.
that you don't know something is like actually the right thing to do.
Okay, okay, Pinky.
It's a true thing.
Okay, Pinky. Tell us where. Do you know where, when, and how Earth's curvature, anytime in history, was actually directly measured?
Yeah.
Can I just
wasn't the first person to do it for like some ancient Greek person that used like an eclipse?
Oh my
around,
God, sticks again.
Yeah.
No, he's looking at scores. Look, can I just ask very quickly, Pinky? Do you think that if a government agency paid, I don't know, 50 people full-time salaries to come up with a flat Earth model, that they could do it?
Yeah, it sounds like a really interesting problem to do. I mean, possibly, I don't know, maybe not, because obviously all the claims you're making might not mesh together, so it might be impossible. But it would be very interesting to try. Because I was thinking before when you were talking about the like using a sextant, and then someone said, "Oh, but we don't even think Polaris is a certain star. It could be just like curvatures of light. So that's why on the flat Earth,
Holy
it
crap!
doesn't."
You totally missed. Don't misrepresent me, bro.
Oh, well, no, I'm just saying that's an interesting idea, and you could come up with some model where all these things.
That wasn't my idea.
I know this is my.
But he's trying to answer my question by, and I think you're being.
No. I think if you're right, Crypto. Just because you don't have a model doesn't mean that it's bad. Like,
yeah, it just means
more
funded, right?
Yeah.
So I would suggest that you should ask the governments why they're not researching this if it is true.
The old Bigfoot delivered my mail. If it wasn't Bigfoot, then who was it? Oh, you don't know? Then it has to be Bigfoot.
counteraction between whatever is causing the thing to go down. And that's a balance, right? So to go higher, you have to increase the thrust, right?
Yeah.
Right. So once you put your drone at an altitude and it's balanced for that altitude, why would it just spontaneously go higher?
It doesn't. It's one of the most stable things you can do. I can park my drone until the battery runs out at the height and it'll stay there, even if it's windy and stuff.
Right. So it's basically just at a certain height based on the amount of thrust that it had, right? And there's no reason why it would go higher or lower. So like the expectation that it's not going higher or lower because it's somehow accounting for Earth curvature just makes no sense.
No, what I want to do is I want to shoot the laser at the same time and see if that sponge is parallel to the laser the whole fucking way over, go out with the boat or something. Takes a little bit of resources, but it would be nice to get a side shot of that thing flying from one side to the other.
That would be because the claims from the Globers is that light is a variable path based on certain conditions. And the obviousness of the drone's flight is, the thrust versus its ambient conditions. And those two things are not the same. So you'd have a differential that you could measure.
Yeah, we can do a lot of stuff. And they have, I don't even know if they do they have solar powered drones nowadays? It feels to me like they should. Those would have a good range too. So we used to scratch the surface. We're basically still in the Stone Age when it comes to technology, but in a few years, we're going to have tech that is so advanced and good that it's going to be impossible to deny that water doesn't curve. That's what I think.
There's a solid concept. Shout out to Demok. As crazy as people think he is, he actually came up with a really great idea. And it's essentially have a network of drones in which the network of drones uses onboard systems to measure their distance from each other on a short enough range that there's no appreciable differential in any kind of alleged signal being veered or whatever. And so they essentially create a bunch of triangles among themselves to create a giant rectangle that's very long. And that rectangle is true. And what I mean by true is all the triangles are arranged in such a way that you get a giant right angle. So you get a rectangle. And then you take that drone setup and you measure the Earth with it. Now there's a more advanced one coming down the pike, which is supposed to be, is that what they claim? Essentially, for lack of a better term, an atomic gyro. And somehow it's capable of knowing true reference shifts from the atom-sized reference. And so what that means is if you move it left, if you move it up, if you move it diagonal, if you rotate it, it's going to measure all of it. And you're literally just going to be able to take this device, go from point A to point B, and it's literally going to give you a graphic end user interface of exactly the path through free space that device took, 100%. And so if you take it on a drone across a lake, it's either going to be a straight line or it's going to be a curved line. And it's just going to show you that graphically that this thing took a straight line or a curved line.
You ever walked into a store and you hear the ding dong sound? Ding ding.
Yeah.
Or maybe install a garage opener at the floor there. If you cross it, it's going to stop moving the door, right? Those things are pretty. That's light going from one side to the other into a receiver. I think you can do something like that with laser between those drones, so you can shoot the perfectly straight thing to know that they're at the same height. But I don't know. Haven't thought about it too much.
Well, the drones could have laser, LiDAR, radar, and a few other methods. So they basically know how far away they are from each other, and they can make a straight edge, similar to a mechanical straight edge, where you could do the 3-4-5 rule and make sure that it's all right angles.
Yeah, I mean the Chinese have those big light shows with 1,000 drones in them. Probably use a setup like that. I don't know how much it costs though. But this is all about resources. One day we'll have a flat earther who's rich enough to do something worthwhile, and then we'll do it, and then that'll be it.
Well, when it comes to something like that drone conglomeration, all you really need is the template, and then you could crowdsource each drone. So let's say you need 1,000 drones to accomplish this, and let's say each drone is $1,500. Well, one person doesn't have to come up with the whole $1,500 themselves, and one person doesn't have to come up with the 1,500 times 1,000 themselves. It could be spread out across a bunch of people.
I think they'd be way cheaper. I think if you source like a Chinese warehouse plug, 1,000 units at you can probably get them at like $150 each for like good ones.
All right, bro. I could see the headline.
For crappy ones, you can get like $24 ones. There you go.
Yeah, I could see the headline now. Flat Earthers buy a fleet of drones. Unfortunately, they prove the Earth is flat. But don't worry, since they employed slave labor to get it done, they're still dirtbags.
There you go.
Couldn't you go to the Bolivian salt flats, right? And you have drones, just like you have like the drone swarm you guys are talking about, right? So you program the drones to just be, say, 1 meter off the water and 1 meter away from each other, right? Spread out in a straight line, right? Lit up. You should be able to visualize the curve of the Earth if it's long enough. Actually, if you did a triangle, you should be able to shoot from one drone to because then they'll start fucking crying refraction again. Shit. Nah, that ain't gonna work. Scratch that idea.
That's why you have to. Well, that's why you have to have the triangle lattice between you. You can't just have a linear set of drones. You have to have drones on the bottom and drones on the top, and they ping each other with like the 3, 4, 5 triangles, and that tells you yes, this is a straight ruler, and either it's going to be rising in altitude, much like the force the line test from Brian Mullen, or it's going to be parallel with the water surface. And if you took a photograph of it from the side, you should be able to tell. Now, obviously, at certain ranges, it's going to be very hard.
Well, I mean, you should be able to get an orientation that would maximize the visualization of the curvature, right? Like looking at it from like a 45 degrees instead of perpendicular. I think that would maybe, I don't know, I have to think about it.
You could also put markers on the ground surface too. So you don't actually have to look at the ground and the drone light. You could be looking at just the markers. So, for example, if you had a floating drone set, so check this out. Demek's original idea, he called them microdots, and they would be on the ground, so they'd be literally touching the surface, and then when you show them from the side view, they're either curving or straight. And it evolved to having the second line above the surface, so separated from the surface. So you have 2 lines, one just following the surface and the other just following a straight rule above the surface. And then when you look at them from the side, it's going to show you it's either curving or not curving. So it's either 2 parallel lines or one straight line and one curved line. That's your options.
Now, here's another one. You could take the drones and do like a stack, right? Space them, say, 10 meters apart vertically, like 10 of them. And then, like, say you're, I don't know, a kilometer away or whatever. Now, the spacing should be pretty much the same on all of them. I mean, you could calculate what the spacing is, right? And then you could compare that to the reflection, the spacing of the reflected lights, right? It should be like, if it's a globe, it shouldn't be like a mirror image of it. Like the lights that are closer to the ground, the reflection of those lights should be squished together. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's a curved surface or whatever.
Oh, are you talking over the salt flats?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
it doesn't even have to be the salt flats per se, just a calm body of water, because you could just do it at night, right?
Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, I prefer to do it out there because the water isn't that. I mean, it's pretty shallow, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
less chance for movement.
I know I don't want to go fishing for drones. We might have to buy a frickin' rowboat too. Go get the
Yeah.
drones out of the water.
You get closer than a meter or so with mine, it's going to automatically land. So I didn't want that to happen. That's why I had to use the sponge.
Have you ever seen a buttressed truss before?
Isn't that the ones what they had on the? Aren't them the ones that like stick out the side or something like that?
Yeah, but they also can be inside. So, for example, if you go to a big box store like Walmart, right, and you look up at the ceiling,
Yeah.
there are steel girders, but the majority of their trusses are just thin metal, and then 2 feet
Yeah, no,
above it
I've seen
another
them.
thin metal, and then between it is just pipes that are arranged in a triangle because that gives the lateral stiffness that it needs.
Yeah.
So it's mostly
yeah.
hollow. So imagine that's your ruler. Now take another one below it. So 2 of those stacked on top of each other. Now, if you want the bottom one to kind of curve down in a way rather than just be a straight angle, you have to increase those triangles. One leg of the triangle has to get bigger as it's going down the buttressed curve, right? So if you
Yeah.
imagine each intersection point of the triangle is a drone. So the top truss is going to read perfect triangle, flipped. Triangle facing up, triangle facing down, triangle facing up, triangle facing down. Shaboom, boom, boom. Same dimension on every triangle. And then the bottom leg of that truss would read triangles getting bigger in one leg as it goes in the distance. And so you have 3 lines of drones, middle line, top line, bottom line. You have them arranged in that manner where they maintain the triangles. The top triangles are going to read reciprocal triangles the entire way, and the bottom triangles are going to read triangles getting bigger as it goes. Or not, right? So you're going to have two lines of straight trusses, or you're going to have one line of a straight truss and one line of a buttress truss. And that's going to
Yeah.
be a pretty much a direct measurement of the surface.
Yeah, you could certainly do that as long as you have the required precision. Because you don't want to. Are you going to evaluate it simply by looking at it visually? You're going to have to do some sort of
The drones are going to ping each other, floating points.
and get a distance, right? Get like an electronic distance from each other.
Yep. Yeah, the top lines are going to force 3, 4, 5, which is basically just the right triangle rule. And then the bottom drones are just going to conform to whatever the surface is. And then they're going to tell you what their measurements are from each other. So the top drones are rigid and fixed and fighting to maintain 3, 4, 5, and the bottom drones are just following the surface, whatever the surface is, because they're literally touching the surface.
Yeah, that would certainly work. I mean, we're getting like.
What if each drone had a laser calibrator on it and it like shot to the other drone and it only fucking like it went to green as soon as it was like on like level?
Well, there's
You
software.
could
There's
set it up
software on
that
the
way.
drones. Yeah, that would be a visual cue to you, but there's software that you can write that would basically autocorrect. And they could broadcast their data as they go. So you'd have live feeds from every drone so that you could scrutinize the data, be completely open source. Everyone can look at it. Nobody's restricted. And you could couple it with simultaneous visual observations from point A to point B to say, okay, this is what it looks like, and this is what the drones are actually measuring. Because remember, like India, we were just listening to Mick West the other day, and guess what Mick West said? 6 years ago, he said, "Oh, when you flat earthers give observations, you never give the data points of the ambient atmosphere at every point from the observer to the target. You never like have these magic drones floating every 5 feet telling you the variable temperatures And then he said, but when I present a globe evidence, I take all of those points into account in my ray tracing software. I'm like, wait a minute, dude. So flat earthers have to have the real data from the real world, and you just get to put it in your software? Like, that's not fair. So you could do an optical observation at the same time, and you could even have some of the drones have like weather stations on them, so you could get the ambient conditions from point A to point B. Like it'd be the most comprehensive test ever done. You could also shoot a laser, like similar to the Lake Idsa laser test, at the same time as well. You could do all these three things simultaneously and have the most data points of any test ever done ever in the history of mankind in regards to this topic.
All right, so the drones aren't an issue. Money's not an issue there. But then the software and the drones combined together, that's where we're gonna have to start figuring out where those costs go. Because I know in China they got drones for like $7 a piece, all right, or like $25 a piece. But like I don't know if those type drones have the capabilities to do what we're talking about. And then what if the drones that we're talking about cost like freaking, like you said, $1,500? Then we're kind of hooped. But it's doable.
If you had a solid plan and a figurehead and like the technology laid out, people would start putting the money in. Like even if you said, hey, it's going to take us a year to raise the money and get everything logistically together. So ideally they would be like an open source unit where it's like, okay, this is the model of drone we're going to get. This is the technology that's going into it. This is how much money is needed, and so everyone can fund it, individually. We're only doing all of this just for Jesse because Jesse just can't comprehend how his theodolite doesn't have infinite range. So we have to create this massive test to prove to him that his theodolite is just an optically acquired information. And since, according to McWest, he doesn't have all the data points of the ambient atmosphere from point A to point B, then he can't conclude the Earth is a globe based on his observation.
I mean, like I'd put like $5,000 down on some drones if like, I get to keep some of the drones after and then like use them as a defense system for my house, if that's an option.
You get to keep them with a little engraving. Say this drone proved to a bunch of retarded globers that the Earth was actually flat.
Just the sad part, I can see it happening, and then just all the headlines, just flurps or this, flurps or that, just personal attacks, and and then all the comments being like, flat earthers are this stupid. Well, it's just a psychological thing at this point.
Well, guess what they're doing now? India might be interested in this. They're trying to abandon uniformitarianism now. They're trying to say that the universe and the cosmos don't actually all behave the same way. Oh man, dude.
So there's two globers, and one thinks there is, and one thinks there isn't.
Oh, it's more like, like there's physics and expectations of the way things work in the local area, like on the Earth, and then people are under the assumption that that's the way it works everywhere in the universe, and that's been the fundamental assumption, and why they keep making up all these exotic media, because they're like, well, it's not working the way we think if we apply everything on a universal scale, so we have to make up all this nonsense like dark matter, and then people come in and say dark matter's totally real, and then a scientist will put out, no, dark matter's actually fake and we don't need it.
They just did that. Did you see the recent information about that? They say that they've recalculated and maybe they don't need dark matter at all, after all.
That's really how that works. And until they publish that, all the dark matter chanters are coming in there. Dark matter is totally real. It's real. It's totally real. It's truth. And then they publish something like that, and then they're like, oh, well, it was the best explanation at the time. Well, wait a minute. I thought you said it was true.
I'm gonna be sad if they take away dark matter. That sounds cool. That sounds like like Spider-Man, but like Venom. Like, oh, don't take away my Venom, bro.
Dude, I'm more interested in black matter, not dark matter.
Oh, pause. What's your definition of black matter?
So a long time ago, when I was maybe 6 to 8 years, when CERN was a big deal, and people were, they had that fear, like, well, is CERN going to rip a fabric of reality?
Yeah, demons. Yeah.
So there's an alleged whistleblower. Can't remember what channel it was on, but it's like some kind of truther channel where the guy basically was talking about his experiences at CERN, and he said, like, apart from all the demon symbology, of bringing something forth from the pit and all this stuff, he said in the tubes, after they would do their tests, there'd be this black stuff in the tubes that wasn't there before. So it's like a residue. And he said that when they were going to study it, they sent it to different universities to be studied. And every university that they sent it to, the violent crimes went up immediately. So it had a violent effect on people. And in part of that interview, he was talking about the idea that human beings actually create this stuff in themselves. And it's actually a conduit for interdimensional beings to be able to enter our world. So the more of it you have concentrated in a location, the more that they can affect the humans. And since they hate humans, they make humans violent and all this stuff. There's a little bit of speculation, sure, but it's not beyond the auspices of my worldview. That demons can affect humans. And then you've got that couple with recent alien stuff going on in Congress, and all these people who are speaking out about it in the government, and they're even saying like, oh, aliens aren't aliens, they're actually interdimensional entities. It's like, no, duh, dude, we knew it all along.
What if that black goo is parasites?
Could be. But I'm getting a little too speculative. I'm sure time to reel it back to the fact that water's flat, Earth is covered in water. Therefore, the known territory is benchmarked to a flat standard. meaning all the elevation profiles are between two horizontal parallel planes, meaning the Earth is not only flat, but very flat.
Is water flat, or is that a behavior? Is water is flat water something that water does, or is something that it is?
What about waves?
Oh, waves is something that you do. You're not a wave. You wave with your hands, right? You wave with your hands, but you're not a wave.
Yeah, but wave in water equal no flat water.
Yeah, but if the water waves, that doesn't mean the water is a wave. It's the water waving. If the water lays flat, it's something that the water is doing.
You know, enough with your Dr. Seuss rimerick.
Dr. Seuss, what?
Wave equal moon equal gravity equal globe. Unfortunately.
I had a glober telling me today that the reason that the Earth spins is because Venus smashed into the Earth at one stage. Before that, the globe was stationary, like it wasn't moving. Then Venus ran into it, and that's why Venus is spinning the other opposite direction as well. It's an Indian fellow.
Where did he get that from?
That's what I was asking him. I was like, did you just make that
Indian
shit up?
fellow. They're good at, like, he probably saw like a Bollywood movie or something.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I can picture it in my head right now. Shit, that's hilarious. Maybe that's actually what happened.
They will be teaching how the globe works while dancing, and this spectacular, dancing structure around globes. That will be the explanation. Since they're good dancers explaining the globe, must be truth. I mean, even if they are mediocre dancers, as long as they look good.
To be honest with you, DJ, the explanation that Venus smashed into Earth sounds actually more reasonable than the Big Bang cloud theory or whatever they're pushing.
The spinning dust thing.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's all crazy. Yeah. Yep, the Venus thing's more logical than the dust theory.
Maybe it was the dust that made Venus spin. I can buy that.
That was like, oh my god, globe. It's the dumbest shit ever.
It really is.
If that was the reality, if that turned out to be the reality, that would be the craziest shit you could ever imagine. Like, what the freaking hell?
Yeah.
It's completely out there, the wackiest shit.
Yeah, I think the fact that money decides all of this, right? That, like, oh, these scientists are making all this money. They did all this research, so, like, people automatically assume that this is real. This, these institutions set up these places where you can pay and do things like that. That's easily flawed logic.
Dude, was that robot thing just for me or everyone?
Neil is driving, so we were able to get. I was able to get like 50% of the syllables, so half of what he said. But he's driving, so that's most likely why the satellites cannot reach his car because he's a fast driver. You know, he has a heavy foot. Just, the signals cannot reach him. He's too fast.
We're in the valley, so a lot of mountains and stuff like that.
Dude, you need to get one of those 1969 telephones with perfect signal, because if I walk around my house, it's going to start roboting for me. I have to sit perfectly still. I think they brought out that telephone to President Trump as well, didn't they? Because he called the space people this time. That actually worries me a little bit. How do they convince people to do that? I mean, obviously, they used to have to tell him they are in space. And I guess if he believes that, then that's what it is. So he doesn't have to kind of know anything.
Hey, bros, keep on the lookout if anybody joins that doesn't have roles. You might have to unmute them so they can talk.
There's one guy down in the corner, but I can't pronounce the name. There we go. Hi there.
What's up? My name's Yuhan. Hello?
All right. That's cool. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Have you been here before?
Yeah, I've been here before. I just haven't been very active because I'm currently in the Navy right now, but I get deployed a lot, so I'm not really on here a lot. We don't really have Wi-Fi on the ship too.
There you go.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the whole ball thing?
I'm a flat earther. I don't believe it at all.
You're a flat earther. Good
Yeah,
man.
me being religious too, I have to believe the earth is flat too because it says in the Quran. So yeah.
Yeah, you're right. All right. Well, welcome. Enjoy your time in here. We're
Thank you.
looking for Globers now.
Good luck with that.
Matt, listen, it doesn't have to be only Glovers. This is Ask Me Anything. So flat earthers who have a burning question, they can ask a question too. So, for example, many flat earthers aren't as advanced in certain arguments, or they've heard certain things that they're concerned or interested about. They can ask questions.
What about?
Here's my
I have a question with gravity. So I know gravity doesn't exist, but I've never been able to like explain that. I sort of just believed it because according to the Quran, it doesn't exist. So I don't. But I want to like deeply understand it though, because since I was born into a Christian family, so I'm not saying in the Bible says the earth is round, but I'm just saying since ever I was young, I was trained to believe that gravity always existed. So me not believing gravity doesn't exist. I just want to know like what's the theory behind that.
I mean, you can let people have it. Actually, I usually don't delve into it. It's the cause that we dispute, right? We don't really say that there is no such thing as the effect. I mean, things do fall down. There's gravity and there's levity. I mean, some things go up, right? So, although people don't talk about levity that much, but those two things exist. We observe them, right? So I wouldn't worry too much about it. When people want to have that explained, I usually just say, okay, which gravity do you want to discuss? There's 80 different ones, right? So, but I don't know. We can all. I used to like to grant people gravity. Sure, take your gravity here. take it. What are you going to do now? It doesn't change the surface property.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, maybe somebody else want to chime in on the technical stuff, but I'll just grant it to them.
All right.
I'm always game for talking about gravity.
Yeah, I mean, you're of the opinion that you could very well have gravity on a flat surface, right? So
absolutely.
Yeah, so it's not really it's not controversial. I think people want that, they can have it.
Well, it is controversial in the greater flat Earth community because of, I think, Globers have successfully trained us into having like a Pavlovian response, right? Somebody says, mass attracts mass. Oh my God, that means a globe, right? Immediately. But there is no syllogism for that, and there is no even, it's not an automatic conclusion even in the globe model. That's the trick they played on us. They made us, by us I mean the greater flat Earth community, right? I'm generalizing. They made us believe that in the globe model, mass attracts mass immediately means spherical planets. It does not. More is required than just mass attracts mass in their own model for something to become a sphere. Then they played a trick on flat earthers, skipping that part. And many flat earthers have developed a Pavlovian response. Oh, I must resist mass attracts mass at all cost, because if I let that through, then it's a globe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's a good point. That's why I'm just from now. I probably argued mass attract mass is bullshit a million times, but I just moved on to you can have it if you want it. What are you going to do with it? Doesn't change the surface property, right? So take it. It's just a theory anyway.
I will say Peter has a good point. The only thing that I will say the words like mass attract mass, what does that actually means, right? Maybe there's some missing cues over there to maybe adjust, but there is stuff that happens like there's stuff like that happens out there that some people will kind of like deny it just because they relate it to the globe idea. So there is something there, like Peter is saying, yes.
Yeah, and if you want to debate for like 10 or 12 hours over the thing, you can do that. So that could be fun as well. And I understand why people do that, but I'll just leave it alone for now.
Yeah, I could take gravity or leave it. It has absolutely no bearing on the surface of the Earth. But it can be fun when they bring it up just to point out how much they think they know that they don't know.
Yeah. As a debate topic, it is
yeah.
totally fun. I get
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I just like to use it in that regard
Right.
to expose that they have this belief in something that they know absolutely nothing about.
Right.
And it doesn't change reality. So
It's a good point. I just want to say, even when I was a staunch Glober, I used to ridicule other Globers who used to come in here talking about gravity. Like 80% of them like couldn't even get their own model straight. And it's not even about the usual treatment we give them, you know, which of the 82 models do you subscribe to? Even if you just simplified it for them to Newtonian gravity, they wouldn't be able to answer basic questions from, you know, high school physics in the globe model itself.
Right. It's a
yeah,
good
they
my
can't
favorite
even.
one.
Go
My
ahead.
favorite one, Peter, is when they say if the Earth was a giant flat sheet of paper, it would crush in on itself.
Right. I mean, it's a
Pretty
fun way.
much.
If you must take someone's Dunning-Kruger out of them, it's perfect to do that. So it's one of those topics. If I'm bored, we'll talk about it for a little while. You know.
Yeah, I mean 95% of them think gravity is proven by dropping something. You know. So that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, that's the level. What do you say, Indio?
Oh, I just want to
Apple
say
tree.
this dude Flats, he DM'd me. He had listening pass. So Flats, you should be able to talk now. And the other thing I was going to say is just a cursory search of gravity, you're going to find article after article after article after article after paper where they're still trying to figure it out, right? Oh, quantum gravity, emergent quantum gravity, entropic gravity, like all these ideas that they admit in the mainstream scientific circles that they don't really understand it. You can even go on NASA's website. It says, what is gravity? And it says, I don't know. But somehow the guys that come in here, they know. And to go to what Over the Fence has said, I think I try to take it, do what she does, and then take it a step farther. And like, not only do you not know what gravity is, the people you're relying on also don't know what it is.
Good content.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I should bring that up more often.
Hey, Indio, good to hear you again. Did the guys tell you got an invite to the Mark Sargent show?
Yeah. AI told me. Me
Dude,
personally,
you know my offer
or
still
anybody in
stands.
here.
$100 for face reveal. You know.
Oh fuck, dude, that ain't never gonna happen. My face will never go on the internet, brother. Dude, you think I'm gonna like? I've been doing this like since it's something I decided in 1994. Okay, I'm not gonna cave in now.
How
I'm
about
32 years in.
How about $20 for a shot of your pecs?
You can get $5 for a shot of my pecker.
Dang, dude, this is a family show, bro.
Hey, I'm cheaper than OnlyFans. It's like, you know, I don't know how much it costs. How much OnlyFans cost, AI? Because I don't know.
Dude, well, if you ever watch any of these critiques about it, you'll find out that the majority. So there's millions of women on there, and only the top 1% make any appreciable income, and all the rest of the women make like $100 a year or some ridiculously low amount.
I know. I mean, imagine that, dude. Is that like that's a double whammy, right? A blow to your ego that you can't, like, you got naked and can't make any money. And then there's you got naked and didn't make any money.
Yeah, like how do you fail at the world's oldest profession, if you know what I'm saying?
And your family sees it.
But this is just the problem. Is
Like,
a lot of
imagine you only made $300
buy in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, imagine you made, like, you did that, right? You only make $300 and now you're like the town harlot. I mean, horrible, dude.
Yeah, but on the other hand, let's empathize, right? Like people look for any way of making money online. I mean, even one of our own, right? Miggy is doing a TikTok, who knows what, bunny ears, you know, stuff, right? Like if he had the body, I'm sure he'd be on OnlyFans. He
Yeah,
just doesn't have the face.
Miggy has made more money in one broadcast than the majority of OnlyFans models have made in the entire year.
Well, more than a flat earther makes in a year, that's for sure, broadcasting, right? So what I'm saying is people go after what is attainable to them. And if they have a skill or something, you know, they use it. And if sometimes the skill is the woman's body, right? And sometimes it's something else like...
I think you're missing the broader point I was trying to make is that you're taking a huge risk that you're going to damage your reputation forever for nothing, basically, for change. Now, you could hit it big, right? And you won 1% and maybe making $10 million a month. That could happen, but you're taking a huge risk that's, you know, not going to happen.
That is definitely the risk, yes.
You just have to decide what your integrity is worth, right? My integrity isn't worth $1 million, so there's no way I'd ever do
We
that.
could test that if we had the money.
No, it's not who I am. So it's
I know,
not that
but
everything is
everybody
ruled
says
by
that.
money.
You know,
Everything isn't ruled by money.
I'm not directing this at you, but everybody says they cannot be bought because most of us don't have an offer on the table. But
Well,
I'm not saying
I
all of us,
disagree
but
with that.
many of us would change our opinion on that subject if an offer presented itself. That's known.
well,
That's a fact of life.
Okay, well, no, that's debatable entirely.
It's not debatable that many people would change their opinion.
It's personal to each people.
Yeah, you can't just make a blanket statement that
Listen
enough
to the
money will
words
change
coming out
anybody.
of the speaker. Many people would change their stance if an offer presented itself to them. Which part of this statement is triggering you right now?
I'm not triggered. I just
No, you
disagree
can
with the
argue.
premise that money can buy almost that everybody would change their stance because many you
Not
said
everybody, many
just let me
people.
finish. Just let me finish, please. You said that the people who say they can't be bought are only saying that because they don't have the offer. But there's plenty of people who do have the offer and choose not to be bought. So I disagree with you. And I also don't think it's morally neutral to compare, OnlyFans to what Miggy's doing in any way, shape, or form. There are implications far beyond money or any kind of financial consideration in these things. There's a spiritual aspect to it. So
doesn't this surprise you how people, it always never ceases to amaze me, how people can listen to the words, then make up their own words that they heard and argue with that. It never stops to surprise me how that's possible.
Well, you're both
This
starting
lady
from...
now saying morally equivalent. When did I say that? I said people who do. Here's how I'm going to quantify it for you like 7 different ways and see if that sticks. People who choose to find an online grift will drift towards the places where they can have some sort of leverage that is griftable. Some people have a nice female body. It is tempting to explore that grift. Some people have nothing to say, so they go to bunny ears on TikTok. All right? That's just the way it is.
Well, I'm only going to talk about you think everyone can be bought.
I didn't say everyone. You cannot be
not
bought.
everyone.
I offered you
Hold on.
$100
Let me
for a
correct
face
myself, Peter. I straw manned you. Okay. You think like the people that say they can't be bought don't have anything to offer, that they've never been in the basically they've never been in the situation where that would happen anyway, so they don't know if they could be bought or not. They're just blathering, basically.
If I had a
that's
dollar,
the premise I was arguing with.
If I had a dollar for every person who I heard in my life say they cannot be bought, I would probably have at least $100. And I guarantee you that out of those people, 80% of them, I'm just going to use the Pareto rule, were never offered anything meaningful to sell themselves.
Well, there's also, but there are other people, Peter, people that have had money and that know that money doesn't really do anything.
Of course, like you and I.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you.
That was a joke. Because
you
it's
know
only
about
I.
me.
It's only I, let's face it.
And like, I could be bought in some contexts, but in others I wouldn't. Like the one, like the OnlyFans one, it wouldn't even be like a personal moral choice. I wouldn't do it because I personally, like, I don't want to degrade myself. My reason would be because it's bad for the world in general.
You don't have the money.
OnlyFans, I don't think OnlyFans should exist. Quite honestly, I don't think it should exist as a platform. Not to do what they're doing.
Well, let me put it to this way, Dio.
I think it's doing societal damage that is going to echo through my children, through their children for a long time. This damage is not going to be solved in, like, if you can't beat them, join them. I'm not of that philosophy.
What I don't see is the congruence between absolute liberation and things like OnlyFans, but then they have strict anti-prostitution laws. It's like you gotta pick one.
But I do
Yeah,
agree
and
with you, Peter, in a sense. Most people that say they would never do it on principle, never been in that situation, and don't really know.
And sure, I agree with that. But I would say I hear far more people say what they would do for $1 million than what they wouldn't do. I've heard a lot of people discuss how they would happily sacrifice many, many things for that. And
What would you
that's
do for
not
a
even really.
Klondike bar?
Yeah,
Hey, we've
exactly.
had flat earthers in our community say they would never debate certain individuals, okay, unless they were paid $5,000. And then all of a sudden they debated those individuals, and it was never disclosed whether they received their $5,000 or not.
Good question.
Can you provide examples?
Last person I heard
Peter's
who
trying to
wanted
get the dirt as usual.
I think isn't that the exact
Peter, you want
same?
me to name drop names, bro? Come on.
Dude,
Well,
is
why
that
did you
uncouth.
offer that information in the first place?
Oh, well, I figured most of us know. So, Peter, since you don't know, the debate was a per request debate, specifically invited by Will Duffy himself to debate McToon on, man, what was the channel? I can't remember if it was Modern Day Debates, but Will Duffy personally invited the Flat Earther to debate McToon on this platform. And up until the point that it occurred, the person said he would never debate McToon except for $5,000. That was Brian's logic, and they did have the debate, and it was horrible. It was absolutely a train wreck.
Well, I assume that person wasn't one of her best and brightest.
I don't know what he would be the best at. Falling down a flight of stairs? Maybe. Might be
Well,
good
you
at
could
that.
corner, if you were smart enough, you could corner Toon in 100 different ways.
DJ did.
It was an entertaining debate. Don't get me wrong. And if you haven't watched it, I suggest watching it. It's a great lesson in what not to do.
All right, give me. How do I even look it up? Who's the person?
I'm trying to remember where it was hosted.
Ryan's Logic.
It
was on Modern Day Debate.
Ryan's Logic. What is that?
He's a panelist on Oakley's show.
Oh my god.
Ex-panelist.
God.
They had a split. They had a split,
one of
Peter.
the dumbest ones.
Let me guess. He said that any angle measurement is a flat Earth measurement.
I don't know what he said, but Neil makes him look like Neil looks like a rocket scientist next to him, dude.
That's me.
Not you, dude.
Hey, Neil is here. He's
Guido
driving.
Neil, dude.
Let's just say Gen Z is a rocket scientist compared to him.
But that aside,
No.
Peter, one of my
dude, Gemsy's a genius. He knows you have brainworms, Peter.
So I want to give you an example, Peter, of one of the bad things that happened. Not in this debate, but in the promulgation of certain people at certain platforms. So this person was there was a debate and there was a comment section, and Mark Sargent personally invited the previous mentioned person to do what's it called? A presentation on Mark Sargent's show. So he did a presentation on flight, and during the presentation, he said to Mark Sargent's entire audience that a plane would have to navigate curve, and according to the lift effect, it couldn't navigate curve because in order to maintain lift, the plane has to maintain a certain attitude relative to the air, a certain pitch upwards to get proper lift. And if it had to navigate the curve, it would lose that lift and the plane would fall out of the sky and everyone would die.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. Exactly. Now these and this is what makes it even more embarrassing is that these people are touted as and declare themselves as the best flat earthers with the best arguments. And they literally said to a mass audience, if a plane rotates 0.00002 of a degree over 1 second, the plane is going to kill everyone. Like, what? That's not how it works. Planes don't just drop out of the sky. If they reach a pressure differential, the equilibrium of forces causes the plane to reorient itself. You may experience turbulence. You may go up and down, up and down, up and down. You may drop 5 feet vertically, but then you're going to reach a pressure altitude again that's equalized to your lift effect. You're not just going to crash into the ground. So what he was attempting to do is use the appeal to nobody died, therefore my argument is correct, which is a logical fallacy, right?
I mean, that's really triggering for me, this whole plane stuff. So
Yeah, for me too, dude, because I've been talking about the attitudinal orientation of the airplane having to rotate over the Earth's frame pretty much ever since I was in flat Earth. And a lot of flat earthers still to this day don't understand the difference.
Okay, Peter. So I posted a link to that debate in the chat, but you didn't hear the DJ versus McToon debate, did you?
I think no, I don't think I have.
It's the worst beating McToon has ever taken. He
All right,
literally
send link
he
too.
literally
Send
went
link.
crazy.
Send link.
Oh yeah, dude, you're really gonna enjoy this because McToon literally goes crazy because DJ is just calm, presenting the evidence, and what did he start doing? Called him an asshole or I don't know what he
Yeah,
did.
he
Just
called him.
over and over again, calling him names, dude. He just absolutely freaked out.
He called him Dick Tat.
Called him
Dickhead
names?
10 times in a row.
Dickhead, that's it, dickhead. Yeah, called.
He couldn't stop it either. He was like in a loop or something. He was crazy. And meanwhile, DJ is all calm and collected, speaks slowly and nicely to him, tried to get him to understand. And he dickhead.
He was asking him to leave. He was asking him to leave. Why are you still here? Leave. Because McToon was streaming. He was getting cooked on his own stream.
Yeah, that was Donald C. level of freak out on McToon there.
I know, right?
Play the clip. Hey, whoa. Play the clip.
All right.
Dang, where's the clip?
I'm getting it, man. This shit should be on a soundboard, man. Like,
we have it. We have it. Listen, I'm going to tell you, dude. We got everything linked and everything ready to go. The problem is we have so many that I don't know what they're named anymore.
Oh yeah, here we go. I got it. Copy link. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Did you see through your telescope exactly what you saw on a screen when you saw a robot allegedly on a surface that they claim to be on Mars?
Yeah, it all pretty much looks the same.
Through the telescope, you saw something like that.
Yes.
And he's just a liar, as someone who daily, nightly listens to.
He's a
He's just a liar, bro. He's a fucking liar. Why are you lying? Because you're the one lying.
No, you are.
You talking so loud because you're the one lying. You're a liar.
Well, that's right,
Liar.
man. That's a little bit.
I thought she said to calm down. What's going on here?
Who's that? Is that McToon or Donald?
The glorious Donald C., who said he could see the Mars rover with a telescope from Earth. Must have been one hell of a telescope.
Must have been like 5 tabs of acid. Holy crap.
I think he's a junkie for real, dude. He's on pins or freaking dope.
I think it's brainworms.
I think he's on some kind of medication.
MZ fucking yes.
Yep. Let me take this moment to dispel
And
a
the
rumor.
brainworms want heroin for some reason.
All right, I got to dispel a rumor real quick. So, just for the record, Donald C. is not Brenda, and Riggs is not Donald C. and Brenda. Okay, 3 different people. Okay, guys.
Oh my goodness. Mind blown.
Yeah, dude. Somebody thought Riggs was putting on a persona to pretend to be Brenda, and Brenda is just a construction of Riggs, and so is Donald C. And I was like, no, dude, these are three different people. I've seen them. Other people have seen them. They're not the same person.
I've spoken to all three of them for long periods of time, and definitely not the same people.
I have spoken to Brenda's alter ego as well, so he is in here sometimes. Can't remember the name now, though. That was kind of interesting.
So Flats, I don't know if you're still in here. Hold on, let me look. Yeah, Splats. Disconnect from the BC and reconnect. That should fix it.
Do we have any new people? Lioner, you've been here before? Do you have voice rights? I want to put you on the spot, just asking.
Lioner writes in the text that so many fake flat earthers. Nathan Oakley has all you guys documented. Sounds serious.
You must have what?
Who knows?
Oh yeah, that's
I mean,
So there's this concept that flat earthers aren't actually flat earthers unless they just say the earth is measured flat because miles are linear measurement. If you talk about the globe or the globe model or debunking any of the beliefs that other people hold as a form of argumentation or rhetoric, then you're not actually a flat earther, you're an anti-glober. So much like the anti-flat earther, you're just an anti-glober, which is again just factionalized language. So Mr. Lioner, I hope you weren't accusing us of being fake flat earthers for because Nathan Oakley said so for any particular reason. Because now you broach that topic. I mean, you got to stand on your 2 feet and back it up, right?
I think we're the least speculative faction of flat earthers there is, right? So I don't know where you would get that from. That's kind of weird. Lioner, back it up.
Yeah, thanks, Indio.
So he said in the chat, people who pretend there's a debate, like we don't know it's flat. Okay, so let's say that's true, that we quote unquote know it's flat, but the opposing party doesn't. And so they want to talk about certain topics. So I could dismiss them and say, no, I'm not going to talk to you at all. I'm just going to tell you the earth is flat and walk away. That's one way to look at it. Or you could say, no, I'm actually going to have a discussion with you and show you how your beliefs are false. And you may say, well, my way of showing them their beliefs are false is better than your way. Therefore, you're not a real flat earther. Well, how is that appropriate? Isn't that just some religious factionalism, tribalistic, kindergarten bullshit, dude? Okay, there is a debate. Whether or not you say there is no debate because Earth is clearly flat doesn't mean that other people don't accept your claim that Earth is flat, or accept your evidence that Earth is flat, or accept your reasoning that Earth is flat, or accept their own eyes that to them, their whole experience throughout their entire life has been the Earth being flat. So no, it's not the case that there's a magic pill that you can just sprinkle on every individual and one person has that pill and everybody else who doesn't have the pill, they can castigate as being the other. So no, that's not how it works, Lioner. So again, if you're making accusations against us, I mean, I don't know what you're smoking up, bro. But I'll give you a chance to validate what you're saying or qualify what you're saying, so we understand.
Yeah, is there like a specific argument that like we're making that you don't like or something, or is that why? Because like I can say that for other flat earthers, like like, oh, I don't like this specific argument that you say there's an ice wall, therefore the Earth is flat, right? I can point that out directly. But if you're just gonna make some meta narrative and not say the actual reason, then yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Like, for example, within the past 10 minutes, we gave an example of a flat earther who we all believe is a flat earther. Like, we're not doubting he's a flat earther. We just think his argument that if a plane had to negotiate curvature, it would immediately drop out of the sky and die is retarded. Notice how we think his idea is retarded, yet we didn't accuse him of being a fake flat earther. See how that works? You could be a flat earther and be a retard simultaneously. Amazing.
That's me.
I second that. A good example here.
By the way, Lioner, this rhetoric, do you believe it's flat or do you know it's flat? Okay, depends on what you mean by it's flat. So, for example, Lioner, there is no evidence presented on the FED show ever in the history of the show that can tell you whether the totality of the Earth is flat or not. Did you know that, Liner? I bet you didn't. It can only tell you the known territory, because beyond the known territory, we have no idea how it behaves. Now, there's good reasons why we can believe why it behaves in a certain way beyond the known territory, but unless you've been there, you have no knowledge of it. So all the evidence presented in the FED show is actually logically consistent with a giant ball of which the tolerances of the surface that we are on are below the tolerances of the equipment that are used to measure it. That's a logical fact. So to say I know the entire Earth continues as a flat horizontal plane indefinitely in all directions, you couldn't possibly make that claim with that limited knowledge set. So it depends on what you mean by know the Earth is flat versus believe the Earth is flat. So there's no religious test where you have to chant, I know 100% and without a doubt that the Earth is flat. And if you can't say that, you got to be burned at the stake as a fake flat earther. It's not how it works, Lioner. I'm sorry. We don't do religious dogma tests here. We're not a religion, brother. Oh, I'm a proven snake? Lioner, why don't you go ahead and debunk any of the things I just logically laid out? Go ahead. See if you can do it. Or go ahead and show an example in any way, shape, or form where I've been a snake. Go ahead. See if you can do it. You can't do either. You know why? Because you're wrong. It's really that simple, Lioner. So I don't know why you're coming into our space throwing accusations around that you can't possibly substantiate. Yeah, you're right, Lioner. Territories we don't have access to can't be known. No frickin' duh. So why would I make universal statements? Why would they make universal statements about unknowns? Think about it. That's foolishness. Foolishness. That's equivalent to the Glober saying that beyond the observable universe, there's more universe that's expanding faster than the universe is expanding. How could they know that? How do I know unknown territories exist, Lioner? Wow, what a question, dude. What a question, bro. I said I don't know. That's why I can only limit my knowledge to the available data and not make universal claims about unavailable data. So somehow me being in a humble position where I'm not making universal claims about unknowns means I am a snake. What does that even mean, Lioner? Do you even listen to yourself talk, dude? Are like you like mentally challenged, brother? AI, here's the claim. Here's the claim, guys. AI is unwilling to make universal claims about unknowns. Therefore, He's a snake. Wow. This is the logic of the flat earth in the modern era, bros. People thrive on this dissidentry and tribalism and factionalism where they have the truthy truth and they're the bestie best and the other people are the scumbags. It's like, grow up, dude. Grow the fuck up.
Think he's some kind of QE super fan?
Don't know, man. Hard to tell.
I missed it. What happened?
Chat.
I missed it. What happened?
Yeah, I think he needs to mic up or be gone.
Liner's coming in here throwing accusations that we're fake flat earthers.
Because of what?
Who freaking knows, dude? He doesn't seem to be able to make a coherent point.
Well, I know that there are people, I know even I've said that people with fake flat earthers, but when I say that, I'm generally talking about intent, not a retard who can't argue his way out of a paper bag. So, what exactly constitutes a fake flat earther when everybody on Earth is a flat earther? What exactly did
he
he
seemed to be indicating that if you think there's a debate to be had, or if you want to actually have a discussion with somebody where you meet them on their terms and help them walk through the inconsistencies in what they believe, whether they're fully aware of it or not, and then you reason with them along a train of logic, that you're a fake flat earther, you're an anti-glober because you're trying to take a globe away from somebody rather than just saying, oh, Earth is flat because miles are flat or something. I don't freaking know, dude. The kid can't make a sentence.
Well, if you're gonna feel a way, you should be able to express how and why you feel that way. Because if you can't do that, it just makes me feel like you've been propagandized. Hating something you just don't know exactly how to. You got it?
Hey, Elijah, what does the Earth do after the known territory? Do you know what it does? The answer is no. Of course you don't. The answer is no. Nobody does. Nobody.
Well, here's where I think Lion's trying. I'm gonna try and steel man him. I don't know if I can, but I think maybe he's trying to say that when you guys like, oh, let me grant you refraction, or oh, let me grant you gravity, right? I think maybe that's what he's trying to say, even though he never said that. But
fair enough. We don't need to do the thinking for him. He just came to self-aggrandize by making accusations and then fall into his laurels of from an ivory tower throwing stones. He's actually got no claims to actually make. He's actually said nothing of any coherency that proves that one, anybody's fake, or two, anybody's a snake. So he's just stroking his own ego or the ego of his tribe. He came in here to defend the tribe, much like, LA Lakers fan shows up to the Chicago Bulls and does a big fart on the court. That's about it, dude.
yeah.
It's like you said, Neil. Neil, they either love me or hate me, bro. They just don't know what to do with themselves. Literally can't follow a line of logic to save their lives.
I'm back. I heard you ask me something, but I was caught up.
Well, I asked you, what is the surface of the Earth do after the known territory? That was the question.
What does the surface do after the known territory?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Oh, that's the right answer. Yay! That was easy.
Is it just me, or does the Big Daddy need to upgrade his data plan?
No, dude, he has an excellent mic. He just refuses to use it properly.
Does he keep it inside of his rectum? It's for safekeeping.
He's an anti-good mic sorter.
No reason to make it easier to be understood. You know what I'm saying?
I think the issue is that he goes to Chinatown and he sees the labels and he thinks it's like the real mics. That's why. He's from New York, remember?
If you go, Elijah, if you start at Polaris and head south, which is anti-north, so just away from Polaris, so Polaris is always growing in distance behind you, and you just keep going. Let's say you go 1,000,000 miles. 1,000,000 miles from Polaris, and then you look up. Will there be stars above you? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Exactly. So if you were 1,000,000 miles from Polaris, and we already know you can't see Polaris from 1,000,000 miles away, right? Because you already wouldn't be able to see it after what 10,000 miles or whatever the heck. So now, how are you going to get an elevation angle to a celestial object if there's no stars in the sky? The answer is you couldn't. Now, what if 1,000,000 miles away from Polaris, the Earth actually starts diving down like a cliff face? You know, like instead of a drop, like of inches, it drops miles. So every mile it's dropping miles, and it just slopes off for another 1,000,000 miles.
I'm a slope earther then.
Well, these are all unknowns, right? So it's fair, right? If somebody says, I know, listen, this is entirely fair. And this is what a lot of flat earthers got to wrap their heads around. Not so much people in our venues because, we're not retards. But to make the claim that the earth is flat is a much different claim than to make the claim that the totality of the known territory is flat, benchmarked to sea level in between two horizontal parallel planes, which is the mechanical definition of flat. But then again, you got to rewind back to the first claim. The earth is flat. Well, what do you mean by that? Because if you say, well, the earth is flat and it just continues as an indefinite plane, right? Forever in all directions for millions upon millions of miles. Well, you don't know that. You don't know that that's the case. You don't. It could be the case, and it's not to say there's no good reasons to think that is the case, but it's not a claim you can make. That would be a universal claim about unknowns. So it depends on what you mean by the earth is flat. And it depends on what you mean by I know the earth is flat. When you're trying to do a religious dogma question to somebody and say, do you believe the earth is flat or do you know the earth is flat? Depending on how you answer this, I'm going to decide whether you're a real flat earther or not.
Well, when you really think about it, saying the earth is flat, is a religious notion. Meaning, like, you'll never experience that to be true. Like, the earth, when you say the earth, we're talking about the earth, whatever the fuck it is. What's more accurate, like the example AI gave, is the kinds of examples I give. This amount of area is in measured level or used as level. I just don't see how, in light of that, the rest of the earth is a ball. Like, you're telling me that 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000 miles is flat, and then what? But that's not the same as, even though you could say Earth measures flat, if you really think about it, though, it really depends on what you're intending to say. And if you're talking to someone who's ignorant in the subject, they don't fucking know your intent. So just be a little more clear with people.
Have a conversation, meet them where they're at, talk through your terms, use a little Socratic method, show them that some of their reasoning's wrong by exposing the flaws in it. Like, all these are valid options. Like, you don't You don't just have to approach every conversation in a monolithic way where you're basically reading from a script. It doesn't have to be done that way. And anybody who's telling you, listen, I got to say this out loud. We've had people in this community who've said, don't make your own arguments. Just take my arguments whenever you're in a position and just say what I wrote down and you'll be fine. Is that the way we should be treating each other as flat earthers? Just copy what I said, assume that I'm correct, and do it because I said so. Now, there may be points in time where that person has proved their reasoning is correct, but to just give a carte blanche, a set of approval to a particular person or a particular body of work and say, don't do your own arguments, just quote from my book. Just quote from my book. That's all you got to do. Just verbatim parrot my book.
Well, that's not going to work when someone has an unjustified report. You have to be able to, if you want the person to give a fuck about what you're saying, you have to be a little flexible in diving into the pool you didn't initially intend to dive in, to take them out of that and then, put them on track. It's like,
what if you don't care? What if you actually don't care about the other person? What if you just want to win because you want to prove the earth is flat and you have what you think is a silver bulletproof, and you're just going to tell the person you're silver bulletproof and then walk away? I won.
What's the point in that? Like, what's the point? I guess I don't see the point in doing it.
Just have an automatic victory dance, pretty much.
What victory? The school is teaching all of our kids. Matter of fact, no, scratch that. On all levels of society, people are being propagandized against truth. What fucking win are you talking about?
The ego
like,
win.
Unless you take your content and make it go viral and then make people have a discussion, then I'll say, yeah, that was a win. But that's not what we're talking about, is it? What the fuck is the point?
Yeah, it's like,
that's like me going to a kindergarten and intellectually beating the shit out of somebody, and then going, I won. So what? Like, I don't know.
I know that's what a lot of them do. And I used to do that. I'm not gonna lie. I used to not have my own arguments. I used to just copy paste stuff and then just be like, I've won the argument, and then they wouldn't even get what I'm saying, or they'd have other questions, and then I'd just be like, well, that doesn't matter about your questions because I said facts, and it doesn't matter because I'm saying facts, and that's it. You know. As opposed to us, where they're asking us questions and we're actually answering those questions. But
yeah, real quick, guys, real quick. Let me point this out. So that guy that came in here to talk shit. Okay, he seems to be coming from Nathan Oakley's side of things, whatever that means, because he name dropped Nathan Oakley as being the source for his claim that it's documented that we're fake flat earthers. And so, I've been a supporter of Nathan Oakley to some degree, but also a criticizer. I criticize and support people where they're worthy of support or worthy of criticism. That's what I've done for years. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that I've attempted to promote Nathan on our platforms and even invited him to other platforms and even encouraged him against the advice of his quote unquote friends who later, were found out to not be friends, right? To promote his book ahead of time. I even told them that they could use our platform to do an interview or a production presentation about their book if they want. Now, does that mean I'm not going to criticize things in the book that I don't agree with? Of course, I'm going to still be able to criticize it. But I'm not against promoting the idea that a flat earther wrote a book and it'd be nice for his book to get some promotion. That doesn't mean that I have a check mark on everything in the book. I might find things I don't agree with. I might find methods I don't agree with. I might even find errors. And it behooves me to not just brush it under the rug if I do, but it's not to say that I'm going to ostracize this person from the community. And so I offered, hey, you could do an event on our platforms. We'll do a staged event, do an interview. We'll do all this promotional stuff. And so I guess the thanks for that from the peanut gallery is for them to come in and accuse us of being fake flat earthers. I mean, this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with in our community. Yeah, for example, if you don't have a good mic, you're a fake flat earther. There you go.
If you don't have a good mic, maybe it's because you have shit to do and you don't have time to sit in front of a perfect setup with no wind.
Exactly, brother. Because we both know that both of us have awesome mic setups because we've heard each other speak through our awesome mic setups.
My bad. I can't sound like a radio host 24/7. I don't know how some people do it, but
Dude, your microphone is in your pocket. That's the problem.
Yeah, thank you, Peter.
I guarantee you're connected to headphones that are in your pocket.
Yeah, I'm not judging because there are those that actually, have gotten to the point where they don't have to share their time for money, so they can be here and do all that, and I respect that. But I'm still in the street. Until I get there, I'll be having a bad month because I got shit to do.
Yeah, listen, Eli, I tried having an expensive mic when I was working. One that had advanced noise canceling. It had a flip up, flip down, mute. It was like a trucker mic, to cancel out road noise and all this. It's not so much that it made it worse. It's that it just got destroyed. And it made my head very hot, so I couldn't work. So I was like, enough of this. But yeah, the advanced noise canceling in the mic, because I was working and talking sometimes, like it would like cut my voice out. And then you had the software side noise cancellation from Discord. It just like compounded the problem. But yeah, this is what we're going to have to face. We're going to have to face these peanut galleryans. We've had to do this for years, by the way. They come into our platform and talk crap about us in light of other groups that they're a part of, and they want to factionalize from our group to their group. My group's better than your group, and I'm going to come here to talk shit about you. And then when asked to present any evidence for their claims, it's like, nope, can't do it. But like I always said, some people want to be martyrs, and so you're welcome to come to our platform and be a martyr for your cause. Go ahead. We're here to serve.
AI, do you know, is Oakley still releasing his book?
Yeah, as far as I know, it tentatively will be out within a week. He had just finished up his review draft, where you did your corrections and you're like, okay, now I'm ready to publish. So I'm going to read it through one more time. And so he's reviewing that. And then once he reads it through without any major stops, then he's going to say, okay, it's good to go. Now, from what I heard, it's not going to be released. Don't know about that. Don't know his plans in regards to that. The only thing I do know is that he said there will be parts in his book about what happened with that fallout. Now, what I find interesting, Peter, is that somebody gave me a screenshot from, and I didn't actually go double verify it, but what it was posted from the channel of the people claiming to have published the book, being the book that's out now, and it's listed under fiction. It says in the disclaimer, this is a fictional work, and the person in this book is a fictionalized character, which is based on Betty Van Velsen, who's actually a real person. So I find it head scratching why you would release a definitive flat Earth book under the auspices of fiction. That's almost poetic justice from a Glober's point of view. Oh, well, of course your book is fiction. It's about flat Earth. I hope Nathan's book isn't published as a fictional work. Now, I do understand there's legal reasons why some people do it that way. Some people do it that way for legal reasons, but as a flat earther, you should know better than to publish your flat Earth masterwork as a work of fiction. I mean, that's just bonehead level dumb. Go ahead.
For me, it kind of makes sense because, you know, all legalists can be, in a sense, used to just shut it down. I guess within the commercial world, it makes sense that they actually use that label.
Yeah, I don't know about that because you could publish a book as a science book and people could say, oh, that book is, the science is wrong in it, right? I mean, half of the science book have things wrong with them. So there's no one can sue you for saying you published an incorrect science book because there's no authority on what correct is in science.
Yeah, it's like relativity. Just publish it. Have 100 people say no, and then deny their claims by saying, well, you could have just said
Dude,
one.
you don't have to go into the script. What I'm saying is, in science, there's no punishment, legal punishment for being wrong. So that's a lame excuse if that's what he's using, because you could publish it as a physics science book, and then Globers would just say, oh, the book is full of shit. Okay, but that's not any legal grounds for a lawsuit.
But wasn't he using like quantum eraser character in the book as well? Like, isn't that the fictional side that he's using kind of like this persona? This persona, quantum eraser, is not that's not in the book. Never mind.
Well, I mean, in order for that to be the case, then he would have to present that he was playing a character through his interactions with the flat Earth community. So Quantum Eraser was a fictional character. I mean, his arguments were coming from a fictional character. So basically, he was just playing a role. Like, that's even worse, dude.
That's what I'm looking at, because, I mean, that's the only sense I can make out of it, in a sense.
Yeah, it's like, for example, I've done a PSA a couple of times, making sure everybody actually knows I'm not really a cyborg from the future. You know what I mean?
That's a lie.
Which is the lie, that I did a PSA or that I'm not really a cyborg from the future?
You are a cyborg from the future.
Like something a cyborg from the future would say.
Oh my goodness. You can't win.
So listen, if the book becomes really like famous right out there, and then new people come into it, and then they want to look at the people that did it, they find the name of the name of one. Is Elijah hot micing?
Yeah,
New people
sorry.
come into the book, they read the book, then they want to find the author. The authors are attached to this quantum eraser, and they're gonna find quantum eraser channel playing a character, and they're gonna see the character. So And there's a lot of conversations, in this channel, many other channels, where he use a lot of language, and I don't know. He doesn't have to explain anything of the character from the character standpoint. Whatever language he used, whatever he said, in a sense, because he was playing a character, he's like legally protecting himself. And all the times that he told people, like, I'll go get you and fight you and break you in half. Like, I don't know. Those kind of arguments that the character made. So he's covered. The character is covered under fiction. Come on, guys, think about this logically.
Hey, baby girl.
Thought about.
Okay. Baby, come here.
Well, hey, dude, 24/7 has been accused of just being fakers, that we're not real flat earthers, and we're just trolling the world. So if we just put in our headline under 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Elijah, holy crap, mute up. So we put under our 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is a work of fiction. No characters, alive or dead, are meant to resemble any human beings from the past, present, or future. This is all one big fictional event for your enjoyment.
Troll.0.
Yeah, people can do that, especially when writing a book or trying to go out there into the market.
I get it. But this is where it goes back to integrity. Like, I think I could speak for a lot of people in our forums that we would never publish a flat earth work under any auspices of being fictional. Period. On principle alone.
Oh yeah, I agree with that too. But there's people pick whatever they're gonna do, and that's the case
So
in
we're
this
accused
case.
of being we're accused of being fake flat earthers because we have discussions with people. But somebody who publishes a flat earth book under the auspices of fiction isn't accused of being a fake flat earther. That's interesting.
That sure is ironic.
Like someone like me who will argue that no matter which conception of gravity you believe in, it's perfectly congruent with the Earth being flat, and therefore gravity is neither here nor there. And I can accept gravity or not accept gravity, and it doesn't change the surface of the Earth. And then I'm said, oh my goodness, you gave the globers gravity. You're really a glober.
Well, if you give them gravity, right, that's going to cut back to the chase of, hey, I need a measurement of curvature.
Yeah, because most of the time when they're talking about those things, they think it means the Earth can only be a globe. And they think that you have no answer for it. But I mean, the Earth can be flat, and you still have any of their beliefs about what gravity does. So it doesn't change the fact. So now you're left with, okay, we have gravity where the Earth could be flat, and we have gravity where the Earth could be a globe. Now, how do we know which is which? Oh, that's right. Whether the Earth is actually a globe or not. There you go. They're so incongruent with it too, because most of them come in and imagine we're talking about a flat disk floating in a heliocentric cosmos, right? And then they say, well, how can you have a flat disk floating in a heliocentric cosmos? It would crush in on itself. And then we're like, dude, do you know, in order for something to not crush in on itself, it just has to be strong enough to resist the forces crushing it. So ergo, the Earth is just strong enough not to be crushed. And we know it's flat because the surface measures flat. And they'll be like, no, it must crush into itself. It can't possibly be strong enough to resist the forces. And then you tell them, well, why not? And they'd be like, I have no idea.
How if the Earth is going to cave in on itself because of gravity if it was flat, right? How is it we have tunnels underground? Wouldn't the dirt and the Earth crush?
Exactly. But there's another problem here, which they don't understand, which just demonstrates how ignorant they are of actual physics. So if imagine their argument where they say the Earth can't be flat because of gravity, because if you walk away from the center, you'd start to walk diagonal, right? We've heard that before. They're imagining the Earth as being very thin. And so the mass forces are directed towards the center of a disk, essentially. Now, what's interesting about that is that if all the mass forces are directed inwards towards the center of the disk, which basically means they're all coplanar, then where are you going to get torsion force to twist the disk into a ball? It's not going to collapse into a ball. The forces are just going in one direction, much like a bicycle tire. You know, a rim of a bicycle is pulled by spokes towards the center, and it just stays as a hoop. So they don't even understand like hoop stress and coplanar vectors and all this stuff. It's like they literally aren't thinking straight. Now, it's not unreasonable if they start talking like that for you to say, well, you know, if you're talking about that and you think that would crush the Earth into a ball, well, no, because this is the way it would actually work in physics. Like that's not an unreasonable conversation, and it's not a conversation you need to be accused of being a fake flat earther for having. Okay, so anybody out there who's accusing people of being fake flat earthers because they're willing to talk about the distribution of forces in somebody else's paradigm that they just brought up as a topic of conversation, well, then maybe you need to check whether you're a flat earther or you're a religitard. Because you could be a religitard flat earther, rest assured. Think about it. You're only allowed to say these apologetics. You're only allowed to read from this holy book. Isn't that what's going on in flat earth right now? You have to say things from this book, and you have to say things in this way, or you're not one of us. Wow. So when the Globers accuse the flat earth of being a cult, these are some good examples.
Well, you kind of have to wonder about the real motivation for someone to just try to tear down the community that way, right? So, you know, there's a lot of forces at work.
Yeah, external and internal. Right? And I don't mean internal like within our community. I mean internal like within the heart of every man. Like they have the reasons why they're tribal. They have the reasons why they want to be in the in group and then exclude the other and punish the other and demean the other. Like that's just human nature, which we're all well aware of, I hope. But meanwhile, while all that drama is going on, the known territory of the Earth is covered in 70% water, right? Out of the supposed 197 million square miles, right? Give or take. All the elevation profiles are benchmarked to that, which means if you take the mean sea level and the elevation variance, you end up with all points on the surface of Earth are between two parallel planes, which is the mechanical definition of a flat surface. Because Platonic ideals don't exist in three-dimensional reality, which we all know. So no, Earth is not unidimensional. It has length, width, breadth, right? Depth. So yes, it has mountains, it has valleys. But all those mountains and valleys are between two horizontal parallel planes, benchmarked to sea level. When you draw that out, you end up with a big straight line, which means it's flat, not curved. Now, in case you didn't know, that what I just described to you is the flat Earth model. The flat Earth model is not about the sky. It's not about the origins story. It's not about a salvation story. It's not about what the moon is doing. It's not about whether Uranus smells like farts. It's simply about all the points on the surface in the known territory are between two parallel planes and not curving back in around them. It's that simple.
Hey, AI, I love you, man. What you just said is exactly what I used as a definition of flat Earth. Even when I was a glober, I coined this definition because people would say, what is flat Earth? What is flat Earth? And the definition is this. Flat Earth is an Earth where 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane. This is what you said. That's the model. That's the definition.
Correct. So when people say there is no flat Earth model, you can remember this day that you heard the flat Earth model, clearly, succinctly, and distinctly elucidated. That's the only way you can define a flat in a three-dimensional space, by the way. That's how they do it in all the manuals for machining flat parts, by the way.
Well, technically, there's another way that's more general, I think.
Hit it.
A flat surface is one where the Pythagorean theorem holds true.
What?
The Pythagorean theorem only is true on a flat surface. In mathematics,
yeah, but
if
that
the surface is convex or concave, you know, triangles don't add up to 180 degrees, and the Pythagorean theorem is not true.
Okay, but you would only be able to express a triangle like that on a single plane. So like if you were going to make points.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so you could make floating points, let's say on the top of a mountain, then on the beach, and then at your house. And if you draw those lines, all three of those lines, so that the triangle would no longer be horizontal, but it would still be a true triangle.
Yeah. So for example, to express in this term, but what you said, if you had 3 buoys on a surface of water, let's say, you know, calm water, if those 3 buoys form a triangle with 180 degrees and the Pythagorean theorem is true for the triangle, the surface is flat. If, however, the Pythagorean theorem were not to hold true for those 3 buoys, then bendy water.
Well, it depends on how you're connecting the buoys, wouldn't it?
Yeah, what if they're connecting
Obviously
from the
with
top of the
straight lines.
buoys? Yeah, but if they're
Right, but
going
it
from the
depends
top of the
on
buoys,
yeah.
buoys
Well, if you're
extending like
listen,
100
if you're
feet tall.
connecting them with straight lines, which are straight on all axes, right? Then it always would be a triangle connecting those points. So you'd have to define how you're connecting the points. Like, are you doing a line of sight? Are you doing
Now
it with pieces of string laid on the surface?
Now you sound like Bev a little bit. No offense.
Well, in order for the Pythagorean theorem not to be true, you'd have to connect them with lines that aren't straight.
Again, not knowing the surface, you can connect 2 points with a straight line, even if it's a surface of a curve. Basically, you go in a straight without changing direction from one point to the other.
Yeah, so on one axis.
So the shortest path in 3 dimensions over a surface.
Right, but if it's a curved surface, and you were traveling there, you'd only be going straight on the y-axis, not the z-axis. You'd be
Sure,
arcing
but
on
that's
the
the
z-axis.
shortest distance, right?
Well, no, that's just the shortest surface travel distance. The shortest
Well,
distance would
yes,
be a
we're
straight
studying the
line straight
surface.
through. Right,
Now you
right.
sound
But
like
check this
Bev.
out.
Every time I told
No,
Bev
no,
to
no,
travel over
no,
surface, he
no.
insisted that it penetrates the sphere.
Well, there you go. So you're saying if you travel on the surface, then
obviously we're measuring the surface, the properties of the surface.
Right, but a lot of these are done with line of sight sometimes. Like it's okay, I can see point A, I can see point B, I can see point C from each point. And if you connect those lines, they would always be straight above the surface, and so you'd always just end up with a true triangle.
Yeah, but now it's a different plane, like you said. You're obviously you always have a Euclidean plane if you do that, but that's not interesting.
Right. And there are Globers who claim that they have traveled in a surface line, which is a straight heading towards the other point, and then they traveled in a surface line, which is a straight heading to the other point, and then they traveled from that point to the other point and created a greater than 180 degree, from each angle, each ethereal angle is looked at from the top, and then they say, well, this is a quote unquote spherical triangle, and that disproves the Earth being flat based on the reasons you just described. But then when asked to validate that they actually did this, of course, it's all hypothetical.
Yes. But even what I'm saying is, I just want to. I'm talking about the method, right? The method I'm describing could be applied to an object that we don't live on. For example, if I gave you a sphere and I asked you to pretend that you don't know it's a sphere, right? Just by looking at it. You could determine that it's a sphere by choosing 3 points, connecting them with lines on the surface, and concluding that it's not a Euclidean triangle, and that the Pythagorean theorem doesn't hold true for those 3 lines. You know what I mean?
Sure, but you could do that. You could do that on a well, just for devil's advocate. You can do that on a giant hill.
Exactly. Yes. Perfect.
Depending on how depending on how much tolerance you have with your instrumentation. So you can complete this alleged non-Euclidean triangle, but then the overall surface of the Earth still be, between 2 horizontal parallel planes.
Yes, because you're just studying like that area of the surface.
Now, one thing I did find interesting is there is this claim out there that measurements of distance are in linear measurements, like linear feet, linear miles. And the definition of linear is a line or a straight line. And therefore, if you go from point A to point B and it's 70 miles, then that means you must have gone in a perfectly straight line on all axes. What do you think about that?
I didn't understand what you described.
But the problem is that linear in some definitions is described as being a straight line in all axes, but in other definitions it's described as being a straight line or a nearly straight line. So in other words, something traveling 100 miles and only deviating a few inches over that 100 miles would still be considered linear under those definitions. So you got to pick the definition you want.
In mathematics, nobody uses linear in that sense, I don't think. But a straight line has a geometric definition. It's the shortest distance between 2 points on a given surface.
Right. So let me ask you this question, because all these advanced geometry and physics questions can be solved with sexual innuendo. It's very simple. So when you measure a chick to have a 36-inch chest, since inches are linear measurements, does that mean she's flat-chested?
No one would say that inch in mathematics, that inch is a linear measurement. It makes no sense.
Right. So you could take a tape that's printed inches on it and wrap it around somebody's chest and get their chest measurement, right?
Yes,
and rest assured, yeah, exactly. And rest assured that their chest actually has form that comes back around on itself. Their chest is not a straight line, right?
Right. So a person who would say that inch suggests a straight line and is just probably like a quantum eraser / Nathan Oakley type of idiot, right?
Well, I want to qualify that. I'm not. Some of the people who argue this aren't suggesting that it's a suggestion of a straight line, that it must be a straight line when using these terms and cannot be anything else. So they cannot refer to anything else but straight lines. But whenever you get a suit tailored, or you measure your bust line or your waistline, you know you use a tape with inches printed on it and you wrap it around, right? So this argument that they can only be straight, I just don't see how that carries. In fact, I got one in my hand right now. I just pulled it out. I just pulled it out of my drawer, dude. It's a little tape for measuring your body. It has inches printed on it. And rest assured, I can use this printed inch tape to get my bicep, my thigh, my waistline, my chest line.
You remember?
Hey, this is a family show, bro.
He's gonna need the other tape for that one.
Yeah, the one with millimeters.
Oh shit. No, dude, he's a cybernetic futuristic AI robot. I'm saying he gets to choose.
You're gonna
You
have
still look
to
like a creepy
include
Japanese
that
teenage girl,
element of
lass.
time, since he's a time-traveling cyborg.
Fair enough, all tongue in cheek aside. Is it unreasonable for me to say I can wrap a tape around something round and get the inches of the length of the roundness, and that is certainly not straight. And so if I told myself these can only be straight, and therefore if I draw a barrel with a 36-inch circumference on a piece of paper measured with a tape, that I have to draw a barrel as a straight line in an orthographic view, does that make any sense? The answer to me is no, it doesn't make sense. And so I don't find it unreasonable to question a claim that inches and feet and miles can only be linear, and linear meaning straight in all axes. So I don't think that's unreasonable, and I don't think it's reasonable to be called a fake flat earther for having such a question. No, I don't find it compelling when someone says, and keep in mind, if you find it compelling for the reasons that you have, sure, go ahead. But I don't find it compelling that if somebody mentions miles, that I can just focus right there and say, you mentioned miles, therefore you're talking about straight lines and all axes, and therefore you've conceded that the earth is flat. Like, I don't find that a compelling argument, personally. And that's my right? And for the reasons I just laid out, it's not unreasonable for me to not find that compelling. And so anybody who tells me that I have to find it compelling, otherwise I'm a fake flat earther, well, that person's just a religitard, in my opinion.
Well, they showed us
Only
what
if they're being, real quick,
a wheel
only if they're
measure
being
was.
dogmatic, real quick, only if they're being dogmatic against me. But if they say they have reasons why they find it compelling, and they think I should find it compelling, but they understand why I don't find it compelling, that's much different than saying, no, you have to believe what I just said, otherwise you're fake. All right, go ahead.
I'm just saying they showed us what a wheel measure is in like grade 5 or something. You know? I remember using one in school. They got one out and said, "We're going to use this today." I'm like, "What's that?" I was like, "It's a wheel measure. Like you wheel it around. Every time it does a full revolution, it's done 1 meter. It's gone 1 meter in length." I'm like, okay. He says, "Yeah, it's great for like going over terrain which is not flat." I'm like, cool.
Right. So just like you just said, when you're measuring terrain that's not flat, you can measure the straight line distance through the bottom of the terrain, which is going to be one length. And then you could measure the traveled distance, which is going to be another length. So for example, if you're going to drive over the roads that go through the Rocky Mountains, you're not going to be putting the miles on your car that are equivalent to the straight line distance from one side of the mountain to the other, because you're going to go up and down and up and down and around. And so the miles on your odometer is going to read much greater than the linear distance from point A to point B, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, your wheels are doing something, right?
Now, the only retort to that I could see is, well, if you're arguing that miles must only be linear distances, that your linear distance horizontally from the base of the mountain to the other side of the mountain is one distance, but when you go up, you're going in a linear, and then you go down, you're going linear, then up linear, down linear, up linear, down linear. So you're going in zigzag linears. I mean, I guess you could argue that, maybe, but I still wouldn't find that much of a compelling argument, like for the reasons I already described. Because you're basically saying that we have a measurement convention which is defined as such. Therefore, the Earth can't be a certain physical structure. Like maybe your measurement convention is just wrong, but the Earth is actually something that your physical measurement convention doesn't convey properly because it's a language problem, not a reality problem. And when you try to create reality problems out of language problems, you run into problems with logical fallacies, right? Definitions don't create realities. I mean, I know that's hard for a lot of people to grasp. In the flat Earth community, I've heard it a million times that if you could say a definition, then that means the definition is true. Well, if that were true, then all the definitions they have in the book, that say level is adherent to the surface curvature of the water. Well, that must be true then, because it's a definition. It's in the book. Or maybe in a dictionary it says Earth. Earth is the name of the planet we live on, which is a globe. Oh, look, it's in the definition. It must be true. It's the same with citations. Just because you've cited something doesn't mean you've won your argument or proved your point. A citation in itself doesn't necessarily prove your case. Look, I have a citation. I'm correct. Well, what if the citation is wrong? What if citation you cited is actually incorrect? So a flat earther says, I have a citation, therefore I'm correct. And a globe earth says, I have a citation, therefore I'm correct. And their two citations are contradictory. So who's right? And how do you know? Well, maybe we need a third citation which says the flat earther is right, or a fourth citation which says the globe earther is right. No, you got to compete. You got to compete for the merits of the evidence you're presenting, even when you present a citation. Hell, I've heard not a million times, I'm just being exaggeratory, that people have presented citations in here, and then when you go and you read the source material from the citation, you find out that the source material was not intending to say what the person said the source material was trying to say. And a lot of that source material actually debunks what they're trying to say.
Come on, boys, just tell him.
But they isolated a certain sentence and they said, oh, well, ignore all the rest. Tell who
Yeah,
what.
you're breaking up a lot. Like a lot of your wisdom is going to waste because of this.
It was just the last sentence. It was just the last sentence.
It's mostly understandable, but I get it because you're a cyborg.
Citations that you cite could be wrong, or you be with a citation from somebody else, which is an isolated fragment from a larger paragraph. And if you read the whole paragraph, you find out that the citation they presented was a complete misunderstanding. That happens a lot in this community, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I can't tell you how many debates we've had live on the air where a Glober presented an evidence and he said, "Oh, this paper proves I'm right," and then we start reading it out loud on the live, and they just get wrecked by their own paper they posted. And let's be clear, flat earthers do it too. Been many instances throughout the years of flat earthers presenting something they thought was correct, but then when you open it up and start reading it, it's not at all what they presented it as. And no, you cannot isolate a sentence fragment or a thought fragment out of a larger paragraph and say that this body of work supports my conclusion because I isolated a phraseology out of something and cited it and said, well, just ignore the rest, only focus on my citation. Because that's not how language works. For example, you can be using rhetorical argumentation where you engage in, something you don't actually believe in, and you make statements in an argument's sake. And if somebody isolates those out and presents them as that something you are supporting, they'd be making a erroneous presentation of your work.
Can I
But
add
they
my
have
pet
quotes at
peeve
the
to it,
beginning and
AI,
quotes
to
at the
interrupt
end.
your flow a little bit?
Go for it.
I know it's not exactly that, but another version of this is citing people like the unfortunate, Polish cosmonaut Mirosław Hermaszewski, who said that the Earth was flat, right? As a kind of joke that you understand if you speak the language. But when somebody subtitles the little clip in English and him saying, "Yeah, I went up there and the Earth was flat," and using that as evidence for flat Earth, it's very cringeworthy.
Well, in instances like that, you could also have a
It's
flat
not
earther
used as
say
evidence.
really smart that, well, the person is actually telling you the truth, but using it as a joke. Because there's this karmic reaction that, well, I have to tell you the truth in order for whatever it is that I'm lying about to not be looked into.
That's a little bit out there, okay?
It's not used as evidence, by the way, that the Earth is flat. It's used as a
Well,
hostile
some
weapon.
people have, go on Twitter, do it every now and then, okay?
Yeah, I know. And a lot of us are calling those guys dumb and saying
That's
a
what
lot of
I'm
their
doing,
arguments are.
but like T-Dub is taking it personally. Oh, it's not used as evidence here. I know it's not, but on Twitter it is.
I'm not taking it personally, right? I'm just saying it's not used in that context.
It is used in that context.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say, "Hey, this Polish cosmonaut said the Earth is flat, so it must be."
Not in this VC, but on Twitter. I mean, go and
I
look
don't
at
think I've
another.
ever heard anybody say it on YouTube.
Oh, how about a yoga
on
teacher
TikTok,
who published a book of
anywhere.
200 proofs that the Earth is flat? 90% of that book is what AI was talking about. 90% of that is memes, things taken out of context, and bullshit. So you're saying that's not being done? I mean, here's the prominent. If you ask a random normie who's the face of flat Earth, that's Eric Dubay.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I've
I mean,
so
if
heard
you
Eric
ask a
Debate say, "This
normie who's
Polish
the face of
cosmonaut said
flat
the Earth is
Earth,
flat,
he's
so
going to
it's
say,
flat."
what the fuck is flat
Bro,
Earth, right? But if you ask a random
who
normie
cares? I don't
who
care, man.
knows
I don't
about
care.
flat Earth,
Yeah, have your point. I don't give a shit.
I know you don't. You have bigger problems. You're walking upside down.
That's a globe joke.
T-Dub is always pissed because all the blood is going down into his head.
What? So the bottom of the universe is pulling the blood down? What?
Must be a lot of dark matter down there.
Either that or the moon.
What's up, Jedi? Did you see your king's speech in Congress?
Yeah, man, I did. That was
really
fun.
good.
I liked how everybody was so enthusiastic. They applauded pretty much every half sentence that he said. That was good. Poor man couldn't get a word out edgeways without people standing up and applauding him.
Yeah, and then that idiot, that fat orange Indian idiot at the reception, he calls him Charles. I don't know much about royalty, but I think you call a king Charles if you're his fucking cousin from, you know, the Empire of Russia or something. But not if you're a random real estate developer from New York. You don't say, hey, Charles, good speech.
Yeah. He's always pushing that boundary, isn't he, old Trump? Oh, well.
If I were the king, I would say, who's Charles? Like, who are you talking to?
Well, he probably knows him well. I mean, he's probably the adrenochrome plug to all the rich people. So.
Still, either you're a cousin or you're not.
Yeah, well, I mean, even in the military, I wouldn't go up to, like, I wouldn't be a civilian, walk up to somebody I know who's a sergeant in the army, call him sergeant, if I know the guy. I'm gonna be like, what's up, Bill? He'll be like, hey, dude. I'm gonna walk up to him and say, hey, Sergeant Bill. That don't make sense. He's not his king.
Yeah, but it's a title. It's like when you refer to Trump, you're supposed to say President, Mr. President, right? It's a title. It's a respect to the country, not to the person necessarily. You know, we salute the rank, not the person. You know what I'm saying?
It's not exactly the same thing. It's not the person, it's the crown.
Yeah, exactly. And the crown is of importance to the people who, you know, live by the rules of the crown. So when you're a foreign diplomat, you use those titles in that context. And so he can say King Charles, and King Charles can say President Trump. And all is good.
Trump forgot they weren't on the island anymore.
That's what it was. They weren't using. He forgot that they weren't using their pet names. Yeah.
At least they didn't call him Charlie. That would have been a blunder. Good old Charlie.
Chuck would have been great.
At least he didn't address him as the brother of the notorious child fiddler, Prince Andrew. Yeah.
He's the heir to Count Dracula.
Pretty much. They're all German anyway.
I like how he was flexing when he said, you know, King George III, my 5 times great grandfather.
Yeah.
Why didn't he bring up his other ancestor, Count Dracula?
Wait, if the president's akin to the kings, like it was the king that signed the Magna Carta.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't they just say, hey, Charles? Why does he have to use the title? They're all kin.
Oh, he doesn't have to use the title. He can call him whatever he wants, right? But out of respect, this is the thing about diplomacy in front of cameras and big banquets and stuff, right? it's diplomacy. So everybody uses their, titles and so on. That's primarily what the royal family is in this country. We've got our political diplomacy, then we've got our royal diplomacy. Things politically between our two countries aren't doing too well at the moment. So, of course, we send Charlie over, and, that's pretty much it, dude. You just get blown away with pageantry and stuff. Or Charles, Trump does anyway.
Was it a dinner or just like a?
There was several bits and pieces. There was a address to Congress made by King Charles. There was a dinner banquet thing. We presented President Trump with the bell from a submarine that was in service at the end of the Second World War, HMS Trump. So he's now got the bell to that submarine. We gave him that. Interesting, we gave him the present of a bell. If anybody wants to hear that story that I think's going on, but ultimately, he gave him a
bell.
Yeah,
He was probably like, I thought we got rid of all of those. You bastard.
This is like, just remember what we're here for, right?
Maybe it's a joke on this is your Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, here's your liberty. Here's your liberty bell. But yeah, it was used to those types of things, right? King's going over to other countries, shaking hands with diplomats, especially over the last year. He's never been so fucking busy. Got one arm of the royal family having to appear in American courts now. He's accepted the summons to appear on questioning and conversations with regarding allegations to Epstein and blah, 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 blah. Obviously got Prince Harry and Meghan. That's a fucking shit show if I've ever bloody seen one. Oh my God. And then we've got the other side of the family with Prince Charles and King. I'm still not used to calling him King. King Charles and his son Prince William, heir to the throne. Should be happening any year now, I would have thought. I don't think King Charles is going to hang around for too long. He's Muslim, by the way.
Who is?
King Charles. It's been very widely popularised and suggested that behind closed doors, King Charles is actually a practicing Muslim. Because he is now the defender of the faith in this country, a king that the monarch, a title that the monarch rolls. So in this country, we've got the Church of England, right? So we fucked off and all that shit. So the king is in charge along with the Archbishop of Canterbury. But anyway, so yeah, we've got all types of diplomacy and things going on at the moment with Prince Charles and Prince William, and trying to quell the flames of allegations of child fiddling and whatnot. Even allegations that Prince Harry's children aren't even Prince Harry's children. That's hilarious. But yeah, it's crazy.
Even allegations that his wife is a robot.
Whose?
Is it Prince Harry or the other? I can't remember. I can never remember
Prince,
which one.
was it Meghan the robot?
One that's married.
Yeah. They're all married. Yeah, Meghan the robot. She was the next yacht girl, right? She used to be on yachts with billionaires and so on.
She was definitely big in that scene.
Yeah.
She's been divorced a couple times, at least.
She also comforted Prince Andrew on the yacht. I think that's a good way to put it. Prince Andrew being Prince Harry's uncle. So she comforted his uncle before she married him on a yacht.
You're trying to tell me that a prince can't even Prince has to settle for somebody's third used?
Well, this is the thing about Harry the Spare, the second heir to the throne. Yeah, he gets the seconds of everything. Absolute laughing stock, all of them, mate. So yeah, Prince Charles coming to America. Prince Charles, King Charles, fucking hell, coming to America and shaking hands with Trump and stuff. Just diplomacy and distraction, and tensions between our two countries because our friendship is it's lowest ebb that it has been for ages, and we're all friends again now, so it's okay. It's just part of the fucking game. It's all bullshit.
Hey, I got an idea, Jedi. Check this out, bro. So what we do in America, we take all our immigrants that we don't want, and we send them over to Britain, and then all the British who are sick and tired of their immigrant-infested country come over to America, and so all the immigrants just get to have Britain, and you guys get to come here, and then we just get to be one new super England. So like we got New England over here, so it's going to be New England, like Neo England.
Neo England. Got it.
Yeah.
I like it. And we can finally join with Canada.
There's like less than 300 million Americans, dude. And I don't mean that there's less than that people in our country, because there's plenty of people who are here that aren't American. Like they have no intention of being part of the American culture at all. So in human history, Americans are very unique, and even in the modern day, we're very rare. Yeah. But I like our way of life, and I like it to last, and I'd like to kick everyone who doesn't like it out into other countries, and they can enjoy their crappy way of life all they want.
Well, this is what I like your idea, but when you said leave our country to them, no, fuck off. I'm not having my bloody country. I'd rather stick around and fight for it.
Nah, dude, you don't get it, dude. In order for it to be the other way around, we'd have to move all the logistics of the United States there, which is way too complicated. We already got the bastion here.
Okay, cool. We just bring the king in his crown.
It's the only way it can work logistically. Like, think about it. Dude, we got like 3 guns per person here. You got like negative 200 guns per person there.
That is very true.
So what I'm saying is we just need a land where we just need a land with borders. We just need a land with borders that's defensible, where we say, listen, you can only come here if you're absolutely allegiant to the American way of life, and we get to decide whether you are or aren't. And if we don't like you, you're not coming in. It's that simple. The end.
Well, you guys have got a lot of space in Australia, haven't you, T-Dub?
Oh heck yeah, yeah.
Cool. I'm liking what AI is trying to sell me at the moment, but have a look around.
Yeah, that's why the Chinese are so interested.
That's
true. They know how to terraform. And there's a lot of area here that people don't live because it's hot and dry and arid, right? So, but Chinese, they know how to turn that back into an oasis. So, yeah, I think that's why they want to grow lots of rice over here. Good soil, good red soil in the center.
That's a lot of iron. That's going to be heavy food.
They refer to America as the American experiment, right? A certain type of way of doing things that's unique throughout all human history, supposedly. And it's about to go extinct.
Well, we're reaching the part of the rat experiment where everything's just going to implode. All right. We're in the generation where nobody wants to think for themselves. Everybody wants things done their way. They don't want to put any effort towards supporting another person. They want other people to support them. And in the rat experiments, that was you ended up having the pretty generation where they focused on
beautiful
health.
people. Yeah. The beautiful ones, the ones that just sat around preening themselves all of the time, looking in mirrors and shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, we are definitely in that generation. If we are those rats in that cage, yeah, for sure.
I don't know though. I'm optimistic. Look at this community here. We have some old timers, right? And we have new up
when
and
you say
coming
old timers, are you including me in that statement?
Yes, you,
Fuck's
me,
sake.
AI, Indio. Obviously, Indio is immortal, but you know. But then we have the up and coming talent like Lats, for example. You know, I think the future of he's like what 19. So the future of this generation, I think, is in good hands with these guys.
That's a lot of age discrimination, and that's hurting my fifis. I'm gonna need you to stop.
Wait, how old is Lats? No way, he's 19.
He's 19 and a half, like he's pushing 20.
No way. That's wild.
I mean, nobody older than
Is
20
he
would
here?
have a creepy Japanese teenage girl as a PFP.
He is here. Oh,
Yeah.
don't speak for
Lats.
yourself.
It's
Yeah.
definitely millennial stuff.
I'll ask him later. But that's he is, man. That fooled me, bro.
He's not 19.
Yeah. Fuck Peter. I think I want the younger. I just turned 30, but I mean, I've been here since I was 25, 26. So.
What have you been curious about? You know what I'm saying, Jedi?
Yeah.
These guys, gotta help them.
He's been curious about two things.
I knew you'd answer.
9/11 and flat Earth. You might say he's fly curious.
Good lord.
Oh my word, Bill.
That needs to be on the soundboard, T-Dub. Just you ruffling your mic.
Was he impersonating me?
I thought it was you.
You know, we have a New England in Australia as well.
So which came first? American New England or Australian New England?
American New England, I'd say. But guess where it is? It's located within New South Wales.
See, I have a question for you, T-Dub. It's always bothered me. Why do you guys call it why are you so, like, non-inclusive? You called it New South Wales. Could you not just call it New Wales? Like, what's wrong with North Wales?
It's in the south.
It's New Wales in the south, yeah.
But Jedi, isn't that a region in the UK, like South Wales, like the south of Wales? Don't you people say that?
Yeah. That was the new one.
So they named that province specifically after the South Wales portion of Wales, yes?
Yeah, South Wales and North Wales are divided geographically quite starkly. Mount Snowdon and the Highlands, very starkly populated in the north. In the south is pretty much where everybody lives. I
Right,
think
but
the
it's like a fuck you
discoverer.
to Welsh people. It's like fuck you. We didn't call the province New Wales.
I know it wasn't the discoverer of the land. T-Dub will probably correct me if he knows his Australian. But there was not necessarily a conflict with the Dutch. I think they just forgot, or they didn't come back for a while, and we just kind of snuck in and took over. So we snuck in and took over their land, and I think the guy who named it came from or had an affinity with South Wales. I think that's right. I might be wrong.
So the Welsh don't even get like a New England equivalent. Only half of their little semi-quasi country gets a province.
Yeah, Scotland doesn't even get a fucking mention.
Well, there's Caledonia in Canada, right? New Caledonia.
Oh, is that New Caledonia, isn't it? Or is it Caledonia?
Yeah.
Which one? Yeah, I gotcha.
And in the United States, the state of Georgia has a state called Dublin. So Ireland is something.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to go stamp your authority in the new world. I guess that's what they were doing, right?
Wait, where are you from, Peter?
I just feel bad for the northern Welsh people. If there's like 5 of them probably up there.
Yeah, don't feel bad for them, mate. There's hardly anybody there. It's fine.
Listen, I'm buying an island and I'm naming it New Globetardia.
Well, why?
I thought you were from the UK, Peter.
If you're gonna name it that, you gotta make some curvature there.
Well, that's the thing about Globetardia. It's incredibly flat.
Yep. Oh, Jedi, quick question. How come the guy earlier that came in to accuse us, how come he didn't present us with any information? Like, he didn't give us any arguments. He didn't try to advance our game. He just came in to basically accuse us of being fake. He's like, oh, you guys are fake because other people are real flat earthers. But that's all I'm here to say. Like, I'm not gonna give you any knowledge. I'm not gonna say, oh, this is the reasons why. I'm not gonna, up your game by teaching you some cool fact.
Yeah, I vaguely remember him. I was doing some stuff in the background most of the time. What was his problem?
I know him. Like, I've hung out with him before, like in poker games and like backroom chats, and yeah, I never found him to be that type of person, but it was kind of interesting how he was coming off. I was like, oh shit, it's a little bit of brainwashing there. But
what was his name again?
Lionel.
There we go. Is that no? That's not his name in here, is it?
No, Lioner with an R.
Thank you. Thank you. No, that's what I thought I heard. Okay, cool.
The worst part is he was like, you've been demonstrated to be a snake, speaking of me. And I'm like, oh, what did I ever do that was snaky? I mean, did I like ask somebody to help them with their book and I was going to do it totally for them with nothing in return, and then I took their book at the end? Did I accidentally porn bomb anybody's stream? I mean, what did I do? I don't know, man. I must have done something bad. It must be a Mandela effect, because I certainly don't remember it.
Is this one of those games of Chinese whispers where someone has
pretty much.
vaguely? Yeah, I don't need to explain it then. Defenders
maybe
of
you did it in the future.
idea. Some defender of
that's a good
someone's
point.
idea who gets a version of reality from that person. Okay.
That's a good
Yeah,
point. Might
he
have
was
done it
an
in the future.
observer. He was an observer of a massive circle jerk and then agreed with it.
Gotcha. Oh, well. Are you catching any type of flack, AI? Are you getting shit or something? What's going on?
No, in order to catch flack, they actually have to have powerful enough guns to get the metal particles up high enough to take you out from your high and lofty position.
All right, Wonder Boy. But apart from that,
Oh, dude, of course, all the time. Don't you know they did a whole episode on me on some other show just this past week?
no. I rarely look at other flat Earth content anymore, unless it's suggested by you, a video or whatever. Not anywhere else. Don't listen to FED or anything anymore. Left that server ages ago, like you did, right? So yeah, why are you being held up, dude? What's going on? Have you been in an argument? Is this like a QE breakdown or something where you've tripped over a word and you're now being lambasted for it?
Well, no, I was just commenting on McToon. McToon joined QOP server and read portions from the book of whose authorship is nebulously attributed and spontaneously attributed to the singular versus the plural and to fictional characters. That book, so McToon was reading from it, and he was, parsing out the claims on the Sea Sparrow missile, and he was going, searching it up and saying, no, this was actually the truth, this was the truth, this was the truth, versus this claim in the book. And I was just saying, well, I remember this argument being a little different than this. And another person commented, well, to be fair, it wasn't the right argument that McToon was critiquing. And I go, okay, well, if the book is written in a way where it's not as easy for the reader to understand, because keep in mind, some of us have been in this game so long, we have so much pre-programmed language and history that we know what we're talking about, but to explain it to somebody completely new is a little different. So I was just saying that if it's written that way, maybe that's not the best thing. And I said, I don't know because I haven't read it. So I was basically just putting my comment that if it was structured in such a way, that would be bad. And so they took it as me critiquing a book I hadn't read. I'm like, I literally parsed it out that I hadn't read it and that it was only a hypothetical if the book was written this way.
Yeah. It's making comment on the
So they did a whole,
conversation.
so they did a whole 3-hour episode, harping in on every third word.
Sorry, I dragged that out for 3 hours.
Yeah, and then Adam said he's gonna, because I was saying things about, certain people in the community did certain things, and there was evidence that it might have been nefariety and there might have been an intentional plan all along. So he was like, "Oh, how can AI say such slanderous things against me? Oh my goodness!" And the other people were like, "Well, he didn't actually mention it was you." He goes, "Yeah, but could be me." And so I'm going to ask Discord and YouTube to go after him. I'm going to see if it's actionable and I could get him.
All right.
I'm like, wait a minute. So, last season you were telling the whole flat earth that I'm a liar, a scumbag, a shill. I shouldn't be trusted. I should even be kicked out of the community. You even counted down on Nathan's show saying you either kick AI out in 10 seconds or I'm leaving your show permanently. And then he started counting down live on the air. 10, 9, 8, 7, to which Nathan responded by muting me.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. So apparently all that bulvaristic propaganda against me, that's okay. But if you say it may be the case that somebody, was always intending to steal a book from somebody else, perhaps based on certain evidences, that's just got to be shut down. Sounds like a guilty conscience to me personally, but
yeah, that's what I'm sitting here thinking. Whilst also being glad that I'm not associated with these fucking people anymore. That sounds toxic, man. I feel sorry for you.
But that being said, I offered them to have Flatsy come on and present the book. Since she's a lady, we routinely have ladies night. She could join and present the book that she's associated with if she wants to. tell everyone why it's a good book and why they should buy it, why they should read it, what are some of the arguments from it, what was her journey in the book, you know? And then I offered the same to Nathan.
Like a tour. Yeah.
Dude, I got banned on Nathan's stream just for trying to clarify what AI's argument was. So they were beefing about something the AI said, and I'm like, okay, like what? Like, can you clarify it a little bit? And then all of a sudden, I was the topic of like, discussion. Oh, you're on AI side, blah 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 blah, and then all of a sudden, just get yelled at and then banned. Yeah.
You're on AI side, and AI and Witsit are gay lovers. So clearly, you're on Witsit's side, and clearly we hate Witsit. So now we hate you. Oh yeah, in case you didn't know, me and Witsit are gay lovers. So I'm sorry to break it to you. So you guys are not. You guys listen. Your guys' chance. Listen. Your guys' chances with me have just went down dramatically because Witsit is way too handsome.
Witsit here right now?
Has he still got that beard?
No, he's recuperating from our last lovemaking session. I kid.
You're disgusting.
Well, I'm being extra stupid for a reason because these are literally the accusations I was getting. Not that I was his lover, but that I was like in bed with him in the delusionary sense.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
So when I was telling people to go on to Tim Pool's podcast, which was reaching millions of people when Witsit was there, and to present our arguments, critique bad arguments, present good arguments, and drop links to sources that you think are good links. Mm-hmm. They thought they heard, oh, so you support Witsit.
What is wrong with these people? Always seem to be making everything to about sides. What side of flat earth you stand on? It's like, what the fuck are you doing? These people blind? Do they not realise that now they're actually part of the fucking problem that was probably prophesized about 10 years ago? Okay, now.
Well, Will Duffy said it. When Will Duffy started the final experiment, in his first few episodes, talking about it, and I think it was after he was caught out for lying, because you remember he went on Sean Griffin's show and he got busted for lying, and then he apologized and lied in his apology. But that aside, being a pastor and just lying to the public, that aside, he said the final experiment isn't about the sun. It's about flat earthers, who they are as people.
Social experiment.
Yep. Because he made this accusation in that video. There are no real flat earthers. How do I know this? Because every flat earther accuses every other flat earther of not being a real flat earther. So if the flat earthers themselves call themselves not real flat earthers, then there's no real flat earthers. So really, this is just a big group of scammers, shammers, scumbag people who are willing to throw each other under the bus for whatever gain they get out of it, and all these bad behavior connotations, tribalism, factionalism, dog-eat-dogism, all this stuff, crabs in a bucket. And then fast forward to today, and hasn't what Will Duffy said come true?
More or less, mate, yep. Yep. I would, the majority of the flat earth world, let's say on social media, YouTube, TikTok, the majority of it is kind of like that. It's not real. The flat earthers that say they're flat earthers, even if they are flat earthers, probably because it's cool or they got sold in some kind of nice, cozy idea, got sold it along some other conspiracy theory or whatever, like the belief squad. And here's me calling out flat earthers for not being real flat earthers, right? Oh, the game is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, there were all kinds of camps that were created out of that. Like, was TFE real? Was the footage fake? Did Witsit vape? Was Jaren a shill all along? And all these people like, oh, now that they saw the sun, I can't be a flat earther anymore. And all these different things. Yeah. Meanwhile, the people who had like stalwart positions, they knew, dude, seeing the sun has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Yep. So we were not fazed by this, oh, we're going to go look at the sun in a different location than you were looking at the sun. It's like, whoop-de-doo, bro. Get back to me when that proves the shape of the Earth. Get back to me when gravity proves the shape of the Earth. You know, and the list goes on and on. But people factionalize over everything. You know, people factionalize over, if you're a flat earther, you have to deny gravity. Well, that's not necessarily true. You can have gravity and still have a flat Earth. So why be so dogmatic about it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it may be the case that that person's wrong and that what they think gravity is isn't actually true, but that doesn't mean that the Earth is a globe.
Nope. All right, so I'm trying to catch up in recent events as well. Has Nathan brought out his book recently as well?
Last I heard about it, which was just yesterday, which was aired within the past 3 days, he was saying that it could be out within the week.
Oh, okay.
He had recently put it off for 1 to 2 weeks because he was doing like his final, let's just call it comfortability read through, where he's like, I read through it and I didn't feel uncomfortable about anything in it, that I needed to change it. And so now I can say, okay, we're good.
Yeah.
And so then he did that. He did find some things he was uncomfortable with. And that might mean the tone was wrong. The story didn't segue correctly. And he's like, oh, that just reads wrong. Whatever. He changed it. And so now he's on his final supposedly final, because you know how that works, supposedly final read through, to where if he reads through it and he's like, okay, I feel good about it, then he'll say, go ahead and publish it.
Yeah.
And he said that could be within the week with little to no fanfare. So basically it'll just be one day, it'll be online, available to purchase. And then he'll basically, I guess, just say it on the show, like, oh, okay, it's online, guys.
Yeah.
But then of course he wants to do, some promotion for it. He's gonna, he's got people that he's already been contacting. People have been giving him ideas about that as well. Obviously, Nathan did sales and promotions before, so he's not inept in this area. So he'll start doing that probably. And the best part about it is I'm 99.9% sure he's not going to publish it as a work of fiction.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I can only go on what I remember, and that's probably changed because of everything that's happened, whatever books, whoever's at whatever time. But it was supposed to be his journey. So factual work of, not non-fiction, his experience and blah, blah, blah. I assume that's still the case.
Yeah, that's the way he describes it. Yeah, it's his journey through the FED experience and through the years, and arriving at his modern rhetoric from his old versions of the way he dealt with the topic. And he even said, like, having to restart the book was actually, it's sort of a blessing in disguise, because he said he advanced so much in his thinking about the topic in the recent past that wasn't in the book, and now being able to rewrite it a final time, he's allowed him to add all of this recent, let's just call it epiphanies. So all his recent epiphanies and stuff are allowed to be added in. So now it's a more complete version of the journey, having arrived. Could be described as you have this overarching journey where you start here and you end up here. But if you only publish your book at 75%, then the people don't get to see the actual conclusion of the journey. So now they get to see the whole journey.
Well, even with, let's say, Nathan having the fortunate time to go through it and realize that everything that he there was extra stuff, there was more to the journey, so his journey wasn't complete, or probably still isn't complete, right? None of our journeys are. I was just thinking about, if I wrote a book, or you wrote a book, or any of us in here wrote a book, how different that book would be if we wrote it today compared to, say, 2 years ago.
Yeah. Like me, I've already
different.
Yeah, like I've already written the end of my book. Haven't even written the beginning yet, and I've written the end. So the end of the book is going to be, well, let me just tell you, the end of the book is going to be after everything I've learned, after everything I've experienced. after everything I've come to know, I've realized that there's still so much I don't know. And just like God challenged Job, have you ever cast a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? And just like Job, I must humbly answer, ... No. ... The end. Thanks for being here for this read. See you next time.
I like it. What the other 200 pages are going to contain, though, mate, I have no idea. But the ending sounds awesome.
Well, it's going to go in my anthology. So my other book, I think it's going to be book 3 in the series. It's going to have definitive citation that definitely says that I'm right and you're wrong. So if I ever am up against anyone, I just cite my book, and when you open the book, it's going to have one page in it that's literally going to have the sentence, I'm right and you're wrong.
You're going to cite yourself.
Exactly. So I could bet people, I'd be like, dude, I bet you I can get a citation that says I'm right and you're wrong on this. Says I'm right and you're wrong, bro. 100%. Bet you. They'll be like, okay, where's the citation? Then I'll post it. I'll be like, gotcha, bitch.
That's brilliant.
Now, the moral of the story is I actually encourage, I want people to write more books or write more definitive content that can be archived or cataloged or on a shelf. And that doesn't mean, listen, that doesn't mean you're going to get everything in your book 1000% correct. You might have errors. You might have flaws of logic. You might have grammatical problems. You might have asked the editor to help you edit, and they told you they're really good at editing, but they're actually not. But it's still overall a quality production, right, that people can use as a reference. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to publish a book as if it's the gospel truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
You could say, this is my journey for flat earth. This is my experience. This is how I reasoned these things. And this is just food for thought for the reader. And that's okay. I mean, I would like to see out of the quote unquote controversy of these two books, more contemporaneously modern books about the topic come on. Because a lot of the books we have to deal with are just old books or essentially recompilations of old books. For example, Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs. That's basically just a curated list from a whole bunch of old books. Yeah. It's not really original content per se from Eric. Like the 200 Proofs aren't really from him. And that's apart from whether they're correct or incorrect. It's just that the majority of the content has already been written. It's like, it's nothing new. It's nothing about the current thing that's going on.
No.
Or we got a book out there. We got a book out there called Flat Earth Clues, which is actually based on Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues series, which is he gave away to the community. He just said anybody use this, and somebody did. They took his whole series and they compiled it into one video called "They're Hiding God with the Greatest Lie Ever," and that person made like 3 million hits or something. He actually made a few $1,000s off of it. Mark was like, "Whatever, dude. You want to make money off it by compiling it and renaming it? Go for it." And then somebody called him up and said, "Hey, I want to make a book out of it. Can I make a book out of it?" He's like, "Go for it. Just, have an AI convert it into text and publish it as a book. Go for it."
That was the first Flat Earth video I saw. They're hiding God with the biggest lie ever told.
Not entirely a bad video either, right?
No, really good. First, chapter, the fourth wall. Just the idea of the fourth wall just got me completely intrigued. And then I realised where we're going with this. And welcome to Flat Earth from that point onwards.
You know what? Nathan's early series, Nathan Oakley, part of his early series was called, I think it was called The Dynamics of the Fourth Wall or something like that.
Yes.
But a similar concept.
Yeah, the mechanics of the fourth wall. And
so we've been on a journey.
You know me well
we've been
enough,
on a journey for a decade, right? We've all been on a journey for a decade, most of us who are in here, and we've seen a lot happen in those 10 years. And that there's stuff worth writing about, and each person has their own journey. But I'm not saying everyone is responsible to write a book, but like if you feel like doing it, do it. Heck, read Quantum Eraser, Betty / Adam / some fictional character's book, and read that book. Then read Nathan's book. Then read Eric Dubé's book. Then read William's book. Then read Edward Hendry's book. And then after you read all those books, think about your experience you had in flat Earth and the tests you've done or the observations you've had, and then write your own book. I mean, just because you didn't have a show for 8 years running doesn't mean you're not qualified. I mean, what makes those guys more qualified than you?
I don't know, more qualified. They've just got more, I don't know, impetus or something.
Yeah, there you go. The decision that this is something I want to do. And look, you don't have to want to do it. You could just be like, no, I don't want to do that. Well, fine, don't. If you do want to, though, don't let the idea that there's already books out there that are more definitive hold you back, because Nathan's book is going to have a certain tinge to it, like, that's going to make it unpalatable for certain audiences. Same with Quantum, fictional character / Adam / Betty's book.
Just quickly scrolling through the list. I forgot where we were. It's nice to be at home. I like that. It's nice being on the English Hub and over at Politics or whatever it's called. It's nice to be home. But still used to scrolling through the list for new names, and I recognise
Right.
pretty
So the
much
reason,
everybody's name.
the reason why people came over the past few days is because there was logistical restrictions in the other server, that being that they weren't accessible. So what that means is that if you limit the access that people have to the other servers, they'll naturally populate this one. So in other words, maybe I'll just ban half the staff from the other servers, and then we'll have this one staffed again. Problem solved. Would that might work? I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. Here's an idea for a book, Jedi. Just scroll through our chat history, get arguments that were presented, and present them in a format that can be read in a book. Like you could literally just put, Indio talking to some dumb glober and the things that Indio posts, and then, put your citations in the book so that people can go and find what he's posting, put little pictures and graphics. I mean, you could do that if you wanted. Whatever.
You could combine that idea with, using their NPC questions, right? And then do like one of those storybooks where you're like, now for this response, go to this page. For B, go to that page. For C, go to that page.
Oh yeah, choose your own adventure. I like it.
What a comic book.
Yeah, you could literally have an AI do all the comics for you. In fact, Indio actually has published videos where he's written certain things and then he asks the AI to act it out in visual form. And he's got some published videos like that on his channel. Oh man, I'm gonna go put up some ceiling joists, make a ceiling for the sheetrock to hang. So guys, very important. I need to teach you. So I'm clearly, um, very, very knowledgeable in how to do this. So what you need to do, okay? So what you do is you make sure that you measure from one side of the room to the other. And if you can't hold the tape straight, you can pull the tape halfway that you can't hold straight, mark an even number, and then pull it from the other way and get your measurement from there. Add the two together. That gives you the length of your board, right? Now you take that and you put your tape on the board. You mark your little pencil mark. Then you take your square out, which is a triangle, by the way. And then you put it onto the wood, and then you make a little pencil mark. And then you can either decide to put the fence of the saw that you're going to cut it with, because I'm using a handheld saw, not a bench top chop saw. And so you can either run your blade down the pencil line you just made if you're a good hand, or you can put the fence of the saw against your speed square, and that'll give you a nice straight line. And then what you want to do is you want to put the board up between the two ends, right? And then what you want to do is you want to measure to the center of the board, right? Put a dot on the center of the board. Then what you want to do is get the radius of the Earth to the center of the Earth, right? Plus your elevation from sea level, so you know how high that dot is from the center of the Earth. Then what you want to do is do your circle segment formula, get the angle, the off angle from the distance from each end of the board. And then you want to measure from the center line to the ends of the board and make sure that they're equal relative to the tangent plane that your board is teetering on. And that way you'll know that your board is level. Okay? You follow that?
I follow.
Now keep in mind, friends, that you got to pay attention now. This is important. Write this down if you're having a hard time. So the center dot that you put at the center of the board is at one altitude from the center of the Earth. And the other ends of the board, trick question, are they lower or higher in altitude?
Higher, because the Earth is a sphere.
Exactly. They're actually going uphill. So from the center of your dot, the two ends of the boards are going uphill. That's clearly obvious. And if you don't account for that, your whole house will fall down. Everyone will die. And since nobody died, the Earth is clearly a globe. Now, according to Occam's razor, that's clearly the simplest solution, because actually just holding your level up against the board and leveling it horizontally, that would be retarded. That wouldn't work because the Earth's a globe, right?
Correct.
Exactly. So now that we've proven that the only way to get a level line on a globe is to do a retarded reciprocal slope elevation change from one end of the board to the other based from a center point. I mean, clearly the Earth must be a globe. I mean, duh. Because if you don't account for Earth curvature when you're putting up a roof, I mean, everybody's going to die. Do you guys know how to buy flat sheetrock?
With some sort of currency at a construction store.
Well, let me tell you. Let me explain it to you. It's very simple. So what you do is you take your sheetrock, turn it upside down, so the white face is facing down, so you have the back side, which is brown. And then you take a marble out of your pocket, okay, and you place it in the corner of the sheetrock, and you watch the marble. It needs to roll to the center of the sheetrock. Now, if you don't know where the center is, you can draw a crisscross from each corner, and then you'll get a crossed line in the center. That'll tell you where the center is. Now, the marble needs to roll down and land right next to that X. And then you go to the other corner, do the same, other corner, do the same, other corner, do the same. And now you mark where the marble stopped rolling and you draw a circle. Now, if that circle is 1 inch or greater, you don't want to buy that piece of sheetrock. But if it's 1 inch or less, that sheetrock is dead flat to the tangent plane of the Earth and already pre-accounted for the variable altitude differential from the center of mass at the center of a giant ball of 3,959 miles radius, okay?
Wait, what if the surface you're placing the sheetrock on isn't level?
Well, then you gotta, dude, you gotta get a level surface. to place the sheetrock on, or this doesn't work. I mean, come on.
No, where are you gonna find one if you're buying one in the store and the store isn't level? What are you gonna do?
It's
You can't
easy
take it
to.
outside.
Oh yeah. Well, they have these carts. You can put them on the cart. The cart has
Yeah, but
wheels and wheels are round.
the carts are sloped downwards most of the time, though.
Yes,
Well, in
the
America
carts are
anyway.
actually. Listen, you were correct. Now you're starting to get it. The carts in Home Depot, they're higher in the center than they are at the ends, and the reason is that way when you put the sheetrock on it, it balances. It just naturally finds level. See, super easy, dude. I mean, come on.
Oh, of course.
The Globers thought of everything, and it works perfectly every time. Okay.
Got it. Bro, did Peter leave? Oh my goodness gracious.
Speaking of things that work every time, on Idiot Book, the other day I posted according to Eratosthenes, this table is a ball meme, as gets posted most times when Eratosthenes gets measured. Anyways, Glober Clown, number 57. This is exactly why the original poster modifies Eratosthenes' original measurements to more than 2 points. Now, the only issue I've got with what he said is in the meme there is 1, 2, 3, 4 cans. So, I wasn't in a good mood when I commented to this clown. Another fella posted in, works fine with 3 or more points on a flat earth. You fell for a lie. Apparently all it takes is a random statement to fool globeheads. I posted back before that one, so I didn't know about that one. Okay, how many cans do I need? And I said cans, not crayons. And this guy's finally got back to me after 3 days. You need 3 cans, 1 directly under the sun, and 2 more at distances D1 and D2 from that can, where D1 is not equal to D2. If the sun is angle theta 1 above the horizon at D1 and the earth is flat, then the height of the sun is given by H equals D1 tan theta 1, and also by D2 tan theta 2. The sun has only one height, so these two values of H must be the same. But with the measured numbers, they will not be. Instead, theta will decrease linearly with D by 1 degree for every 69 miles or so, until theta goes to 0 when you're 90 degrees of arc away from the central point. This is exactly as expected for a distant sun viewed from a spherical Earth. It is completely incompatible with a flat Earth. I suggest you find another conspiracy theory to obsess about. This one is deader than a Norwegian blue parrot pining for fjords. What a lovely write-up. Well, don't all point and laugh at the same time.
I'm impressed with you, bro, that you're still able to keep up through those text debates, man.
Well, the good part about it is they don't go away. I can come back in 2 days and just go, oh, that's right, I forgot about you, you moron.
Yeah, that's the one drawback. That's the one drawback about when you have those debates in politics is that they clear their text queue like every 24 hours, so you can't go back. Other than that, like a lot of the other places that we talk and we have like our archived conversations for years. Like in here, you could start a conversation with somebody that posted a year ago. Continue the thread.
Matrix, the Facebook flat earther king.
Oh, no, I'm not me. There's plenty of others that get out there and slap pretty hard. I'd like to drag a few of them in here, so we can learn about their patience.
I brought a couple TikTokers over here. I lost the details to my account, or actually, my phone broke, and yeah, exactly, but I might start another one and try again.
Yeah, good luck, bro. This TikTok flat just suck.
I know, but I
Globes.
met some actually pretty decent Globers on there. They're really cordial and actually like I chill with them just shooting the shit for like a couple hours. Actually, we weren't even talking about flat Earth or globes. So. A couple Aussies
Oh,
actually.
really? Oh, all mine were American. Never mind. Dude, the
No, my
Globers I
family
talked
just
to, and
went.
they sucked so bad.
Yeah, the American ones are terrible. I don't know. I think Aussies are just chill in general. Maybe I just get along with them better.
Hey, speaking of that, so Neil Cosentino got in an accident, and he was couldn't work for a while, and he had a GoFundMe that he put up, and the biggest donor, guess who the biggest donor was?
You.
No,
Oh,
Ruhif.
Timbo.
Ruhif.
What?
And he's Australian, ain't he?
No shit.
That's right. Frickin' American dirtbags.
Wow, I'm impressed.
You see, Aussies are like the more bold versions of Canadians. Like, I look up to Aussies. They're like super nice, super generous, but they just like say what they want, as opposed to Canadians just like talk shit behind your back.
I know it's another good point about Ruhif, and there's a few others too. Is he basically? So, well, let me preface it with some history. So there's this argument, right? The Earth is a globe because I see a curved horizon when you go up in the sky, right? We've heard that a million times, right? Curved horizon, curved Earth, right? So over the years, Ruhif and a few of the other guys, we've argued back and forth about this. Would it look curved at this height? Would it look curved at that height? And here's what they arrived at the end of their whole journey. No matter what, you have a limited field of view. Either it's going to be cut off by a horizon that's physical, or it's going to be cut off by a horizon that's optical. Either way, it's going to be the same drop angle and the same distance, 360 degrees around you, right? So no matter what, whether the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe, the horizon is going to look identical. And since it's an arc of vision, it's going to look curved. So in other words, Ruhif basically said, if the Earth is flat, the horizon will look curved. And if the Earth is a globe, the horizon will look curved. So a curved horizon is not proof of a globe or flat Earth. It could be either. Man, that was such a good day. It's hilarious. So at least we could all agree that at a low altitude, the horizon is going to look like a straight line, right? No matter what. Because if the angles are approaching you, it's so narrow an angle that there's going to be no discernible height difference in the horizon, right? Regardless of the shape of the Earth. Any disagreements on that? All right, pause, brothers. Let's check our roster here of new people that have come in. Make sure they got perms to talk. LKT, what's up? See, Roxana Faye's got perms. LKT doesn't look like he has perms. Amara doesn't have perms.
Wow. This brings back memories of voice verification.
Let's see if we can hook some of these dudes up if they're willing to engage.
Yeah, right.
Just throw in that verified command on their names, exclamation point verified, and then we'll see if they want to talk.
Yo, AI, I don't have any capabilities of like giving anybody any VC verified roles, right? 'Cause I feel like I get
Right.
pinged sometimes every once in a while for some VC check-in thing, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
I don't think I can do
People,
that.
real quick, people that don't have roles can't be verified with a command from. They can't be verified with a command from the live stream because they're technically not populated in the live stream text chat. So you have to use the bot command channel.
All right, just making sure that's not in my qualification or my the roles and responsibilities that I don't ever come in here much.
Holy shit balls, guys. I just saw something very impressive. My young friend that replied to me is not a young friend. I just held my mouse over his profile, and this is what pops up. Mr. Blah, blah, blah. I won't give you his name. Clown number 57. Anyways, emeritus and research professor at Department of Physics and Astronomy, Dartmouth College. Lives in Norwich, Vermont.
Wow.
Listen, I
No,
just
that's an Ivy
verified.
League.
I just verified Amara and I verified LKT. So why don't you see if they want to chat? Try to instigate.
Matrix, that laugh was funny, by the way.
Who did you give verification to that can open their mics and speak AI? What was her
We
name?
got Amara. We got LKT. Looks like the newer people that didn't have roles.
Verify
Everybody
STMF.
else. What?
STMF #1.
Oh, is that a person in here? Oh, okay, yep, I see
Yeah,
that
he just
person.
joined.
All right, so I'll get them. He looks like he's got perms. Well, no, wait, maybe not. Maybe he just got unmuted. So let me make sure.
I've gone.
Oh, he ran. He's gone.
Dang it. Called him out.
Well, that's
Well,
okay.
some of
Try to
you.
engage with Amira and LKT. See what they got to say. Maybe they got questions. They want to speak.
Yeah. So thanks, AI, for giving those people voice verified. If you guys heard your name called out, if you want to click your microphone, you should have the ability to turn it on and off again. Obviously, when the microphone's turned on, you can speak. So if you just want to verify that with us, that would be awesome. Welcome to the channel, by the way. If you've got any questions, please feel free to ask.
You know, I could have swore Amara was flat earther, no? I saw him posting up some flat earth stuff.
Had no roles.
Hello? Maybe a newer one.
Hello.
Oh, who's that?
Who's this? Who's this?
Oh, LKT.
This is LKT.
Hello. What's up,
Hello?
LKT? Good to see you.
What's up? Good to see you guys.
What? How did you find our server? What brings you here?
Hello. Gave me an
Hi.
invite link.
Okay.
Mr. Hello, Mr. Hello.
Yeah. I got.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I as soon as you said that, I got it. I do apologize, but yeah.
No, it's fine.
Oh, awesome stuff. So, what's your interest in flat Earth? Are you a flat earther? You've just found the subject.
Well,
What's
I'm
going
not a flat earther myself, but I think it's like interesting to. I think it's like pretty fun to like read what you guys have to say and stuff about like how the Earth is flat.
Yeah, awesome stuff. I appreciate that, mate. It's always a good opportunity to speak to real life flat earthers. So if you've got any questions or anything, then please feel free to ask. There are a lot of us here, and you guys, if you've got answers, then don't all talk for each other. Just wait, and we'll get to you all. But yeah, if you've got any questions, mate, please feel free.
Yeah.
So how long have you been interested in the flat earth as a subject? A couple of weeks, a couple of months, a year or two?
Yeah, couple of weeks. I don't really like know much about like can you like give me like just like how flat Earth like would work maybe?
What do you mean would work? It works as you see it. So let's try and point it out. The Earth works like this. The Earth is the floor that you stand on and is not moving anywhere. It works. You can probably think about the sky, right? The sky works because the things in the sky move, like day and night. Day and night work because the sun moves across the Earth or around the Earth, however you would want to describe its motion. So that's how day and night works. That works because of the sun. The other things, they work in the sky. So they work just as you observe them. They go round and round, I guess, but maybe just not the Earth in the sky. So yeah, the Earth is flat and stationary, and the things in the heavens, the sky, they move. What other questions do you have? What?
Do you like when I like imagine like flat Earth, I kind of think like you know like if there would be like a border, you know, where it just like stops.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
Okay.
believe in that or?
Well, okay, belief. It's a good word to use. I'd have to believe in some kind of idea because I don't know. Logically, if I'm inside a system, I'd assume there would be a limit to the system. You might say like an edge. I might say like a wall or something, but something. I have no idea where it is, more specifically, how far it would be away from you, or what it is when you get there. No idea at all. But I would agree with the logical conclusion that if you're inside a system, then obviously in any direction would be the limit to that system. You might have seen on social media like TikTok and YouTube and so on, the depiction of the Earth being a disc, and that disc is like surrounded by what some people say is a wall of ice, and that wall of ice is acting as a container, so the waters of the Earth don't fall off into space. That pardon?
Yeah, that do you think climate change could smelt the ice and then?
I don't. No. I think there's been a lot of different climate changes, dude. That ice hasn't always been there to begin with, so I don't know. But what I'm saying is, here in this server, I would suggest that the majority of us wouldn't suggest that Antarctica is a ring of ice around the world, and the Earth is like a disc. I don't know the shape to the Earth, my friend. I don't know what would contain the waters. Logically, that would be physical land or something, right? But I don't know what that is. But the way the world works is, like I said, as you see it. What the edge is, no idea.
None whatsoever. But that idea gets thrown around a lot on YouTube. It's kind of like a straw man. You know what a straw man is, right? Bad argument that is put out for everybody to see, easily burnt down. So they think the idea that's associated with that is ridiculous. That's what that idea is. The water's going to fall off into space. We don't even think there's space for the water to fall off into. So that's not even what we say.
I'm not sure I have any more questions. I think I would like to listen instead. But thank you.
Yeah, no problem at all, buddy. That's absolutely fine. Welcome to the server, like I said. You're welcome to join and rejoin. I think you got that voice verified role now, so I think there's other channels that are open to you. There's a live stream voice text above this room that you should be able to see as well. But, you know, welcome back anytime. You can jump into any conversations you want.
Thank you, man. All right.
No worries, dude. All right, there are a lot of people in the channel. It's nice to see everybody back at home, guys. I am just scanning up and down for names that I don't recognize. If you are new to the channel and you haven't seen us around for a while and you're really happy that we're here, then unmute yourself, say hi. Let's get this party started, so to speak. I'm sure you're all dying to know about the flat Earth and you know why we say the Earth is flat. So if you've got any questions, like I said, please feel free. I think AI has given quite a few of you voice verified. If you haven't been voice verified, in the lobby somewhere in the top of the channel, just ping a moderator or a gold. Maybe go to voice check-in, then you can text in there as well. Maybe hang around in voice check-in number 1. Ping a moderator over and over and over again until you get somebody's attention. We'll voice verify very, very quickly. Danny 57's in the house. What's up, Danny? Good to see you. We've got DJ. Obviously, there was Bennett AI, 20 cups, and a couple of YouTube bots before I got to Danny 57. Dude is in the house. Dr. Flaphorn, who's this? Hello? I thought somebody was talking. No worries. Dr. Flaphorn is in the house. Effie Batman's good to see you. Effie Flat Earth Judge, please all be upstanding. The judge is here. Flat Earth Cafe's in the house. Flower Dude has joined us. Ganja Rambo. Gemsy is probably playing on his Xbox. Good to see you, my friend. Green Weaver, hello. Indio, myself, Jedi, and Jesus is in the house. Kathos Let's LKT. Miplata, good to see you, my friend. Matrix and Neil. Ozflurf. Hello, Ozflurf, how are you? I think you've been voice verified. I don't recognise your name. If you haven't, just ping us in one of the text channels. Ready Criterion. Roxana Faye is here. Snowflakey, Teed Up, good to see you. Teed Up, you need to tell me what you think about my theory about witches. The Moors has joined us. Toby Dog, Truth Proxy, Yaga Bruno, Yoda's in the house. Ethagress has joined us, and Amara. Yes, I did accept your friend request. Good to see you, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Ooh. Thank you, Lax. I appreciate your silent acknowledgement there.
Thanks for the warm welcome.
No worries, dude. It's nice to see so many people back at the home channel. Don't be shy. It's fine.
Oh man. Well, you could tell LKT how you know the Earth is flat.
Why don't you tell AKT why you know the Earth is flat?
No, I said it first.
No, yeah, but it was such a fuck's sake, man. LKT, do you want to know why I think the Earth is flat?
Sure.
Okay. It's well pointed out, AI. That's probably one thing that he really, really should know. You are right. So myself, the Earth is flat because of, well, just two simple facts about our reality. I can point it down to one, but let's keep both of them in mind. Water is horizontal on the surface. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. That means the Earth can't be a sphere. That's literally the simplest logical statement I can make. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and water is horizontal on the surface. Therefore, the surface of the Earth isn't curved, which it would need to be a sphere. It might sound a little bit silly, right? All of the water is horizontal. What about gravity and pictures from space and blah, blah, blah? And on a small scale, the Earth is so big that it probably looks flat, but isn't really over like vast distances. Yeah, I get that idea. Of course. When we're talking about observation, we're talking about observation with tools, not just the human eye, technology, right? Cameras, zoom telescopes, those types of things, right? We're told, for example, that the limitation to our view, how far we should see, should be the curvature of the Earth. I can't see that mountain because of the curvature of the Earth. As the boat sails away from me towards the horizon, when it gets to the horizon, it goes over the curve of the Earth. I can't see it anymore because the curvature of the Earth is in the way. Quite a simple statement and an obvious, logical conclusion if the surface was curved. So when we, myself included, go out to make these observations to see if that boat does actually disappear over the curvature of the Earth, we bring telescopes out and see the boat again. And then we get a better telescope or a higher powered zoom camera, and we see the boat again at a greater distance. What we've come to discover, when I say come to discover, what we discovered 10 years ago plus, is we see too far. If the surface of the Earth was curved, then the distance to the radius is going to be dependent. Sorry, the distance to the curvature is going to be dependent on the radius and my eye height. So if I'm standing at the beach and I'm 6 foot tall, then the distance to the horizon is going to be approximately 3 miles. So the boat should start disappearing at 3 miles. When we get the technology out, when we couldn't see the boat anymore with our human eyes, we see the boat again, demonstrating that the only limitation to our view is the optical resolution of the optic we're using. The human eye comparable to a high-powered zoom telescope, for example, or high-end camera, or like obviously the weather conditions. You can see as far as the optic will allow you to see and the clarity of the air, not the curvature of the Earth. So we see in vast extents, even at altitude, say in an aircraft at 32,000 feet, the Earth 250 miles in all extent looking flat. So the Earth looks flat. The water surface most definitely looks flat. Second of all, when we measure with tools like leveling devices, laser range finding, laser levelers, theodolites, other optical and EMF type equipment, we measure the surface of water to be horizontal. It's actually where we get horizontal from if we want to be level with our surroundings when we build a building or a bridge, for example. To be level with the world, a straight line from left to right, is going to be parallel with the Earth's surface. We can reference the Earth's surface when we look at the horizon, that straight line from left to right. So to be parallel with the world means to be parallel with the surface of that water. Water is obviously horizontal upon the surface. From this extrapolation, we can then say we use water as a horizontal leveling tool. So when I say that 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water looks flat, in actual fact, we measure it flat, and at the end of the day, we all use it as flat. My logical conclusion is the surface of the Earth cannot be curved. So obviously can't be a planet. That's how I know the Earth is flat, because that's how it looks, and that's how it's measured, and that's how it's used. I hope that wasn't too long for you. If you've got any questions, please feel free to ask.
Well, it was a lot of ones, but I think it's pretty interesting thoughts.
Yeah, it blew my mind away when I first came into the subject. Why question this, right? Everybody knows and has done for thousands of years that the Earth is obviously a planet and we go around the sun. Why question it?
Right.
And then I watched a video one day. We were talking about it earlier. The title of the video was called They Are Hiding God with the Biggest Lie Ever Told. And the first part, like the first 10, 15 minutes of the video, was talking about the idea of the fourth wall. The idea of, you know, the things that you don't see behind the camera, how what you can have projected on the screen can easily be manipulated, for example. So this was right up my street. About 15 minutes into the video, I think they started showing like the horizon and water and long distance observations and things that you shouldn't be able to see if the surface of the Earth was curved, because obviously that curve would be in the way. And I'm talking about really long range observations at different altitudes, ranging from I shouldn't see this thing that's 10 miles away to I shouldn't see these mountains 200 plus miles away, for example. So multiple different types of long distance observations. So that's what blew my mind. Just simply saying, obviously we see too far. I investigated this. I live in a part of the world where I live across the English Channel. I live in England. On the other side of the Channel is France. You can see France if the weather conditions are good and you've got good optics. You shouldn't be able to see France if the surface of the Earth was curved, though. That's the problem. So just making my own observations compared with everybody else's observations, that's where I started. That's what triggered me. That's what got me interested. Hopefully some conversation or something that you see in your journey will interest you. Obviously you're here, so you've obviously got some kind of interest, mate.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting. I think it makes sense if you know, you've seen something yourself that makes you think that the Earth might be flat. Because I think if you've only seen like a video that talks about it, and they also talk about how easy it is to fake stuff, you know, how do you know they don't edit stuff themselves? So I think it's like pretty important to also make, you know, observations of your own.
Yeah, that's right. And that's something that we hope people will, you know, do for themselves, like I did and other people in this channel and other flat earthers. Go and have a look yourself. Don't just, you know, repeat or, you know, believe what you see on a screen, because primarily that's probably how we got into this situation, by just automatically believing what, you know, the media told us, for example, right? But yeah, it is staggering. Very, very interesting. The point is to this, right? It's two sides. One, the radius of the Earth has a consequence. They told us how big the Earth was, right? It's got a radius value, diameter, circumference. They also tell us how fast it rotates around its axis and how fast it orbits around the sun and all of these other motions, right? Just by those geometric and, you know, physics claims, we should be able to test them. A three-dimensional equidistant shape from a radius like a sphere It's got curvature on the surface. If you've got a radius of that circle or sphere, then you can calculate how much curvature will be on that surface, like a rate of change of slope from, say, if you've got a ball and you put your finger on the top of the ball and then put another finger on your other hand at the side of the ball, there will be a measurable descent from the higher finger to the lower finger, a rate of change of slope, curvature, right? If we've got the radius, we can calculate how much curvature there should be. On the surface of the Earth, there should be approximately 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. So after 1 mile, point B, if that's your finger again, is descended by 8 inches from your other finger, point A at the top of the ball. After 10 miles, 66 foot. After 20 miles, 266 foot. After 100 miles, 1 mile. You understand, right? This is a curved function. This is just geometry. And if the geometry of the Earth existed, that measurable rate of change of slope would be observed and measured. We don't observe it, and we definitely don't measure it. So when we're making the long distance observations, we're looking for that consequence, because if we're at altitude standing above the water surface, the consequence of that is a geometric horizon. That's another mathematical calculation away based upon that radius, right? If you know the radius, then you know your eye height. Calculation's 1.225 multiplied by your eye height in feet. So if you put a camera at the beach and it's 1 foot on a tripod above the water, the horizon on a sphere is going to be 1.2 miles away. You stand up 6 foot, just under 3 miles away. A little bit taller, 8 foot, 3.5 miles away. Obviously, with altitude, the distance to the horizon is going to keep expanding. This again is what we're looking for. The obstruction of that horizon in front of a boat or a building or an oil rig or a wind farm or something. When we go out and make these observations, we don't observe that. What we observe is a horizon that should be in front of the object, behind the object, at vast distances, where a horizon should be at 3 miles is at 10 miles, where it should be at 4 miles is at 15 miles. What we've discovered is the horizon moves, obviously. You obviously changing the power of your optic, the horizon might appear closer to you with your human eyes, and then you get an optic out, improve the angular resolution, open up those angles that you couldn't resolve, and the horizon appears to extend further away because the objects in the foreground you can now see that you couldn't see before. So the horizon is optical. It's not Earth curvature. The reason why the horizon exists is because of human eyes. The way that the light angles enter your eyes from distance, for example, the angular resolution loss of that surface at distance, because your eyes can't resolve every single angle, eventually the angle is going to be too small, the object's going to appear to disappear. It's like it disappeared, you can't see it, the angle's too small, right? So this is something that we discovered making the long distance observations. We're looking for Earth curvature, physical obstruction, these types of things. We don't see it, and we don't measure it either. When we go out with, say, surveying tools, lasers, theodolites, again cameras, these types of things, what we're doing is we're passing a straight edge like a laser parallel to the surface of the water to a target over distance. That's a problem on a curved surface because we shouldn't have a direct line of sight to the target. What should happen on a curved surface at distance is the laser should pass over the top of the target if the laser is level, because the laser would have descended downwards over the curvature like your finger did earlier when it was on the ball. So this is how we know the Earth is flat, because we can make the observations and compare them to the model and the mathematics, and we don't see the model or the mathematics. We can try to measure that rate of change of slope with a laser, for example, and we don't measure what the model says. So therefore, the model's been falsified. The model's got a radius value with a consequence of a curved surface, which we should measure. We don't. Therefore, the Earth is not that model. What we do measure is a flat surface. Our only conclusion can be what the measurements and the observations, which are empirical, tell us. The Earth is obviously flat, measurably so. But yeah, forgive me for rambling, my friend, but sometimes it's good to listen. If you've got any questions, please feel free to ask. And if any other flat earthers want to jump in, like I said, please feel free.
Great breakdown, Jedi.
Thanks, mate. I started looking at my phone and my wife. But appreciate that, dude. Thank you.
Jedi, thank you, bro, for wanting to explain it to me. I appreciate it, bro.
You're more than welcome, my friend. I was just aware that I was starting to ramble and talk a lot, dude. It's a lot of information to take in, dude. I don't
No,
expect
bro,
you to remember it
it's
all.
fine. I'm just right now I'm a little bit tired, so yeah.
No, that's fine, dude. Like I said, we're 24/7. If you don't find us here, you'll find like in one of our other channels a link to where we usually are. There'll be an announcement or something. We might be on the English hub or on a politics server. So you're tired now, go and get some rest, dude, and maybe catch up with us tomorrow or something. Sometimes it's good to think about these things before you ask your next question. So I can respect and appreciate that for sure.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other flat earthers here as well that could offer an answer to our friend. You've all been very, very quiet.
All good, man. You're handling it. I had a similar experience. The gotcha for the globe was the math, right? All of a sudden I knew I lived on a small ball. I had measurements to work with and observations to take. Yeah, that blew my mind. I'm like, no, the math can't be right. This can't be right. It can't be that small.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. You know, most globe earthers tend to say, "Oh, we're so small, and that's why we experience no curvature." But generally, they have no idea, right? They think that the drop over distance over, say, 10 miles, for example, is way less than what it actually would be on a globe. And quite often, when you tell them how far away the horizon should be or how much drop there is over a 10-mile distance, quite often they don't even believe us, right? We have to actually post the numbers for them. So, yeah, a lot more curvature than what people think.
I love how Google has altered their algorithm to tell you that you can only see 3 miles. It's like, what are you talking about? I've seen plenty further than 3 miles. It's like, what are you talking about? And they just align it with the globe idea, right? Like, no, you can't see past that because ball Earth.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think I've seen a 3-mile horizon confirmed either from a 6-foot observer height. I don't think. I'm not saying it could never happen, but the majority of the time it seems to be a huge, huge amount further than that. And if we have subrefraction, right? If we have say warmer water and then cooler air above it, right? We should have subrefraction, which would be a negative K factor on the globe, which means the horizon should actually be closer, right? Closer than 3 miles from a 6-foot observer. Someone show me that. Just, it doesn't happen. There's no evidence whatsoever of this elusive geometric horizon that would have to be there as a physical byproduct of the curvature of the globe.
Yep, all the implications are dismissed. Every direction downhill, buildings leaning away from you, trees leaning away from you, mountains leaning away from you. Like, let's not even talk about the horizon, but the effects before the horizon. Like, it's still curving. You wouldn't have 90-degree angles at, hundreds of feet, let alone miles.
Right. Like they contradict themselves. They try to show us that Lake Pontchartrain power lines image from Soundly, where it's just blatantly curving away, right? It's flat, 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 and then all of a sudden it just quickly just curves as if we live on some sort of tiny globe. Okay, and these power lines are angling away from the observer, and there's clearly an inferior mirage going on. But then when they show us a boat that's meant to be over the horizon, all of a sudden it's not angling away, it's not tilting away at all. It just looks like it's kind of gone down a step or something like that, as if there's some sort of step of water that the boat's behind. That just so happens to match what we would expect if we did have a mild inferior mirage, right? Sinking or traction. So yeah, lots of contradictions.
Yeah, and they always use the boat's disappearing from the bottom up, and on a globe it wouldn't. It's going up and over the butt or the tail of the ship would be up in the air. That's the only way. If something's moving away from you, it would disappear on a sphere. Like from the bottom up, what are you talking about? Your model doesn't even say it would do that. But yeah, what's up, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? Good to see some old heads in here, keeping the conversation going, welcoming new people. That's awesome.
We've spoken to Noki today. Hello, Noki. How are you? Apparently, we've got a mutual friend and a mutual server. Also, you appear to be valued. You've been here before, voice verified, and you seem sincere. I like speaking to people who seem sincere. So welcome back, Noki. Obviously, like I said, you've been here before. How are you? Are you good? Everything all right? You keep it well? Okay, no problem. Well, if you want to join the conversation at any point, Noki, please feel free to do so. Might have to go back to English Hub in a minute.
Just finishing up some work over here. Start making some dinner.
What the hell did you just say?
I'm gonna eat some Taco Bell.
No, it's somebody's turned his own English hut. Okay, you don't have to stay here, I guess.
I am gonna stay here.
So, what are the flat earthers around here rating this epic Artemis mission? Scale of 1 to 10, how well they do? Was it really sloppy? Was it beautiful?
Pretty sloppy. It's pretty sloppy when the astronauts came back and they're walking around accepting congratulations, very vibrant, energetic on stage, and then a week later they're acting like they got sea legs, wobbling around in rehab facilities. I think that was one of their biggest cock-ups, to be honest.
Well, if you think about it, they were moving so fast, they actually went backwards in time, which meant that it was a delay for them to catch up with their symptoms, right?
Yeah, relativity caught up with them, yep.
And if you're going to do a balance test, the worst thing you could do is wear shoes when doing it.
They put those people 250,000 miles away from Earth, and they couldn't be bothered to take a video of it spinning a little bit. Ridiculous.
Hey, we got someone in VC checking. Yeah.
Yeah, Earth photos were pretty consistent, though. I mean, they showed us, Earth with no land and a couple cloud formations. Nothing really changed there, right?
Same clouds. Yeah.
Neil, go talk to him. Just ask him 3 questions. How'd you find our server? Did you read the rules? Do you agree to the rules? Do you think the Earth is globe or flat? Then ping in the chat that they could be verified, and then get them in here. Make it happen, brother.
I'll report back. All while driving. You're welcome.
Oh, you don't have to do it while driving, dude. But really, you just have to talk to them. So if you can just join their call, that's fine.
Yeah, it felt like one of those events that would drive people to flat Earth. If there's some serious fakery caught, right? And I don't think there was enough there to satisfy people's curiosity. Like, they didn't introduce anything new, right? I would have expected they would have had the ability to create better CGI to use when we're talking about images of the Earth or, traversing space. Like, the footage wasn't there, demonstrations weren't there. Like, I don't know. It felt like it was really lackluster. And if I was still into the globe, I would be expecting more.
I wanted to see a warped little weirdo shot through a window. I could have just looked at the 1970 pictures. Whatever, images.
I haven't done a deep dive on the imagery like I did the first Artemis, but in the first Artemis, what was interesting is, so they presented 2 sets of CGI. Set number 1 was purposefully bad CGI, which they said was telemetry driven on the fly renders, while the Artemis capsule was, in, I guess, the liminal space between the Earth and the Moon. Nothing was going on, so they just show you this thing, chase camera. But then they had, in set number 2, CGI that they were presenting as reality with all the onboard cameras. And this set would show parts of the Artemis craft, like in the bottom left or bottom right, and then like the moon in the main part of the image. What's interesting when analyzing this is you could see where it looked like they had anti-aliasing turned on for everything except for the shadows. The shadows had no anti-aliasing. In other words, you could see staircase black pixels that were not dithering like you'd expect, or like anything else in the image. It almost looked like that there was a setting like you might see in graphics cards in video games, or if you want to kick up the frame rate, you turn off anti-aliasing on the shadows, because why fuck that? It's kind of a small detail. You don't notice it, especially in the throes of passionate gameplay. To me, it was a very telltale sign that it was a complete CGI render. I mean, there are other issues too besides that, like some image bleeding, some clipping from what looked like models, not being able to be projected properly onto the screen for the viewer. Maybe if I go through Artemis 2, I'll be able to find some of the same stuff, unless they upgraded their graphics hardware.
It felt like rinse repeat to me. Like, I can imagine some scenarios that would actually make it interesting, right? Like, oh, this time we're taking radar of all the space rocks as we exit, the atmosphere or whatever. Well, I guess you can't say that anymore, but at this altitude, right? Here's all the satellites we just pinged with our radar, and show us some other interesting technology that people might buy. And I just felt like they introduced nothing new. Nothing new was introduced. It's just rinse repeat, some lazy bullshit, and they'll buy it.
Well, I noticed that the pictures they took of the Earth by the moon didn't match angular size.
Well, what they're doing surely is not reflecting their budget. That's for sure.
Yeah, that money's going somewhere else. Sure. I'm not saying anything nefarious about it, just going into some other program. I don't even know if they gave us a number on how much it costs them to do that. Like, did they say there was what was the specific budget for Artemis to do this?
You got to look at it pragmatically. The people who run NASA, they're like, okay, what did the administration want? They want us to do this. Yeah, let's just give them what they want. We don't actually have the tech to do that for real, but who cares? We will in a few years. We'll just do this now. It's going to look good enough, and all the dumbasses who buy our T-shirts and watch the rocket launches, they're going to believe us no matter what kind of shit we put out. So we don't have to put too much effort into it. All right, Jared, that sounds good. And then they just did it. Super easy. You can probably talk a couple of people into doing it for patriotic reasons too, even though I actually think they probably fooled the crew. I mean, they can't tell the difference between a simulation and a real thing anyway, so why bother?
Yeah,
Yeah,
at least
see,
get some good actors, right?
see, aircraft of the future, they're not going to have windows anymore in the fuselage. They'll just put screens up there, and you'll be looking through those screens, and it'll be like you're looking outside the aircraft, and you won't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, the actors didn't impress me either. The lady just fell apart. She couldn't. Oh my! I think that's why they gave that distraction of her having these issues. It's like, yeah, she's obviously uh, not had a good grasp on the script. Reminded me a lot of watching the Apollo conference for the first time. It's like there's no excuse for this body language and this behavior. You just went and landed on the moon for fuck's sake. Like, come on, man. You're back home safe. What the hell you got your head down for? They are relentless with the propaganda, though. You know, they've got a long history to dissect.
Well, they're not hiding that part at all. Isaacman said that we're doing this so that people in America can believe that we can do the near impossible and we're the greatest and the best. They are actually telling us. So we have to believe them, right? He also said we have to beat China. So there's that. Just a mission. Propaganda mission.
Well, yeah, it feeds right into the ego of the war machine, right? The idea that we're number one. We're the best. We're doing things no one else can. Take some guts, for sure. Like I can't imagine what those Apollo astronauts felt like. Like they knew hate would be coming their way. Like, are you kidding me? You guys just told everybody that? Really?
I think Gus and his two other co-pilots got it pretty bad too from NASA. I think Gus Grissom was the main dude's name, and I can't ever remember the other two guys' names. They were burnt alive.
You think they were going to go public?
Well, yeah, I wonder about them burning alive too. Like, did that really happen? I mean, shit, man. They fake everything else.
That would be a pretty intense fake out, because all they're doing is saying that, showing that they're like psychopathic killers and they'll kill anybody who tries to go against their program.
Yeah, I'll never forget them rolling in the TVs for the first time in school, live broadcasting the Challenger blowing up in front of all these kids. Oh my god! Wow.
I was a little kid back then. I was in school, and yeah, that was really messed up.
When was this, 85 or 86?
86.
It was 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, grade school kids got TVs. Like, usually there was only one TV, maybe for history class or something, where they wanted to do something, but every classroom had it, man.
And they did the same thing for the OJ thing.
Right?
I remember that one. That's in my age group. I was in, I think, 6th grade when that happened.
Yeah.
I got to go home from school.
Why did they do that? Why for OJ? I don't know.
It's a racial thing, right?
Psyop.
Hate.
Yeah, psyop. They're gonna psyop.
I guess so. Yeah, the LA riots, all that. Yeah, Rodney King was still fresh on everyone's minds. Stop resisting, whack! Stop resisting, whack!
What happened to the? Sorry.
Yeah, I was in LA during that time.
What happened
Go ahead,
to
man.
the ice psyop? There's no more ice now on the news.
Yeah, it died down a bit. Although I did see something about how they got these people in these camps, and they can't get them out. Like they're basically prisoners forever. But I don't know. Maybe that's not true either. But they did give the name of the facility, so it'd be interesting to look up. But yeah, I was in LA during the riots, and the scene that I'll never forget is the Asian people on top of their stores with machine guns. Like, all right, this is America. Let's go. You guys are.
The rooftop Koreans, yeah.
What movie was that? Predator 2? Yeah.
The Rodney King event, LA riots. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. The last time I remember Asians on the roof was, I think, an Alien or a Predator. Schwarzenegger.
Okay, that's I'm not ringing the bell for me, but yeah, it reminds me of the predictive programming for 9/11. Like, these events are amazing. They just roll them out one after another. Yeah, the OJ event, interesting one to live through, right? Like, especially in LA. Like, they put him on TV, and I'm like, I know the guy's innocent, but whatever, Like, and 24/7, they're broadcasting this thing every day for months. But it wasn't until later that I looked into them, and I'm like, oh, well, of course he was innocent. Like, the whole thing's staged. So, what's the most effective psyop as of this minute, like today? What's going down right now? You're gonna point at the wars. Is that the most effective one right now? Maybe Trump himself. The guy shooting up the White House. Incredible.
Not even close, brother. The most effective psyop in the history of mankind is feminism.
Hot take. Let's go.
I heard Rachel Wilson's book on feminism and the occult is really good along these lines.
Yeah, we've seen all this space stuff, with Marvel, just Marvel Universe, and all this crazy ideas of things that you could be doing out there, right? There's nothing new or creative about what NASA's doing at all. It just reminds me of when I watched the movie Tomorrowland, and they said NASA shut down because they ran out of good ideas. I was like, that might be the case. They might just give this to SpaceX. They're obviously doing more fantastic ideas, right? Putting cars in space, and yeah, I got a Tesla sitting up there waiting for you. You know,
Dude,
yeah.
there's a whole theory about the whole world goes through cycles of creativity and they reach a saturation and then it just turns into the same rehash over and over again. Then everything crashes and restarts. It's called time wave zero.
I remember coming across that in the early internet days.
Sort of miss those days without all the gatekeeping by the search engines.
Yeah, dude, think about it. How many times have they rebooted Batman and Superman and Spider-Man in the past 10 years, dude? We're like on like the fifth reboot by now. Literally, they're just rehashing the same stuff over and over and over again.
I'm just waiting for Black Superman.
Hold on, we're gonna move homie up here to talk to E-Flow. Think he's a flat earther and new. Come on, dude. There we go. All right, what channel are we in? Livestream. E-Flow, what's up?
Hello.
All right, you're gonna have to talk to my friends though, because I'm hammering and shooting and blamming and nailing, so I gotta go on mute. But welcome.
All good.
Well, everybody usually asks, how'd you find the server? And what's your take on the topic?
I found the server through YouTube, and take on the topic is the Earth is flat.
How long you been into flat Earth?
Probably 2 months, and then came across your channel, your guys' channel, probably a month ago. And then everything that you guys talk about just makes way more sense and is verifiable compared to anything that globers have to say.
Oh man, you're in the honeymoon phase. I bet you got a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm. Nope, not
So,
really.
what was the epiphany that, like, oh shit, I'm 99% sure now?
It wasn't really epiphany. It was kind of like makes sense type of thing. It wasn't really too much of a shock.
I
Did
bet
you
our
watch a video?
community makes more sense than other FE communities out there too.
Way more sense.
It's a hot take too. So, did you watch a video on YouTube, or what was like your introduction
Live
to the
streams.
topic? Did
Your
someone
guys'
like
live
break?
streams. But
Oh
introduction
wow!
to the topic was just flat Earth
Some
versus globe Earth debates.
oh that interested you without someone telling you? Like, did you
Yeah.
hear? Was wow cool? Did it show up in your like feed on TikTok or whatever?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I've been in the topic maybe 10 years, and my algorithms get destroyed. They won't bring up anything that I get into anymore. Kind of funny. So, what do you think your best proof is that the Earth is flat? Like, if you're gonna hang your hat on something, what is it?
Your guys' laser test across the water, and how like once it gets to a certain point, the globe earthers say that there should be a drop, and wherever that drop is, whenever you guys have done laser tests, I can't name a specific one, but when you guys like pull them up on the live streams and stuff, and like show what they are and what you guys do, and you guys show that the laser is hitting the target a certain distance away, where the target should be, according to globe earthers, it should be well below the horizon. When you guys do the laser test, though, it's hitting the target. So that's just proof, what I take as proof.
Have you started taking on the sun, the moon, the stars? What's above you?
Nope. I don't mind too much for those. I just kind of see it as a giant light ball in the sky, and the moon is just something up there. Don't know.
Did you see the FE core one over Lake Balakan or something like that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, that one. A few people that did that used to hang out in here. But yeah, it's one of the longest laser tests ever done. I think it is the
Do you have
long.
somewhere
I
that I
think
can
it is the
find that
longest.
so I can look at it?
Yeah, search up FE core laser test.
Hey, brother. We got it right on tap on our bot, homie. Watch this.
My bad, bro.
Yeah, watch this, man. Look at here. Hold on, I'll do it for you. So what I got to do is I got to get over here, and I just type blam, and it pops right up. There it is. Look
Awesome.
at that.
Thank you so much.
Watch this one.
I'm gonna
Here's
go
the
watch that.
associated PDF. So you can watch that. It's kind of put in a documentary type form. They have multiple tests. This just kind of like their whole process. And then here's an associated PDF that they published with all their test results.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No problem.
As far as I know, that's the longest still to date, right? And we haven't had anybody else
No,
come out
that's
with it.
the longest one over water, but there's a longer one done over land, which is like 35 miles.
Okay.
This one, the longest shot they did was 25 miles. And then there's another one that was on land. They did it in Utah at a salt flat where they put the I think they put the laser on the back of a truck and they just drove the truck away straight down the salt flat for 35 miles and saw it the entire time.
That's pretty epic. I remember looking at 2 universities measuring Kansas flatter than a pancake kind of thing. And yeah, if you look into that one's pretty interesting too. They have documentation about how they did it. So the longest line of sight photograph, still 273 miles? Or did someone break that? That was quite a while ago that was done. I can't imagine no one's broken it.
Yeah, I posted it. There's actually multiple shots of that same mountain range, but some of them are longer than others. And then one of them was, I think it was in the Guinness World Records. Not 100% sure, but it definitely won the Above Horizons, I think was the name of the. There used to be this like longest photography contest. No, it was called Beyond Horizons, I believe, and that guy won for the longest distance photograph.
No, Jay Tolan was doing some cool stuff with the infrared on land and in the air. Anybody else doing stuff like that now? Is he still pretty much the one to go to for using infrared?
Nothing that extreme, but I'm all set up. I'm ready to go. I just need free time to head out there and do things. I've got observations planned and I've got some really high end optics.
That's cool. I'm thinking about being in a commercial flight and setting up your rig and researching, who actually cruises at the highest altitude. 'Cause some of the stuff Tolan was pulling from commercial flights at 35,000. It's like, wow.
Yeah, I think he used to be an imagery analyst, so he knows how to perform photogrammetry and he teaches people how to do it. another user here named Matrix recently bought a rig too, and he's going to go out and take some imagery. Indio made an observation recently himself too, which was pretty cool. So. The live stream text chat, I posted a link. Thank you, Degas, for posting that on our back chat. It's an observation taken in Denmark of a bridge. Looks like a 10-mile span. Observer height 4 inches. and it is a very clear day with very little activity just above the water surface. So he's able to zoom in and get crystal clear shots to the opposite ends. You can see the base of the bridge pylons and everything. It's beautiful. Hope to track down a high-res version of this.
So how are you all not talking at the same time? That's amazing.
What's amazing? Everyone's talking. I know, so great.
I said, how is everybody not talking at the same time? That's amazing that y'all can do that. Good job.
Bro, we're telepathic. We know what we're thinking.
I was just
How's
thinking
that
that the flat earthers are as good as listening as they are talking.
Yeah, that's a good point. Definitely have to have some good listening skills to study this information and accept it correctly. But anyway, looking through the list, I don't see anybody that's a spinning ball believer unless I'm wrong. If they want to speak up.
Careful, you might jinx it, man. Looks like just a bunch of flat earthers hanging out tonight. Some old heads like you and some newer people too.
Oh well, there's more and more of us every day. They say, right?
Well, I don't think we're going backwards on this. Once you unlock that door, you're like, yeah, there's really no going back from here.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not putting the toothpaste back in the tube. It's pretty much impossible, right? Once you accept that the bodies of water are not sitting there in a curve, I mean, it's pretty much over with for me. But anyway. How about Russ B? I don't recognize him. Do you think the Earth is a globe, Russ?
No, I don't.
Okay, fair enough.
Just popping in. I haven't been in here in years. I know it's flat, Dave.
Oh, fair enough, man. Just didn't recognize the name. Welcome in, man.
I hear you.
Feel
Just
free to
driving,
chime in.
listening in. Thank you, bro.
Everybody else on this panel, I assume, accepts that the globe does not exist in reality. That should trigger somebody to say something if they actually think it's a globe. It's looking like a bunch of crazy flat earthers, so I'll shut up.
Good. Dave, do your magic. Kill the chat. Got to get that Russian character cat boy down there.
Good afternoon.
What up?
Not much, man. How about you?
I'm building.
I got no work today.
Yep. Work. Oh yeah, buddy. So, did you have questions for me that you could ask here? I didn't get a chance to reply to your message.
Oh, what's your favorite color? That message?
Holy crap! Why is the volume so low? Hold on, I better reconnect.
Purple, yellow, green. Over.
What's up now?
Purple, yellow, green. Over.
All right, how about now?
Yellow, purple, green. Over.
Holy crap, dude. I hate when this happens. So sometimes when you're switching back and forth between devices, your audio setting from a previous device setting takes control. Because I turned the volume down when I was just listening through my speaker, but now it won't turn back up when I'm on Bluetooth.
Maybe you're stuck on the phone option instead of the speaker option, and you got to switch that. I don't know, Bluetooth problems.
All right, what's up now?
Green, purple, yellow. Over.
Holy crap, dude. Let me check you.
Yeah, check me out. Then maybe I'll hop on my interwebs and switch the mic.
Yeah, finally. Sweet, dude. All right, how about now, brother? I hear you loud and clear.
Copy that. 10-4.
So
Sam
you've been
shooter.
hanging out on Miggy's server?
I haven't. It's been like a month, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't checked it out in a while, so just seeing what's popping over there. If anything.
No, nothing. It's been dead. Yeah, I don't know. I made some my typical Neil comments on one of his live streams, and he wasn't very happy. And I totally understand because I didn't know like the direction he was going.
Yep.
Now I see the direction and I completely understand. And so,
Oh, I
anyways,
was actually there for that. I was there for that conversation. I remember.
yeah, that was the last time I interacted really.
Yeah, that's
With
been a while. That's the last time I was there too.
I chill with CB there sometimes, but it's just like a couple times a month. Watch UFC or something.
Yeah.
I was just thinking of maybe I was gonna PM him and say what's up. I thought of him this morning. I gotta get on TikTok and start recruiting some more people to come to the server. I got a couple. Now I'm kind of using I'm using Indio's webpage to kind of invite people now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I found that pretty good because it's like kind of like Quantum Erasure's page, except like Indio Zone, right? All the links and et cetera, et cetera. I like that. Other than that, I'm just chilling. Just got home. Gonna take a dab and work out. So catch you guys in a bit.
Let's see. T-Dub. We need to decide whether stunning Kruger is an insult or a praise. Like, is it just the best example of a Dunning-Kruger, that it like shines like a diamond amidst all the other Dunning-Kruger turds? Or is it actually a praise? Like, oh man, that was a great idea.
It could incorporate a definition of someone who doesn't really know what they're talking about, but has hit the nail on the head.
What you banging on, AI?
Banging on some wood. Gotta get my ceiling nailers in.
That's what she said.
Oh. Can you hear the nail gun?
Yeah, I can hear it.
A little bit. We got a full crew of people in here. I'm unable to really carry a conversation right now. Same goes for the rest of you, I guess.
Maybe periodically.
Yeah, I don't know what to talk about, to be honest.
How about the
Well,
fabulous flat Earth?
Yeah. I was just
I'm
about
not very
to.
good at explaining intellectually why I think it's flat, or I'm just not good at speaking. I'm better at writing, you know. I never know what to say.
Well, maybe that's why you're here. You can always ask questions.
Well,
How long you been into flat Earth, and what do you think your best proof is?
it was like 2014. I never really thought about whether the Earth was flat or round. To be honest with you, it's never something like that I've ever thought about. I know they taught us at school, and you see everywhere there's like a globe everywhere, and I just didn't really sit there thinking about it though. And then when I was flying to America, I think I said this the other day, so I don't know if anyone else here ever heard this story, but I was flying to America to Texas. And when we got over America, I thought we must nearly be there. And the flight attendant told me there was about another 3 to 4 hours in the air. I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 hours. And I was just shocked. And I was looking down, and all I could see in every single direction, it was just it went on forever, just so flat as far as I could see through the window of the plane. And I didn't think any more about it. And then, like in 2016, my mom said that she'd been researching. I'm like, my mom's like in her 70s. I'm 44. So my mom told me that, but that was like in 2016. So she would have been in her 60s then. She said she'd been researching into things, and she believed that the Earth was flat, and it just made sense. It just literally like clicked. And I remember back on the plane, and then it's like obviously when you're out and about and you're looking up, everything just feels so still. And it's obvious that it's the clouds moving and everything else above you is moving. But we're not moving at all. We're just really still. That just made sense to me anyway. So I never like really had to like battle with myself to like believe it, or I just believed it. And then I was at work, so I used to work in a hairdresser's at that time. And I asked one of my customers whether she'd heard of the flat Earth, because my mum had told me the Earth was flat. And she just went mad. She just started getting so upset, shouting at me, the Earth is not flat, the Earth is round, it's a ball. And so the boss came over to see what was going on, because the woman was so upset. And I was just like shocked, because I didn't even expect that anybody would get upset about it. It didn't even cross my mind, because it had not worried me. And my mum didn't seem like bothered.
Yeah, I'm
I
pretty
just
sure
don't
everybody in
know.
here had that experience where somebody just lost their shit. Yeah, that's classic,
Yeah.
right? You're like, wait, what? We're talking about I didn't even state that it was flat. I just asked what you thought.
If you'd heard about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're like, what? What just happened?
But my boss told me don't ever say anything like that to a customer again. And I just didn't even know what I'd done. And then obviously I came to find out that people get really upset
Yeah,
about
not
the shape
everyone.
of it. No, not
Not
everybody.
everyone. Yeah.
Not
It's
everyone.
weird.
It's good. Not everyone.
I
Yeah,
brought it
my
up to my
kids fight.
parents a while back. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say my kids fight me tooth and nail on it all the time too, because they get it beat in their heads on a daily basis. So
My dad's like, oh, cool, whatever. And my mom didn't take it well, so I don't dare bring it up anymore.
Yeah,
It's
my dad
in
didn't
the
want to
same room.
believe it. Mhm.
Yeah.
He passed away now, but when he was alive still, he did not want to believe it, because he always was obsessed with space and space travel and things like that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's really it. People
Mhm.
fantasize about this stuff, like in their inner world with their inner thoughts, and nobody else knows it's going on.
it's even you can still have those fantasies and all that hoopla if the Earth
Mhm.
is planar as well. I mean, it's actually more real and more exciting if the Earth is planar. Well, it is, but you know what I mean.
Mhm. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I felt like a kid when I came across this information. It just like rejuvenized me to discovery again, right? Like, oh, I got a lot of questions now. If that there's no curvature, we got some questions, and yeah, it's rejuvenating in a lot of ways, like a born again experience for some.
Oh, for sure, man. It like triggered me to want to learn more about everything. It pushed me into researching more, looking into things more, questioning more. I mean, expanding my thoughts and my consciousness altogether.
Yeah, it's sort of the top of the pyramid, right? It's the coup de grace of lies. It's like, wow. If they can lie to me about where I am, what are they lying to me about? And
Well,
the hope that
it's
you can
like
actually prove things, right? Like you no longer have to take somebody's word or listen to somebody else. Like you can get out there and figure this shit out yourself.
right. Well, it's like Indio says, nobody's lying. You know, it's you can't hide the earth. It's not something you can hide and lie about. It's just everybody believes the narrative, the story. You know, it's earth is too big to see, you know, you're an amoeba on a basketball. I mean, nobody's really lying. They just believe the story they've been told.
Hmm.
You can't hide the earth.
Yeah, that part's a little bit of an emotional roller coaster, right? Like in one hand, you're like, damn, they gave this to me in kindergarten, right? Like they were shoving this idea down my throat from the get go. And it never stopped. It's so persistent, right? Like it's everywhere you look. So you feel really like they won, right? Defeated, like they got you. And then you start to look into it more, and you're like, okay, well, maybe there's a reason. You question like, what were their motives to do such a thing, to not just come out and say this is the way reality is. I guess there's a
Well,
national security involved in this, right? Like this is a high
well,
level operation.
it all stems from mysticism and occultist behavior and you know religion. That's how it, you know, like back who knows when, you know, our history is total fabrication as well for, well, the most part. But the occult is how it started, basically.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like, you know how they seen the way the sky is, and they called it the celestial sphere, and how they believed everything was, you know, the sphere was the perfect shape. So they pushed their narrative and they pushed everything into, okay, the sky is spherical, so the earth must be spherical. And if you look into all the occult stuff and what they believe in their views and stuff, it kind of makes sense. You know what I'm talking about, Jedi.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question, giving you a chance to expand that thought.
Yeah, where we are today, where we came from. I mean, today we have helicopters and rovers on Mars. We've landed on the moon multiple times. We've got deep space telescopes. You know, this is where we are with the ideas, and they go deeper and deeper. You're like, oh wow, this is pretty extensive. This story that they've created, right? Like, it's a monster story that delves into things like evolution or Big Bang, and the beginning, who we are. So then you become a professional in philosophy.
Dude, in my lifetime, they've changed a lot of their stories about the cosmos. Even now, a lot of physicists are saying the Big Bang never happened. Dark matter isn't real, even though we've had people preaching to us it's so real, super real. They're changing their ideas about time, all kinds of different changes. Now, they usually try to keep in there that the Earth is a globe flying through space, and they just kind of always update the space lore, beyond the realm where we could actually access it. So you're constantly in this flux of learning new things and other things getting told you that they were wrong all along. It's kind of weird, even though previously they said it was absolutely true. And I'm not saying that the physicists said it was absolutely true, but the rank and file people think it was true. Like people come in here and say, "Oh, we know gravity is real because of dark matter." I'd be like, "What the heck you talking about, dude? Dark matter? What do you know about dark matter?" "Oh, well, we need it." "Why?" "Because the Earth's a globe." "Okay, that makes sense."
Yep,
You know
it's
why
like
they?
like watching the magic
Go
trick
ahead.
just fall away. You know
Yeah.
you no longer are falling for the tricks.
Well, a lot of it is in reply to retorts for their claims. So, for example, the idea that the universe is expanding. Why do they need that? Well, they need that because, according to Newtonian gravity, when that idea first hit the scene, you need an infinite universe to distribute the gravity, because you need stars and planets to balance it out as you keep going, and so you need more and more and more and more and more. So you essentially just have to appeal to an infinite universe full of infinite stars. Now, a critique of that was, well, listen, if you're in a globe in an infinite universe full of stars, then it'd be daylight all the time. Why? Because there's stars and starlight coming at you from all directions at all times, so it'd be daylight all the time. That was called Olber's paradox. And so partly to solve that, they said, well, maybe we don't need infinite stars. We just need the stars and space to be infinitely expanding. So we're constantly kicking the can down the road. And so they tried to solve that. And then they found out, well, wait a minute, the universe is expanding faster than we thought it is. So now we need dark matter to be pushing it apart. Or sorry, you need dark matter to have enough gravity to balance it out. Now we need dark energy to push it apart faster. You see, they just constantly coming up with excuses to make up for their previous claims.
Yeah, I think black holes came out when I was a kid. That was another one of those.
Dude, the wildest theory about black holes is that black holes are actually a Type 5 civilization. I think
Nice.
it's called the Kardashev scale. So basically, you look out into space and you see this area of blackness where you're not getting any signal. Well, that's because the society that lives there figured out a way to harness all their energy and not release it into the universe. So it's actually not this giant gravity void at all. Now, of course, that the whole giant gravity void that's sucking everything into itself, that's hypothetical as well.
Did they end up giving in that it spits it out somewhere else? It's like, how can you take it? I remember asking that question as a kid. How are you going to take all this stuff in and it just vanish? Like, what are you talking about here? Where's it go?
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't go anywhere. It just gets small, more compact. So, like, millions and millions of objects, they're full of space, and then when they get in the black hole, they just get crunched into very small amounts. So, like, you take a car, you put it in a crusher, and it comes out as a cube. So that's basically what they're saying, is that everything just keeps getting compacted, smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah, but they're saying the cube doesn't exist, right? Like, it's sucking in stars and planets and shit, but it doesn't escape. Whatever. Where does it reside?
It resides at the center, or it's converted. See, here's the weird thing. They'll say it's converted to information.
Nice.
Whatever they mean by that, dude. So at the center of a black hole is just a bunch of zeros and ones floating in zero space. So it has no length, width, depth, or height. right? It's just nothing at an infinite nothing point.
And
And
now
they
you
get
got
to
to
get
give them
away
credit.
with that nonsense.
And
Yeah,
now you got to give them
exactly. It's
credit, right?
absolute
Like,
nonsense.
wow.
Yeah, they believe in matter can be compressed into pure information, but it's not possible that the Earth is just flat. You know, like physical matter can just become pure information, essentially nothing. And then if the Earth is flat, you're the crazy person.
Well, didn't they release a photograph of a black hole recently, and everybody was comparing it to like Snoop Dogg's buff, joint? I think that
Yeah, well,
happened recently.
then they released the hairy black hole, and everybody was comparing it to Snoop Dogg's bleep.
Classic.
No joke, the hairy black hole is real, dude. Supposedly.
It's like no light escapes, but you can see it.
Yeah, you can see that. You can see the hairs around the hole.
I mean, they do have a sense of
Did the
humor to some
globe?
degree, right? Like they did say
Well,
Uranus smells like Uranus.
yeah, exactly. But dude, it's like some kind of pseudo-sexual innuendo cult, dude. It's like it's all about phallic symbols, procreation, divine creation, like eggs, testicles, balls, spheres, rockets. It's just one giant sex cult, basically. Of which the Mormons are the pinnacle, by the way.
You've created a hierarchy. Big
No,
fans of
it's
the
because
Mormons.
Mormons believe that their ascension is to eventually reach godhood, which to them is becoming essentially a celestial scale being that's able to travel to another world and have space sex with their space wife and make space babies and repopulate a new planet as that planet's god, essentially. So like they're entirely a space-based religion.
That's awesome. What do you think about the alien agenda, the disclosures, and are they going to keep pushing that envelope? Or are we going to see more fake alien here shit soon?
Heck yeah, it's
Hell
gonna
yeah.
keep pushing that, dude. That way, when Apollyon comes out of the pit with the locusts and starts slaughtering humanity and stinging them with stings that make them want to die, but they can't find death, we'll just say, it's aliens, bro. Totally aliens. Well, and then you'd be like, well, they came out of the pit in the center of the earth. Isn't that like hell? They'd be like, nah, you've been watching too much Doom and playing too many video games, bro. It's totally aliens, bro.
When Apollyon comes out of the pit, is that before or after the abomination of desolation? And is that Satan's little season and just before the millennial reign, or is it before the millennial kingdom?
Well, I don't remember.
Okay.
But it's definitely after the peace treaty, the 7 years of peace that gets broke after 3.5 years. Definitely after that, because up until then everything's just like business as usual, except there's political moves going on. And then for the 3.5 years, everybody just thinks everything's hunky dory. And then after the 3.5 years, the homie just snaps and goes psycho.
Like the Antichrist.
Yeah.
But didn't all these things already take place?
Well, I mean, some people think so, but the answer is no.
Okay.
It's one of those things where it's a cycle. Like there's typography, right? So it has happened and it will happen.
Okay.
And the symbology will be concurrent.
Okay.
Okay, but the thing about that is that it says clearly that the dead in Christ will come out of their graves and be caught up in the air and transformed, right? And that hasn't happened. And some people say that's an allegory. It's speaking about spirituality. No, it's very clear that it's physical. And there's other reasons why. There's other reasons why it has to be a physical return. It has to be physical. It can't just be spiritual only. So yes, it may be the case that it happens.
Physical. I'm saying it probably.
Yeah, I know,
maybe
but
it was.
some people do. Some people do argue that it all occurred spiritually in the past, and there's nothing to look forward to in the future that's going to happen physically.
Oh, there is stuff to look forward to in the future. That will be the seventh day and eternity, right?
And it also says that at that point that those people won't experience physical death anymore. And so obviously believers are experiencing physical death. So this hasn't yet happened. Okay. It's pretty simple. It's like I could draw it in crayons for you.
Okay. So a third temple does need to be built.
Well, keep in mind that who destroyed the second temple? Herod's temple.
Romans.
No, it's God. God.
No, the Romans.
Well, yeah, they were the physical instrument, but it was God that put it to them.
Well, yeah, nothing gets done without God say so, obviously.
And he did it. The reason he did it was to prove to them that their religion is over, that their way of doing things that they believed is done, Dunsky.
Yeah.
And check this out, Jedi. It's not just the temple got destroyed. There's 4 signs that occurred that meant that God was with his people.
Oh, okay, cool.
There was another one, which is the menorah. So there was the leftmost light in the menorah never goes out.
Okay.
But after this period of time, it went out.
Yep.
So there's other signs too, which I don't remember them all, but basically in conglomerations, it's signs from God to them that you're done. Your little this legacy that you had, this interaction with me, God, that you had before, it's over now. There's something different now.
Exactly. So he dealt with the Jews and stopped that sacrifice, and obviously replaced that sacrificial with Jesus' sacrifice. Yeah. And obviously the temple was destroyed. Jesus prophesied that came true. Yeah. But then now there needs to be a third temple, right?
That's the way it seems, yeah.
Okay. So so if I get this right, the abomination of desolation has already taken place in the temple, and it needs to be rebuilt so the abomination of desolation can take place again.
Sure. I think that's pretty legit.
Okay.
And of course, that will usher in the series of events that will lead to the eschatology. Yeah, and then that leads to the new creation and the end of this world as we know it, the end of human death as we know it.
Well,
and since the end of human death hasn't happened, then clearly this hasn't happened.
No. So first, after this, whatever, tribulation, revelation, Jesus comes back, millennial kingdom for 1,000 years, or however you want to describe that age, and then a short season. This is why I asked the question about being released from the bottomless pit, because after millennial kingdom, then Satan is loosed for a little season, and then Gog and Magog, where they surround the city of saints to take on, Jesus, and then God strikes down the devil with a bolt of thunder from the sky, and Jesus takes everybody out with a sword with his mouth, and then white throne judgment, and then eternity, seventh day, right?
Right. So if you separate those two like that, then you could say, well, if the alleged rapture happens before that, then those people won't have death anymore, but the people on earth still will. And so that death won't be fully destroyed until death and hell are cast into the lake of fire, and then death will be no more for the redeemed.
Okay,
Whereas the unredeemed will go on. Real quick, the unredeemed in that view will go on to eternal death.
And we know that, say, the things in Revelation are to take place in the future, right? Because of Daniel and his 70th week and stuff like that.
Well, it's like some of the things have to take place in the future, and some of the things can be parallelisms that occurred in the past and will occur in the future again. So there is an argument to be made that some of the stuff has already happened, but to say that all of it has happened, I don't think that's legit, because for various factual reasons, that would be too impossible to overcome, basically.
Okay. See, what I've come to start seeing is, obviously I came from that tribulation, 3.5 years waiting for the Antichrist and all of that type of stuff. The only reason why I jumped into the conversation because somebody asked about half hour ago about like this alien deception. The idea of deception just jumped into my head. I think maybe these things have already taken place. We're not actually waiting for the kingdom, because Jesus Christ obviously tells us that the kingdom of God is inside you. But also specifically, if we're talking about, let's say, Revelation, if we look at the very first, like 1, 2, maybe 3, 4 verses of the book of Revelation, like number 1, it's like the letter from Jesus Christ, blah, 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 of these things that are soon to take place. When he's speaking before the Sermon on the Mount, when he's speaking to his disciples, he says, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, some of this generation shall not pass before these things take place." So he's speaking with like urgency, like he's telling, like, let's say some of the crowd who are gathered around him, that some of you are still going to be here when you see this coming of the Son of Man.
Okay, well, let's say he said the phrase "this generation." How do you know he's referring to the people that were standing there?
Because he was pointing, they asked, and he was telling them that some of you will not pass, as in you will not die, you will still be here.
Well, that's not what you just said. You said this generation will not pass.
Yeah, this generation.
I didn't hear you guys.
Sorry, dude. Right. Okay, so some of this generation, that's 40 years. So 40 years
Right,
after,
but how do you know he was
30,
talking to them?
33 AD is like 70 AD, if you want me to be straight to the point.
Yeah, but how do you know he was talking about them?
I'm trying to be honest with you, dude. You don't need to pick up on my words.
All right. It's a simple question. How do you know that he's talking about them?
Because they asked.
What did they ask?
This generation, when he's talking to them, he was talking about this generation, that some of them would not pass. Now, why would that be a future generation? Some of that generation would not pass. That would make absolutely no sense.
Right. It's just a circle.
And in other instances, he's actually said there are those standing here. Right.
Okay, there you go. That's a little more salient, right? Well, it is.
Yes.
The reason I asked that question is because
it is more salient, but I'm expecting you to already be like one step ahead, dude. Fucking hell.
I don't know, dude. Is this personal for you or something?
No, dude. I just didn't expect you to trip me up whilst I'm trying to get a thought out, not from you. Do you know what I mean? I expected a little bit better. That's what I'm saying.
It is better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's talking directly to them, and as T-Dub said, he's talking about the people that are standing.
Stop. We got to stop this feedbacker real quick. Hold on. All right. Hello, test. All right, he's gone. Diaper Noodles, put yourself on mute when you're not talking, bro. We like had a chain of like 3,000 echoes, brother. So let us know when you're in control of your mic, Holmes. All right, continue.
So yeah, this is what I'm saying. I the way that I'm reading the text, and I'll go and get it if that allowed more clarity. But the way he's speaking directly to them. Right, these things in a generation, some of this generation, will not pass. And like 70 AD, within a generation, the things that he's talking about, he's literally just come out of the temple, right, and told them that, what we were talking about earlier, that the Romans came in, or God, took down the temple. That had already happened. So what's going to happen around this time in the temple coming down? He's talking about these things, right? So this is what I'm saying.
Right.
This has happened, right? If the
Absolutely.
abomination
Yeah,
of desolation has taken place, if the temple has already come down, if the Jews have been expelled, then this has already taken place.
Right. So where in that did the guy get injured in his head and then came back to life?
I don't know. Right? It's not recorded.
Right. So there's a
within
lot
the
of things
it's,
unaccounted for. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things unaccounted for.
Yeah, it's unaccounted for. We don't know about it. But then again, I haven't got access to everything that happened. But what I am saying is, if we're to take that event as the temple was destroyed, right, desecrated, then that would be an abomination of desolation, right? Now, if we're waiting for a new temple to be built, so an abomination.
No, it tells you specifically what the abomination of desolation is.
Yeah, he sits in the holy place and calls himself God.
Right. Right, but at that time, what did Antiochus Epiphanes do?
I don't know, buddy. Go on.
He told them,
slaughtered a pig. He slaughtered a pig on the altar.
When you see the desolation of, when you see that all coming and the Rome encompasses Jerusalem, run to the mountains.
Yep.
Because, yeah,
Get
that's
up the
what happened,
mountain.
right? And that's
If
what
it's
Daniel
for
was
us,
talking
we
about.
should get a plane ticket to Judea and run to the mountains now. If it's for us,
I'm not running
it's
to mountains in Judea.
Yeah, why would you do that? Why would you why would you leave like your homeland and travel thousands and thousands of miles to run to the mountains of Judea? It's clearly written to people who would be in the city, dude.
Yeah.
Right. It was talking to them. It wasn't for us. It wasn't for us 2,000 years later. It was for them.
See, this is, say, the difference I've noticed between, let's say, the prophecies of the book of Daniel and the revelation of Jesus Christ right at the end of the Bible. Daniel is told specifically, was it 500 years before Christ? Told specifically to, close these books up because the time is not yet. These are for a later date, like not now, like in the time in the future. This is a prophecy for the future. It's kind of quite clear about that. First book of Revelation, though, these things are soon to take place, right? These things are not hidden, right? Understand this now. This isn't tied up for 2,000 years. You lot won't understand it until people get smarter and understand these prophecies. That's not the way that the book of Revelation is written. Book of Revelation is written with urgency. Daniel's written as the prophecy for 500, 400 years later until Jesus turns up. This is why Jesus tells you, like, with those that have understanding, understand, like in parentheses within like a couple of books, with specifically around this time between the temple and going up to the mountain. He's talking about those people that understand Daniel, right? Understanding this prophecy, because this has already happened, right? If we're talking about things happening in the past and happening in the future, we've already seen Rome circle Jerusalem before. So when these things happen again, Rome circling Jerusalem before, fucking run to the mountains. Those who did escape, those who didn't perished. So that's kind of what I'm trying to say. I think that this has already happened. No, we might not have, let's say, the written accounts of, yay, and everything happened, and he said this when he was on the throne, and here comes the Antichrist. But I don't think it's for the future. I think we're a little bit deeper into that, personally, myself. I don't think we're waiting for this tribulation. And you know me, AI, right? I've probably been speaking about it for 7 years. Don't necessarily think that's the case anymore. I think, like, the deception, as we were speaking about earlier, might be this. We're supposed to think
that Jesus is coming back. We want this line of events. Antichrist comes first, then Jesus comes back. If everybody thinks that we're waiting for the Antichrist first and Jesus comes back, and then we're in Satan's little season, and then Jesus comes back all of a sudden, the first person, then you can quite easily understand how they're going to have a war against the saints. I just think it makes a lot more sense with this sense of events. But I'm still researching. I'm still asking you guys. So I'm interested in your opinions and what you say. Don't want to be rude. I just want to get my thoughts out.
An important fact is that it's clear that the Bible says that the wrath of God is going to be poured out on the whole earth, and that the believers are not appointed to wrath. Okay, so the church cannot be a victim of the wrath. So the church can't be present while God pours out his wrath on the earth. That's one fact. Another fact is that Jesus, okay, that's great.
No, really. He was talking to them at that time. It already happened. 70
Cool story,
AD,
bro.
the temple came down. No, I mean, you're not a
Right.
first
So
century
anytime I
Jew.
speak, you're just going to say it already happened, and I can't finish my sentences. That's how it's going to work.
No, I can explain it. I mean,
Whatever,
finish your
dude.
sentence.
No, I'm not even going to bother, dude. Guys like you around, it's absolutely pointless to have this discussion. Okay, I'll get my ducks in a row, and I'll lay it to logical rest in the future.
Don't be offended. I said 6 words. It already happened. And you're like, okay, guys like you, blah, blah, blah.
Dude, I've dealt with you before, dude. That's how you talk. You interject, and you just.
I never say anything in here,
That's just
dude.
a
And
waste
I'm
of
a
time.
flat
Yeah,
earther.
sure you don't.
I'm a flat earther like you. I agree with what Jedi is saying.
Whatever, dude.
Not a first century Jew. I'm not a first century Jew. Neither are you.
Cool story. That's why I was talking about things that weren't relevant to the first century Jews, but I'm bored of it, so you can just go on mute. There you go, problem solved.
I definitely don't want to cause conflict and shit. And I was a bit shitty earlier, but I don't want that to progress.
Well, people got to learn when they talk about this topic that when someone asks a question, they just have to be able to answer it without getting some kind of aggressive tone. Like, for example, how do you know that they were talking to those specific people? Well, A, B, C, and D. There you go.
What do you think? Do you think he was specifically speaking to those people? Do you think that, like I laid out with Daniel being shut up for a later time and Revelation being like more urgent, do you think that that's got some kind of credibility to it? I mean, what do you think?
It does, but like I said before, the Bible has repeated patterns. It has typologies that occur multiple times. So there's almost like a three-peat where it happens, then it happens again, and then it happens finally. Like that's in a lot of different situations in there. Yes. And there's arguments to be made that yes, some of this has happened, but that doesn't mean that something similar, which the same type of urgency could apply in another generation, would see similar things. Especially since the Jewish people haven't acquiesced to that Jesus is their savior yet. And so a lot of those things, which it says are going to happen, like the whole nation of Israel is going to say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord, and the whole nation of Israel is going to be saved, and there's going to be all these other things. Those things have not happened yet. So there is something that have happened and some things that haven't happened.
Yeah, I got to admit, when it comes to the chronology of like Jews, and obviously, like you stated, obviously they haven't accepted Jesus. That's why they're still here. Yeah, I bang my head against that one, to be fair.
Right, and what does it say? What does it say that the Jews were? I can't remember the actual terminology, but basically put aside, so that the message could be brought to the Gentiles, and it's not going to circle back around until the fullness of the Gentiles be come in, whatever that means.
Yeah. And this is where we get like the 2,000-year church age of the Bible, word of God is able to be spread around the world, and when the word is put in every corner, and then
it's
the
not
Son
though.
of Man
It's not
return.
even close. Do you know what the 64? Do you know what the 80-20 window is?
No.
Actually, I think it's called the 60-40 window. It's a latitude lines in which outside of these latitude lines, the gospel is barely preached. It's barely in anybody's language. It's barely any Bibles. It's like billions and billions of people don't have a Bible. The gospel isn't preached in their lands. They have no idea about Christianity really at all. It's a whole thing when you study missionary work. There's a huge gap to where all of these people haven't even been preached the gospel yet. These nations haven't even had it really broach their nation, except maybe in a drop in a bucket means. There's definitely no Bibles in their languages, et cetera, et cetera. Now, some people argue, well, the gospel was preached to the whole known world at that time, and that may be true, but it's definitely not preached to all these people groups. And you can go look this up in, I can't remember the name of the organizations, but there's organizations that keep track of all this stuff. Like how many languages the Bible's written in, what's been the Christian promulgation of missionary work and preaching of the gospel across the world. It's not even close to being spread across the whole world.
That's a fair point.
Let me say that again for people that didn't hear me. Not even close. We in the Western world have the privilege of having 1 million books and the Bible written in all the languages that we speak, and 300 versions. And I could go and buy a Bible for $1 at Dollar Tree. That's not the way it is across the world. Not even close, dude. Not even close.
I think we spoke about this too last time, Jedi, but I haven't had a chance since to look into it. I've just been so busy at work, dude, but I was going to come back to you on that, I remember. But yeah, just haven't had a chance, man.
Good to see you, AJ, man. Yeah, I appreciate that, dude. Oh, mate, I don't expect everybody to get back to me within like 24 hours with any like thoughts and feelings and shit. I'm just on the quest at the moment, dude. I'm asking some questions that I haven't asked before, finding more questions that I want answering, like I'm sure we all do. But yeah, man, I probably won't ever fucking know. But I'm coming like closer and closer to this idea. But AI raises good points, and he's not wrong. I've asked these questions, where the Jews placed within this like millennial kingdom and like little season idea, because you don't hear anything, right? You haven't got like the book that's telling you. It's a bit sparse in that type of area, so it's hard to like answer AI's question with like the placement of the Jews and stuff. So I don't know, mate.
There's a sentiment that helps you see some of this stuff through a different lens, which is so the church is described as the bride of Christ, and that he's going to return for his bride. And if you actually look at the traditions of the bridal procession and the triumphal entry,
yes,
idea,
yeah,
and you parallel that with the wedding tradition, it's clear that in order for certain versions of the eschatological events to occur, Jesus would have to basically be an abusive husband that thinks his wife is a piece of shit. And he would have to be like the worst husband in the history of his people, which is the Jews.
I remember specifically, maybe within like 2 years, speaking about the parallels between the rapture event and the wedding of the Jewish wedding ceremony, specifically even taking the bride away for 7 years. And so on. Bride's feet doesn't touch the floor, and Jesus comes in on like being carried and disappears for a while until God tells him, what you've made is okay. Blah 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 blah. I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, I know that story really well, man. I really, really do. So I see the parallels, right? And I definitely understand that, how like we have these types and shadows and typologies, like you said earlier, of like things in the past that shadow things in the future. I get that idea, and I'm not dismissing that is most definitely within the Bible. I'm just trying to figure out if we should use it everywhere, though. That's all.
Like you said, there's a humility to it, saying, you know what, I don't really know. I haven't researched everything to the umpteenth degree. There's things in here that logically cannot possibly have happened yet, and then there's things in here that logically seem that they did happen. So it's like it's not an all or nothing. It's not like everything in Revelation had to have already happened, or everything in Revelation has to be future. Like, you don't have to approach it from either lens. You could approach it from, this is a book for learning for people that it matters to in the time that it's relevant to them. And that may be the people that were then, and it may be the people that are now. You know what they say, if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. So it's kind of like the Jews didn't learn that Jesus said to them, you know, basically your era is over, and then God destroyed the temple to prove it to them, and they still think they're going to get another temple in the future, and then God's going to be their friend again.
What if the
After
Jews
they slaughter, hold on, after they slaughter the red heifer on the altar, then God's going to be their buddy again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know all about the red heifer story as well. And, yeah. Sorry, I interrupted earlier just because I had a thought that came out of nowhere. But the Jews we see today aren't really Jews, right?
Who knows?
Maybe. At the
Here,
time,
I'll give you a quote. I'll give you a quote from the Bible. Those who are Jews inwardly, not outwardly. And what it means by that is that just because you're of a bloodline of a Jew doesn't mean you're a true Jew. Because those who are of the faith of Father Abraham are counted as the seed according to the promise. So the descendants of Abraham, right, are of the faith of Abraham, not the bloodline.
right?
Like it says in the Bible, through the Jews came the oracles of God, which is the revelation of things that God was teaching them, and came the bloodline of Christ, and came the priesthood, of which Christ changed, right? And came the law, of which was our tutor to lead us to Christ. So technically, schmetically, the Jews' whole mission is done already. Now it's just they have to acquiesce that Jesus is their Messiah, and that's basically what everybody's waiting on. Their mission for humanity is over already. Now, there's a certain few things in that arrangement of events that lead towards the Gnostic interpretation if you don't take them as future events. So it makes a lot of the things that need to be physical, it makes them spiritual, and the Bible is clear that it has to be physical, because we're not just being redeemed spiritually. The entire physicality is also going to be redeemed. We're going to have new physical bodies, not just spiritual bodies.
Yeah, I'm not really approaching this from that Gnostic idea.
True, but I just mean that there's certain logic sequences that lead to a necessary Gnostic conclusion if you take them out of sequence. because then the events happening are non-physical. They can only be interpreted spiritually, but the Bible's pretty clear that it has to be physical. And off the top of my head, I can't tell you what those are.
What has to be physical? Sorry.
Well, like the resurrection.
Yeah.
The
okay.
physical
Yeah,
resurrection.
I can appreciate that. Yeah. So again, when you were talking about that, I just had that verse, like the kingdom of God is inside you, and that's, I mean, although you're physical and it will be inside you, that's not necessarily a physical thing, right?
Although it also says that Christ will have a literal physical kingdom on the earth, that he rules with an iron fist, and people have to travel. People have to, iron rod, and people have to travel across the earth to do certain tasks. Otherwise, they don't get rain, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
Like these are physical circumstances that are occurring.
Yep. 100%. And I can see how possibly these things might have happened. A physical kingdom on the physical earth. I mean, if we have a little look around, there's an all citadels and cathedrals and shit that, fuck me, we didn't build. But yeah, I mean, that kingdom could have easily existed and then very easily been hidden with deception. That kingdom was there. Maybe it was, dude. Maybe
right, so then this is blending to the idea that we're now in the realm where Satan has already been loosed again to deceive the whole world, and he's well on his way deceiving everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And so then what would be the next event we're waiting for?
The next event is Gog and Magog, the battle against the saints, White Throne and Eternity, to keep it short. But right at the end. So Satan is loosed for a little season to deceive the world. That little season could be anywhere up to, I don't know, 500 years or something. Gog and Magog surround the saints, right? So this is the battle against the saints. But this would be the kingdom physical on earth, and they would surround it. And that would be Jesus, and everybody would be deceived to fight against Jesus. And then God would very quickly deal with Satan himself with a bolt of fire from the sky. And then Jesus deals with everybody else with fire from his mouth.
No, but at that time, if I'm not mistaken, they're not attacking Jesus on any location on the ground. He comes out of the sky.
He comes out of water, I think.
The sky, with a tattoo on his thigh. And hold on, I need to read what that says.
Yes, I'm
Hold on. Man, see if you can search. I can't search it right now.
I'll have a look.
But when he comes down, he either has a scroll on his thigh or a tattoo on his thigh that says a name, I think.
True and something and true. Pure and true. I don't know.
Yeah, I got to reread that little section again because the way I seen it in my mind is the Gog and Magog are they're encircling Israel, and essentially, if God doesn't do anything, everything's going to go to crap. So Jesus comes out of the sky, kills everybody, and then rescues them, basically, if I remember correctly. But Jesus is definitely in the sky. He's not at that point in time. He's not on the ground being encircled. And the vibe that I got from that is that they actually try to make war against him with the weapons that they have.
Yeah.
So they at least have a plausible belief or a knee jerk holy crap reaction that they think their weapons are actually going to be useful. Because like if you were really faced with a deity, to shoot at him with a machine gun would just be retarded, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course. Do you want me to read it? Revelation 20 from verse 7. And when the 1,000 years are expired, this is King James Version, by the way, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth. To Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, the number of whom is the sand of the sea. And they went up on the breadth of the earth and encompassed the camp of the saints around and the beloved city. And fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are. Okay. And shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. And I saw a great white throne, okay, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. Oh dear, that ended really, really quickly. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to the words. I'll scan see if it's
so this is like a quick summary, and it's missing some events, so maybe the events are talked about elsewhere.
Okay, I'll scan back, dude.
So, for example, the coming out of the sky with the sword out of his mouth and the tattoo was missed here, right? So either it's a separate event, or this is just a summary that's leaving out certain details which are spoken about elsewhere.
Okay, when he comes out of the sky, he comes with his multitude of saints, right? This is when he's was it dressed in white? I think that's the time when he has has the name on his thigh or whatever it is. That's the time right at the end of tribulation before the millennial kingdom. This is speaking about the millennial kingdom and what happens after that, after Satan's little season. So I think the tattoos before.
So the coming out of the sky, so the coming out of the sky, you're saying, is the wrapping. So the tribulation's happening, and he's like, okay, I need to put an end to this, so I'm coming down.
Yep.
And then he comes down in that manner and then takes over for the 1,000 years, right?
Yep. Bound Satan for 1,000 years.
Right. So during that 1,000-year time, how long does it say human lifespans will be?
Yeah, I don't think it does.
It does.
Oh, does it now? What does it say?
Yep. It says people who live to be 100-year-old will be considered to be a child.
Where does it say this? So where does it say this?
There's a lot of facts in there. Well, let me look it up. Well, I can't look it up actually. Sorry.
And I'm asking because I've never heard that before. Like to be like 100 years is like to be a child.
Let me take my things off.
I get that at the beginning of the Bible, like in Genesis and shit. And maybe something around the millennial kingdom. But I don't know. I don't know a lot.
All right, let me see here. This should help me out. Okay, so this is actually from Isaiah, but I want to find out. So extreme longevity, in this passage it says, no more shall an infant from there. No, that's not the actual passage. Let me get it, man. Stupid commentary. All right, let me go to Bible Hub here. Stupid AI. The heck? Bible Hub won't open? You little jerk. Okay, Isaiah 65:20 Bible Hub. Let me look that up. Dude, what the heck? There's like a kibosh on Bible Hub? Holy crap. Let me open it directly.
You right there, mate?
Anyone else think the Bible is actually set in America?
No.
Mormon space wives.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, the Mormon Bible is.
Oh, yeah. I guess then. It's like NCIS. Like Miami, but Bible style. You get it? Where do all the Mormons hang out in America? What's the name of that place?
Utah.
KJV, Utah.
Hey, listen. I don't care how you brig them, just brig them young.
That's wrong, but funny.
That was my history teacher taught me that joke. So this is under the passage in Isaiah, new heavens and a new earth. And it's a lot of commentaries attribute it to the millennial reign. So I have to find cross references.
All right.
So it's from Isaiah 50:17 through 20. Because it does say the new heavens and the new earth. So this could be after that period of time.
Yeah, new heavens
But
and
here's
new
the
earth.
reason why. Here's the reason why it can't be. Okay. Here's the reason why it can be and it can't be. So clearly it says new heavens and new earth. So that's saying, oh, it can be the new heavens and new earth. So now we're in the new creation. Now there's reasons why heavens and earth aren't actually speaking about the literal earth and the literal heaven. So for example, the Judaic system of the temple and the nation was called heaven and earth. The earth was the nation and the heaven was the temple. So when he says, behold, I will make a new heaven and new earth, he could be referring to a new system of the temple interaction between the nation and God, because he created a new temple system, which is the temple is now the believer, and the priesthood is now directly Jesus alone. And then there's the priesthood of the believer. So Jesus becomes the high priest. So he did change the heaven and the earth at that time. The old heaven and the old earth, which was the old nation and the old temple in 70 AD, passed away.
Yeah.
If you look at it from that view. So now here's the second part here. Check this out. So in these days, never again will there be an infant who lives but a few days, or an old man who does not live out his years. The one who dies at 100 will be thought merely a child. The one who fails to reach 100 will be considered a curse. So here they're saying that 100 years is going to be considered a childhood lifespan, because you're going to live out the fullness of your days, which is going to be greater than 100 years, to where if 100 years is your childhood, and normally childhood is 14 years, so you could times it by at least by 8, I would say. So our lifespan's increased by 8-fold. Now here's the kicker. in the final creation, there's not going to be any death. So there can't be people dying. So this is why scholars are thinking that this is referring to the millennial reign.
That's why.
Rather than post throne judgment, because post throne judgment, the believers are in eternal security of never dying.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas the other people are put off into eternal death, whatever you take that to mean.
Yeah.
So there is no more death of people at that time.
No.
It's set in stone. So you can't. So this being the new heavens and the new earth is in the final creation where you're still having children, you're still getting married, you're still having sex, people are still dying. So this is clearly not a period of time. Yeah, this has got to be the millennial kingdom,
Spot on.
most likely.
Thank you, mate. Thank you for going through that with me. Yeah, spot on.
Right. So check this out, brother. Check this out. So in order to argue this point in favor of we're in Satan's little season, Satan would have had to have altered our life. So we would have had to have lived for hundreds upon hundreds of years. And then Satan has now altered our lifespans as well.
Okay.
Otherwise, it makes no sense.
Can I disagree with that? Okay, so within the millennial kingdom, right, obviously because of the power of Jesus, I'm using loose terms, and the power that's around, obviously part of Jesus's preaching was always about healing. So healing part of it, right? We've obviously got longevity, our food is good, the environment is good, everybody's fit and healthy. So I expect everybody to be living a long time, maybe even growing a little bit larger than we are today. I can maybe even buy that in the millennial kingdom. But then the millennial kingdom stops. And then all we've got to do is forget. All we've got to do is forget the practices that we had before, forget the technology that healed. It's quite easy for, I would assume, Satan to, take all these things away. So eventually life start going down, people start dying younger, and we've got, the age of death that we've got today. I could see that working. Doesn't have to be Satan has to alter our biology. We've just got to forget how we kept ourselves healthy. And I guess the world environment
that could be the
changed.
case. That could be the case. The pushback that I would offer to that is there's no real evidence that happened. It's kind of like an absence of evidence.
Yes, there is.
So people would like what?
Okay, so the hagiographies that are found within the Eastern tradition. So the hagiographies being the writings of the saints that lived at that time, their experiences and what they went through. Some of those experiences and things that they went through include things like longevity of life, healing powers, and also
how much longevity?
The power of
hundreds of years.
The power of longevity, dude. Right? I could possibly go and find some hagiographies that speak about longevity of life, but also the power of levitation. There are stories specifically around. I think it's excuse me, put my teeth back in properly. Saint Francis of Assisi. He was noted to be flying above the rooftops of the city. I think it was Florence, can't remember which. But yeah, there are accounts of these things happening. That's the point.
I don't know. So far, I heard somebody's levitating and claims of longevity with no new numbers attached. Right?
All right. I mean, dude, I'm pulling stuff out of my head and I'm thinking out loud. All right.
That's fair.
I'll go and find shit.
What I would expect if people everywhere on the earth were living for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, which they would have to, for a child of 100 dying to be considered a child. To be considered a child dying in 100, let's just say you break it into quarters. So you got your childhood, your young adulthood, your adulthood, and your elderly years. So 1, 2, 3, 4, you'd be living at least 400 years. So I'd be expecting piles of evidence across all cultures, across all continents that people are living this long.
Okay. But what we have got evidence of is information and book burnings. So if you're looking for that kind of evidence of lots of people being around and then not, well, we've got the cities and structures that they probably would have lived in, and we can start talking about mud floods and Tartaria, but I don't necessarily want to. Like the repopulation of cities that fucking already existed. So we've got possibly that. Obviously, like I started with historical accounts, even in this country, going back
the
to
structures. The structures that are advanced, that are elderly advanced. What I mean by that is they themselves are elderly structures, but they're more advanced than modern structures that were built past them. Like, retroactive Victorian stylings that, where like this building is well before the Victorian period in a land where they never went to. Like that's like semi-compelling evidence. But that's actually more compelling that there's a missing period of society than random, claims in a book that somebody levitated or
Yeah,
longevity. Because
yeah,
those are physical things that had to be built by somebody. Whereas a
yeah,
story can just be written down by anybody at any time.
of course.
But a physical structure that required knowledge, strength, utility, engineering, all of these things, that's a completely different piece of evidence, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. And I'm having to pull different pieces of evidence from everywhere, mate. If we're talking about an era or time in history that seems to be missing, so to speak. So if we look at this, all right, which I hope we're doing, I can easily point out to, if you're asking, well, I'd expect lots of evidence, or I can point to, well, like physical book type evidence. I mean, that can easily be burnt, and we've got lots of evidence of book burnings, specifically in this country around the 1500s. We talk about the split of the Catholics and the Protestants and King Henry VIII looting and destroying all of the monasteries up and down Great Britain. So we've got that, and we've got the curiosity of every continent having similar, very ornate structures that still exist today, and the stories that we can run parallel of how those were populated and blah blah blah. So I'm pulling things out, and I get what you're saying. Stories about people flying and shit. It sounds ridiculous, but the Bible talks about this type of stuff, right? The millennial kingdom. People are going to be living for X amount of years. All right. So we're going to have to start
flying.
thinking out the box somewhere, right?
It talks about two people flying, only two.
Okay, but I specifically spoke about people living for a long time, like you did. That's what the Bible says, right? And that's what you read out. To be as a child, to be 100 years. All right, okay. I'll take that. And I guess
I would expect at least the congruency to be in the 400 to 800 year range.
Well, yeah, me too.
So 150 years old is nothing, because there's evidence of dudes that reached over like 120, maybe even 130 just within this century.
Yeah.
So it's like 150 and less. You know what else, too? This is very interesting for me. Partly because my teeth are not the absolute greatest, is that supposedly when you reach 120 years old, there's a very high chance that you grow a new set of teeth if you're healthy. So in other words, like your actual biology was made for hundreds and hundreds of years, and so like our teeth wear out, but no worries, because every 100 years you get a new set.
I can see that being very much part of the ignition of the millennial kingdom and what would happen, like the longevity of life and healing and so on, and these types of things, because they're spoken about. But if you wanted to deceive the world, you'd remove all of that information, and I would definitely put people in a different time frame and make them think they're waiting for something that wasn't actually going to happen.
Would you put Josephus writing about how people were mocking the Jews with when they were sending their ballista? So they used to have these white rocks they would send. It's part of what they used to bombard Jerusalem. And and in the sun, they would shine, and they would look like a shining ball of light, like a second sun. And they would mock the Jews, saying, "Hey, look, it's Jesus coming back from the clouds." And then they'd get blasted in the face with a big rock.
Was that before or after? Because Japhethus is not spot on around that time, isn't he?
That's after Jesus was ascended, because they were expecting him to return, and so they were mocking them. Oh, this is your Christ returning. Look, it's a bright ball of sun. It's Jesus coming down from the sky. Have a rock in the face.
Which would fit into the idea that, you're going to be mocked, right? If he's just ascended and they're all waiting for him to come back because he said, right, some of you that stand here today are, not going to pass. You're going to see these things going to happen. And they're waiting and waiting and waiting. And the generation, right, is 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, 35 years. I can imagine everybody having a go at these Christians or the Jews or whatever this group of people are going to be called, because that Messiah hasn't returned yet. But Jesus said that will happen. He told them that would happen, and it did, right?
Yeah, well, the apostles, and I believe Paul wrote to the people who was, he said, so the world continues, and they mock you, saying, where is the promise of his coming? For everything continues as it always has. And he said, they count it slackness, but you don't count it slackness, is because God is faithful to his promise. But part of the reason why he's postponing his return is because the Jews need to be set aside for a while until the fullness of the Gentiles become in, because God is not slack on his promise. He's just being long suffering to the world so that as many people as possible can come to know him.
Okay. I need to bang my head against that idea for a good few days, mate. You bring up a good point.
And so, so in that regard, if that event is occurring, and that event, what I mean by that event is to pause in time while that occurs, the fullness of the Gentiles come in. And then after that, there's supposed to be something happen. And so if that thing has already happened, then that means the fullness of the Gentiles already came in. And so then when he's telling them that this pause is happening for this reason, then that might be an incongruency. Now, what's really interesting is like the absolute super staunch 100% preterists, they think that everything has happened. Nothing is coming. We're not waiting for anything. Nothing, which is okay. So we're not even waiting for the new creation.
And we're in it.
Like we're not waiting. We're not waiting for nobody dying anymore, and we don't have to go to funerals anymore. Like, how are we not waiting for something at least?
Is that a literalist view or symbolic? Because you could justify that symbolically, but not physically, because there's no more sea in that world.
Well, that depends. It depends, because the typology of the sea is judgment. But yes, there is something to be said that it's saying there's no more oceans. But it also something to be said about the typology of judgment, because the sea is the type of judgment. But yeah, you're correct. If regardless of which way you take it, there's no more of something, and one of them or both of them are still here, right? So either judgment is still here, right, which it is because we're still dying, or the sea is still here, which it is because there's the oceans.
Well, what it describes as being outside the city after it has descended to Earth pretty much describes society today. I mean, there's good and bad, like that's debated. But yeah, idolaters and witchcraft and pharmaceutical magic and all that stuff that it describes, right?
Right, except for the most glaring obvious one, and that is that there's no more need for the sun, because
in the city
Christ gives his light. Well, yeah, you might say you could say that it's in the city alone. Sure. Isolated to the city. Okay, I get that.
And its doors remain open. That's sort of like allowing for like a chance to like enter in still? I don't know.
So where does it touch down?
Don't know. Like John says, he's taken in the spirit to an exceedingly high mountain from which he sees the great city descending from heaven. Does that mean it's near there, wherever that is? They talking about Mount Meru? I don't know.
Is that why we can't go to the North Pole?
Maybe.
Maybe. There's all, I can't remember if you just mentioned this, but this odd curiosity with old maps, right? The suggestion that, the land of Jesus is in the North Pole. So that's what it says on the map. The Sea of Jesus as well to the south of the lands of Jesus, to the north.
That's why they usurped it with. That's why they usurped it with Santa Claus.
Possibly.
Well, what is the mythos of Santa Claus in the modern legend?
Santa Claus lives at the North Pole with his elves. Santa Claus brings gifts every 25th.
Judges if you're good or bad.
Yeah.
He judges if you're good or bad, and if you're good, you get the gift, and if you're bad, you don't get the gift. Now, transverse that with Jesus, where Jesus says only bad can get the gift, because you never can be good enough to deserve this gift, and only the bad people can accept the gift. And so the message of Santa Claus is you have to be good in order to be appreciated. And the message of Jesus is, while you were yet a sinner, I loved you and died for you. So those are diametrically opposed views, aren't they?
Bring up a good point. Yeah. Again, just adds a little bit more credence. When I say old maps with Terra Le Eso on it, which is the land of Jesus, do you know what I'm talking about?
Dude, this is a family show, bro. This is a family show, bro. Come on.
I can't say it correctly. But
don't say Terra the asshole again, okay?
Tear up the arsehole, okay?
Let's just call it Terra di Aslo. There we go. Terra di Aslo. That's what we'll call it.
The land of Jesus, mate. I can't speak now. But do you know the maps that I'm talking about, or would you like to see some?
I mean, I've seen some, but I hadn't ever seen one where it said the word Jesus on it in regards to land.
Okay. Is it always because it's the? Is it always because it's the IE or IA spelling of the arsehole word that I just said?
I don't know. It's just the way you pronounced it, dude.
Yeah, it's just I think it might be Portuguese or Spanish or something. But yeah, that specific wording and naming and that appeared on old maps, specifically with the island of California to the west of what we now call California. Like as that thing disappeared, along with other bits of land, so did this specific region that I'll call the land of Jesus, so everyone doesn't start laughing. But yeah, that disappeared too. Again, with the idea that the places surrounding the Black Mountain or Rupus Nigra, well, and those 4 continents, those disappeared, and now we just think of the North Pole as just frozen sea at best, right? And this is, of course, where the Northern Lights come from, whatever that means.